having a in-person conversation rather than a online. Because in online it's always like, can you hear me? Can you see me? The day-to-day meetings that we do. So, hello everyone and a very good morning. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming each one of you to this training session where we'll be looking at ways to understand how we can mitigate human errors in pharma GMP manufacturing through the identification, correction, and prevention of key incidents. Historically, it has been seen that human errors are one of the biggest root cause of deviations, discrepancies, and quality incidents in pharma manufacturing. It has been said that to err is human, and error occurs in healthcare as it might in any other walk of life due to human interventions and errors. So what is the best way to deal with deviations and incidences which seem to be caused by human error? Among other things is what we are here today is to learn more about this and how we can mitigate the human errors in GMP manufacturing. We as humans do not operate in vacuum. We are influenced by external as well as internal variables. In manufacturing environments, these variables can be divided into 6 major categories: procedures, human factors, training, supervision, communication, and the individual itself. And while individuals are undoubtedly responsible for their actions, we need to ensure we eliminate the possibilities of external factors influencing human behavior. CAPAs can only be truly effective when we can eliminate conditions that may people deviate from the expected outcome. Simply, really CAPA effectiveness will be achieved when the number of deviations decreases. This is the way forward to ensure greater fairness and productivity with fewer errors at an individual or a systematic level. And we hope that you find today's training session to be eye-opening and deeply rewarding. Yeah? Moving ahead, to start the session, let me welcome our course director, Ms. Rajni Jha, IIT Kanpur scholar, synthetic organic chemistry, trainer for QBD approach, GMP and regulatory affairs, a specialist in international regulatory affairs and quality assurance for APIs for US and European as well as Asia Pacific markets, armed with 30 years plus experience in various pharma companies like Ranbaxy, Mopen, Torrent, Nicholas Pyramid, Unimark Remedies, Glenmark Generics Limited, InSwift Laboratories, and Nari Pharma. She has worked at various leadership positions across multidisciplinary cross-functions as Chemical Research Division, Drug Regulatory Affairs, Corporate Quality Assurance, Corporate Regulatory Affairs, CQA, and manufacturing plants. So welcome, Rajni Jha. Everyone please applaud. Over to you, Rajni.
Okay. This will work. Okay, good morning, everybody, once again. I'm really happy to see you all here, but I'm a little unhappy of seeing only one lady here. Only one lady? See, this clearly, oh, two. So this clearly proves one thing, that errors are not done by ladies. So they don't need to get trained, right? Anyway, I'm very happy to be back to Hyderabad after a hiatus of, I think, more than 2 years. And that's precisely because of Corona. Otherwise, I have been coming to Hyderabad since many years, with respect to my official trips. And I've done quite a few public workshops here earlier. And today I'm very happy and I'm thankful to Blue Tech Media and Ashish and his team. And of course, you people who showed enthusiasm and the interest, in taking up this very challenging topic, in pharma industry, because there is no tailor-made solution to, this kind of problem, unlike other issues of pharmaceutical industry. So welcome here, and I'm sure in these 2 days we will be taking these sessions not as a classroom or a lecture, but more of an interaction and more of an interactive dealings. Because probably I need to learn, I worked in pharma industry for 30 years, but I started when there was no internet, everything was manual and everything was just books and books and books. We did not have so many sophisticated tools and other means of measuring our capabilities and successes. So I would really like to also have an idea of how you people are experiencing these problems, what are the challenges, and how as a team we can share our knowledge, right, and provide the pharma industry with actual practical solutions which are implementable, not just something which is written on the internet or in the books, because ground reality, as you all know, is much different from what is projected. So with this, I would like to start, and I would just like to tell you that we have spread this topic over a period of 2 days with various modules, and we have also invited certain guest speakers here who, in their own arena, they are experts, with respect to different areas of the pharma industry, and they would also be adding a lot of value here in this workshop. So once again, welcome all, and I hope you really go back with a lot of insights and inputs, and you are able to provide your company, the way forward to how to practically try to at least not 100%, but at least to some extent 70–80% compliance, And you can also have, we'll be having question answer session today at the end of the day and tomorrow as well, so that we can brainstorm on certain practical issues which we have, right? Thank you. So, as the topic says, this is meeting. Slide change kariye. Okay. Okay. So now talking about human errors. Now the title basically we are talking is in the Pharma GMP manufacturing. Why we have stressed this is because actually whatever product goes on a commercial scale goes from the manufacturing facility only. Rest of the departments are involved in development, validation, and then commercialization aspects, technology transfer, etc. But frankly speaking, human errors occur everywhere. Starting from the research, starting from the human resources also, every department. I don't think because everywhere humans are involved, right? So wherever there are humans, it is natural you will be having intentional or non-intentional errors there. The basic message which has to be carried, and every day we remind ourselves, see on WhatsApp we every day share good morning messages, preaching, that you have to accept things, you have to acknowledge things, but do we really practice it? No. When it comes on us, we exclude ourselves. So I think that is what needs to be remembered, that my small mistake or error will have an impact in the long run on the entire chain, entire system, because nothing in pharma industry is segregated. There is an overlap. There is a sequence of events. I have to manage my time with respect to delivery of a product. So if one department has some slackness or some delays because of some issues or some non-compliances, I cannot move forward with a non-conforming previous product. So all those things need to be taken care of. So we will be discussing all these aspects, and we'll be going through. You can, if you have some specific questions, I would request you to jot them down with respect to the slide or the module number, so that it is easier to trace when we take the session. So Ashish has already introduced me. I would just like to make one statement here, that by virtue of working in different industries, of course I also started once upon a time as a fresher. So there were different companies, there were different categories of products, and as I said, when I started, there was nothing known as online or internet. I just remember, within a department of 7 or 8 people, we used to have that big PC, and there was one person specifically deputed for just typing certain reports or certain things. Beyond that, nothing. Everything was handwritten, laboratory notebooks. If I am testing my compound, say for assay, naturally all of you know, I have to do it against a standard. Now I have to weigh that standard on a balance or something. And you can understand at a small micro level, even 0.1, 0.2 mg difference would make a large difference on the overall content. So that also is a sort of an error. It may not be advertent. Now, earlier balances did not have any, trailing system or any print, etc. It was just manual. And naturally, if I am doing some mistake, I will not accept it easily. I will say, no, no, I took the right weight. So, all these things have progressed to a large extent. So the advantage has been that, I grew up that way, literally. And I learned everything there only. And then I tried to put that logic in front of the regulatory authorities where I'm sending my dossiers, and by way of responses, and also by witnessing so many, regulatory and GMP audits. That was from the United States authorities, European authorities, the local Indian authorities also. And that's how we learned that we think that we have the answers, we think that we have the right scientific knowledge, and we have the right understanding of the guidelines and the CFR, etc. But when it comes to explain it practically, face to face, sometimes we stumble, sometimes we fumble, we are not confident. We may be right, but we are not able to present it appropriately to the auditor. So the auditor is actually not only testing your technical knowledge, they are actually making sure, do you really understand your processes? Do you really understand your products? And how confident are you are? So what happens is, during down the line when this happens, that learning, I kept on making notes. Okay, sometimes things work in a way with US market, but they don't work with the European market. Product is same, logic is same, science is same, right? And over the years, science has also advanced to a very large extent. Analytical techniques have become much more sensitive, much more sophisticated, which were not available earlier. So all this has really contributed a lot. And whatever contents I will be speaking here, this is basically based on my experience, and of course on a lot of literature and online references which are available in the public domain of freedom of information. So you can keep on reading them endlessly. There is a sea of such kind of articles. But then what I have done is that, along with I have taken case studies during these 2-day sessions of live things which happened with me and with some other colleagues of mine, so that we can relate it in a better way. And of course, different cross-functional departments, different authorities, and different customers also. Now here what happens is that case studies help you learn something new for future things. At least you can take care of those discrepancies and be prepared for some new discrepancies, if at all, because every product will behave in a different way. Now before that, I want to stress one thing, particularly with respect to this particular title, human errors. This is unique to individuals, as Ashish just stated. It is first of all an individual responsibility. And then we go on to the team, the organization, the culture, or those kinds of things. So what happens is, most of the time, I as an individual may have a certain thought process of working. But I have to align myself with the SOPs and the systems of my organization. I cannot work beyond it unless I am the owner and I have the right to do that. So what happens is that it is unique to individuals and to organizations, and this cannot be really generalized. For example, if you are from a company X and there is another company Y, solutions will be different because the manpower status will be different, the infra will be different, your management policies may be different. So it is very difficult to generalize, but yes, we can surely brainstorm how ideally it is supposed to be handled and what best can be done practically on the ground floor. So solutions cannot be tailor-made, and they depend heavily on the quality culture of the organization and the kind of products you are dealing with, kind of markets you are dealing with. You cannot make SOPs universal. There's no need if you are dealing with only specific markets. And naturally, the problems with respect to human error would be different accordingly. So managing these to a large extent, it depends on the deviation. Main thing is how do we know that something wrong has happened, some error has occurred? Simply because there is some non-conformance, something not complying to the established specifications. So there has to be a deviation, and I think every company has a deviation management SOP. It would be different, of course, but it surely exists. Now, the deviation management system includes, first of all, investigation. First of all, you have to log the non-conformances. Many companies still believe that if I don't tell that something has gone out of specification, it will not be discovered, it will not be caught. It is not only the question of getting caught or getting discovered. Basically, it is it is as per ethics, it is not right to proceed ahead with something which is not compliant to your own specific norms. So you have to have an logging of that non-conformance, and then you have to have an investigation system in place. Investigation is carried out, and each and every thing has to be documented. It's not that you talk, you understood. Tomorrow you leave the company and then it goes with you. If it is documented, then naturally the other people also have access to it. Probably they can derive some knowledge and information and reference from the previous investigation. So investigations, then you have to find the right cause of that, the root cause. Most of the time what happens, particularly with human error issues, if you are not able to ascribe the problem to a particular department or to a particular process, then you clearly say, array, a human error has something must have gone wrong, because nothing seems to be wrong at the other department ends. So the right root cause, I'm not saying that errors is not a root cause, but not always. So root cause has to be identified, and once the right reason for non-compliance has been identified, naturally then only you will be able to chalk out a right corrective action and a preventive action, CAPA. That's how you write it. And then it's just not the end. Okay, you designed a CAPA, but you have to see, is it really working? So you have to evaluate the CAPA. And how will you evaluate that? That the same kinds of errors should not be repeating, at least in the same system or in the same atmosphere. So what happens is, this all results in reducing or mitigating the human errors, and this would be across, as I said, different departments, not a single department or function. And most important thing, I think, which is constantly missing during human error management in the companies is that, because I have audited a lot many companies, prepared them for facing first time regulatory audits. So what was discovered from there was that they are not really doing any risk management or impact study of the kinds of human errors. See, you can always categorize the human errors. It's a moderate error or a severe error, and what all is it impacting. So that impact or that risk assessment is not being done in a systematic way. It is being assumed, ye hota hai, that is it, that is it. So what the authorities expect is, you need to have a risk management plan in place. You have to show them that, okay, because of this error, okay, this error happened, no problem, we have logged it, we accept it. But this error is not so severe that it is going to have a big impact on my quality or a big impact on my other products. Though I will take care, it doesn't happen. So they have to make a report. Unless you make a report of the risk that, okay, there is a moderate risk only. So the auditor will see that report, he'll say, okay, no problem, at least you have understood that there is no risk with it. So risk management and controls would be extremely important. And the impact analysis, talking about severity of the error on the quality and business. See, not every product would be important for the company in the same way. They would focus more on the products which are giving them bigger revenue. So probably they might tend to ignore what is happening with respect to other products or other markets. So this is also one of the reasons where we are not able to identify that why did the deviation occur. So for that, we also have, in addition to this, this thing, an add-on on-site customized trainings, wherein many companies are actually in talks with us, where they are telling their kind of problems which they are facing. Maybe they have faced a lot many 483s, due to this human error. So they want to understand with respect to their policies, with respect to the kind of deficiencies they have received, or the kind of objections they have received by the inspectors, that specifically for my company, for my grade of products, how do I evolve or upgrade my human error management system SOP. So this is one. And secondly, other than this, see, it's not always possible to travel down to physical conferences or trainings. It's difficult also, and nowadays, particularly since the corona problem, since the past 2 years, lot of cost cutting, lot of these things have happened. So companies are either preferring online, okay, or they are preferring that, okay, you give us some recorded or some e-learning sort of, options, where like today we designated 2 days, so naturally you all have taken off from your routine work and you have come here in person, right? If you don't have time for that, or because of that, if you are missing certain things, then what's going to happen is we have also just recently launched an e-learning platform. There's an app to it, the details of which can be had from Blue Tech, and there we are going to have recorded versions of typical topics which the industry has given us that this is what we require. So you can access that as per your convenience, as per your timings, and you can opt for basic courses, advanced courses, and the like, So that is another thing which we have introduced because of this. So it's basically, again, a customized self-study online training and development platform. Why I'm telling all these things is because human error is just not an isolated subject. When we go through the entire sessions till tomorrow, you will realize that actually the topic is human errors, but we talk more about deviations. We talk more about change controls. Why? Because we will understand how they are linked with human error. That's important. Sometimes we don't realize it. So what is going to happen is with this, you can of course study at your own pace and time availability. So right now we have 3 topics ready with us. That one of them is for the CAPA exclusively. The other is on CSV, computer system validation, and third is on the QBT. And we are in the process of readying other, courses and programs or other topics. Upcoming, and this is again based on the feedback which we have received from various companies that we want to have, or from various professionals, pharma professionals, we asked for opinion. So they said, no, we would like to have the e-learning course on this. So we are developing various courses. So even if you have some ideas or if you have some this thing, maybe your company would approve with respect to e-learning at the official level also, rather than, sending you in person, resulting in suffering of work. So this also can be availed. So talking about the summary of the workshop, the sessions, the agenda, guest speakers, partner speakers, and the highlights. 2-day workshop, there are 8 basic main modules. So we'll be taking 4 modules per day. We have planned it in a way that 2 pre-lunch and 2 post-lunch both days. And in addition to that, we'll be having additional sessions by our guest or partner speakers from various reputed organizations, which are basically heading operations, quality, regulatory, and scientific affairs function. And of course, we have one, and we are thankful to them, our partners, for talking about automation and digitalization with respect to all this. So the first day will have 4 modules, 1 partner session. So the session for automation will be taken up by Mr. Sanjeev here from TantraSoft Solutions, and we'll be having 1 guest speaker, Dr. Satya Moturi. He is working for Biological E, and his topic will be human errors, a myth eclipsing root cause reality. So basically what is going to happen, apart from the 8 main modules, they will be adding on certain specific case studies. For example, I will be doing many case studies with respect to active pharma ingredients. So they will be taking on formulations, maybe on sterile formulations, on solid oral dosage. So they'll be having case studies on that, so that under one umbrella we get an idea of a different range of products, not a specific product like that. And of course, there will be speed networking today in between, where of course you are from diverse companies, from diverse functions, where you can exchange your introduction, and then you can introduce yourselves to each other. Maybe some collaboration can be worked out that way also. So this would be the of course, and then at the end of the day we'll be having the question answer session. And the second day, of course, it will be a brief recap of what we all collectively learn and what all question answer session we do on day 1. Then the rest of the 4 modules will be taken up tomorrow, and tomorrow we are having 2 guest speakers with us. One is by Dr. Srinivasu. He is a senior general manager from Natco Pharma, and his topic is exclusively on the quality control aspects, human errors with respect to specifically quality control. And second session is by Dr. Gopi Reddy, who is heading the corporate quality from Syngene International, and he is going to talk about case studies for solid oral dosage forms, effects on human behavior leading to errors due to quality culture, and of course the pandemic. So during these 2 days, we will be taking you through key aspects of our workshop topic with respect to, as I mentioned, APIs and drug products both. And we will not only be focusing on one single department or function, but we will be talking about various cross-function of pharmaceutical aspects, process research and development, analytical research, quality control, and of course, operation and the manufacturing aspects. So now, warming up for the workshop, this needs to be interactive because it will be beneficial for everybody, knowledge sharing, exchange of specific case studies. So we have professionals from various reputed companies. We are working in different cross functions. So now I would like to ask you, of course, do you have an SOP of handling human errors in your quality management system already in place? Specific, secluded SOP. Do you have it or no? No. So I think the first thing, anybody is having? Any company is having right now? Okay, so I think the first thing which needs to be done is we really need to have an SOP written down of how to handle human errors. That is the first thing. And in case if you are having, if some company is having, then one has to see, is it a sort of a common SOP, which talks about generic ways of handling the human errors, or it is made department-wise or cross-function-wise. So you can please keep jotting down your notes with respect to your quality management systems, your experience, and your problem which you are facing. Now, second question I have, what we'll do now, these couple of things you please note down, 4 or 5 things. Tomorrow morning when we start the session, we will be doing a maybe 30-minute session onto this, Let's see what is there, let's see what can be done, what has to be done. So deviation management SOP, even if you have, I think deviation management SOP everybody would be having. But does that talk about human error anywhere? I don't think so. It is. If it is, very good, excellent. But then before that, you really have to have a separate SOP for handling human errors also. Because that will be a total centralized sort of an SOP with respect to all functions and departments. Of course, it depends on your quality and head and your management if they want to do it or not, but it is preferable if you have it. Then of course, you need to have an idea of what is the, talking about annual, if you normally we do an annual product review, right? In the past 1 year, how has the product behaved, which was already validated, and supposedly the process seemed to be robust. So what happens is, what was the percentage and frequency of non-conformances and deviations there? How many market complaints were received? See, how do you know something wrong has happened? Some market complaint, it is not necessary because the regulatory inspections don't happen frequently. They will happen maybe after 2 years or only after if you are giving your letter of access for some ANDA or something, then only the inspection will be triggered. Otherwise, normally you will be giving supplies to customers for different markets, for different quantities. So maximum feedback comes from the your customers with respect to some complaint. Okay, you send a COA which was complying to the specifications, but actually when they are doing the testing at their end, maybe they are facing some issues, maybe there are some contamination issues, some particulate matter, all sorts of things. So how many market complaints on an average were received for, say, you can take any one product, right? Based on that, could you really investigate those complaints appropriately, find the root cause and close them, or they are still open? I would not like to mention the company name. 3 years before I had gone to do a third-party audit for a company which was sending 3 or 4 APIs to Eastern European customers who were formulating it ahead. So they wanted an audit, a vendor audit of that particular site. Now that was supposedly an extremely reputed company, at least expected to have all systems in place, and doing the things as per the SOPs and the systems. But surprisingly, their market complaints had been open for more than 4 months. So don't you think that that is going to affect the supplies and your future customers and clients? Because these things, go into the market very fast. You cannot leave any complaint or any non-conformance open. Ki pata nahi chal raha. I don't know what happened. We are not able to resolve it. Even if you are not able to find the root cause analysis, normally the inspectors prefer you honestly make a note that we tried our level best, but we could not identify what happened. And we are seeing to it that, if it is getting repeated or it was a stray case, but you have to document it appropriately. And that is what convinces the, regulator or the inspector also, and convinces you also. ठीक है, हो गया, नहीं पता चला. Sometimes, accidents happen, you don't know why it happened, it just happened. Suddenly it happened, you don't even have the time to think कि क्या हुआ, But you make sure next time you be more cautious and careful. So basically, whatever inspectional observations you may have received, say I'm mentioning 5 because almost 2 years have been lost because of corona. So maybe we get an idea that in the past 5 years, whatever inspections we had, what sort of queries or objections or concerns were raised by the investigator by way of 483 or maybe warning letter. Because see, the information regarding 483s and warning letters is, as you all know, available freely on the FDA website. You can see it year-wise, you can see it company-wise, you can see it, with respect to which aspect the concern was there, quality control or, packaging or labeling, etc. We'll be discussing case studies, in the sessions in these 2 days. So basically, these would be from global regulatory agencies and of course the customer audits. So we need to, these 4 or 5 things, if you can just jot down on single page, not a big thing. Tomorrow morning, we'll see to it that how can we then maneuver between these things to arrive at a common sort of a solution, which is implementable and doable practically. So I have put certain things in green, and the things which have been highlighted in green actually would be something which you people will need to do along with me so that we can together then discuss this. So basically talking about and when we talk about human error, it is all because of our temperament, our attitude, okay, or our behavior. See, when you are talking to an auditor, you know that, okay, he is the auditor, he is the agency, he is the master, so you will speak very courteously, you will be very cautious with your words. But are you behaving the same way when you are talking with your cross-functional team heads? Ultimately, you all are a team and you are working for the same goal. So like I will tell you my, couple of experiences in few of the organizations. Again, no offense meant to anybody, but it was like I was in the regulatory department at a later stage. Initially, I was with chemical research division. So when I shifted to the regulatory department and when I was, contacting my chemical research and analytical research colleagues for now providing information with respect to the regulatory dossiers, which I'm not, they used to say, "Acha, you also used to work. Could you identify what this impurity was? Now you're sitting in an air-conditioned office, white-collar job, and you are telling me, why is this impurity 0.12? Why is this impurity 0.14? And I mean, at that time, I was too naive to explain them, why is it happening? Why is it happening? So, what happens is, it's behavior. If I want to, I'm at being in regulatory and quality, I'm at the receiving end. So I have to be really expert in my soft skills also, when I'm interacting, I have to respect my other, cross-functional team also to realize what is their issue. Their focus is something else, their own department, okay? Maybe they don't have the time or maybe they don't have the awareness that why I have to do this. So we have to convince them that if we do not do this, this can be the overall impact that way. So behavior is extremely, the behavioral study. So when we talk about SOPs of human error management, the first thing we talk about is soft skills, communications, interaction amongst ourselves. Without that, believe me, I mean, you can, I'm sure you must be experiencing this at your own end also. Suppose, I mean, if you're, you take a cab and go somewhere, if the driver is courteous, you are happy, you enjoy the ride. But if that driver keeps on, like yesterday when I came from airport to this hotel, the driver was frustrated because he had his own reasons. He said, "Okay, I've been standing here since 3 hours, I didn't get, I mean, now I'm getting a, this business or this thing." So he said, "I will not put on the AC." And it was 39, 40 degrees at that time. "Sir, why are you not putting the AC? I have paid you for that." So he says, "Ki, madam, diesel लगता है AC में." कोई बात नहीं, डीजल लगता है तो लगेगा या पेट्रोल लगता है तो लगेगा। नहीं, मोदी जी ने डीजल बहुत महंगा कर दिया। मैंने कहा, बाबा तो मोदी जी को गर्मी में बैठाओ, मेरे को क्यों बैठा है? I have paid you for that, for the air conditioned car. So he was so irritated, and in the process he irritated me also. But if he had been a little courteous, I would also, so I react to what is being done to me. I'm just giving an example. So this is how it happens. So when I made my team in various organizations, the ones who were there to interact with various source departments for giving me data. Okay, I want analytical method validation report from analytical department. I want development report or technical transfer dossier from the process research department. And from the plant QA, I need lot of certificates of analysis, stability data, or whatever it is. So I have to have those respect and soft skills so that I am able to get my data in a timely manner. And also I involve them by telling them that why I am telling you to do this. I'll give you several examples of supposed errors which were pointed out by regulators, which actually we should have observed on our own, if only we had focused onto it. So basically, digitalization and remote working. So we have limitations, but then we have advantages also. Then digitalization and remote working, on that I'm sure Sanjeev is going to really give a lot of insight onto this, and then we can relate to it. And of course, there are various interlinked COVID-19 aftermaths. Now in this case, what has happened is because of COVID, lot many new SOPs would have been made, of course, with respect to new risks involved, new problems involved, new delays involved. Many companies had to totally change their product grid because they couldn't deliver what was promised at that point of time. So these we will have to keep on seeing, because the auditors now, I mean, I'm sure at this point of time there are a lot many US FDA inspections going on all around. So they are basically asking, what have you done to take care of this aftermath? For example, some vendor may not have been able to supply you what it was supposed to supply. So do you have a vendor management SOP? Did you have an alternate vendor in place which was qualified and approved? Okay. And then how did you manage the delay? How did you manage the delay? How did you convince your customers, the formulators, with respect to some supplies, or for that matter? Okay. So these, after the COVID-19 linked aftermaths, are equally important, and they also have to be incorporated somehow in the human error management SOP. It's important. You have to make a note of it. There are several guidances since, I would say, January 2020, because the pandemic broke out first in US and then later on it came towards us. So I think in January 2020 itself, FDA had started giving on almost a daily basis guidances how to deal with. They were draft guidances only, but how do you manage? So usme se whatever is applicable to you, it may not be applicable, those problems may not be applicable to everybody, but somehow they have surely impacted. Errors because of humans. Why? Remote working, something which we were not used to. Managing multiple sites, managing multiple thought processes. Somebody is delaying something, somebody is not transparent. If you are face to face, you can at least go and check the documents. If you are working from home, that thing is not possible. So because of that, lot many errors crept up, which may not have happened if this issue was not there. So how are you managing that? That has to be incorporated. And of course, this is with respect to your function and organization, and we will discuss this during question and answer session, maybe today if we have time, or if not today, then tomorrow definitely at the end of the session. So module 2 would be talking about global regulations and directives. And then we will talk about what is the right sequence. First of all, we have to detect that something happened. So now, do you detect manually? Then there also humans are involved, or you have some systems in place which detect and raise an alarm that something is wrong. So that aspect is important, first of all, and that's where various softwares, automation, and other things come into place. They make things easier for you because they will you feed the right fields, you develop, customize the software, link it with your actual processes. You already have automation in your manufacturing areas. I'm sure all of you are conversant with that. So probably managing things at corporate level also requires not manual, but more of a monitoring and supervision by machines rather than humans. Then of course, every GMP inspection is a learning. Why did this happen? What were we lacking? Why we could not convince the regulator with respect to our systems which we thought are foolproof or the best? Implement them, upgrade them, and of course, robust pharmaceutical quality systems, they need to evolve continuously. New problems, new risks, new guidances, or whatsoever. So module 2 will cover certain case studies and examples with respect to this. Regulations and directives, you can always go and search on the internet. What I will be focusing on, as per the CFR, various sections, what are the different aspects of the pharma manufacturing, and then what sort of questions have been raised during inspections on those aspects, and what was the expectation, what was observed, what was deficient, and how the improvement has to be done. So maybe you can correlate at least some of those things with respect to something what you saw in your workplace or department. So Dr. Satya's session would be focusing on depth and complexity of human errors, paradigm shift in the regulator's approach. 3 years before, what was the approach of regulatory? Because now they have started doing the inspections and screening much more in detail as compared to before. Because probably they feel there are a lot many things which are being concealed to hide errors. I mean, we use that phrase, na, push the things under the carpet, so it's not visible, but it still is there, right? Then now there are two ways. You must have heard about quality by design, right? A traditional approach versus the more modern QBD approach. Now QBD is not necessarily only onto manufacturing or some departments. We need to apply quality by design into us humans also. So we'll be discussing that later on. But then there is a difference between traditional quality approaches and evolving theories for human errors. You all are conversant. Laws are made by the government to curb various, things which are unlawful or unethical. Before those laws are made, humans find out a way how to circumvent and maneuver through that. You see it practically in life, right? You have seen it. You see it everywhere. So what happens is basically human beings are concentrating on shortcuts, destructive things rather than constructive things. And like we say, it's Kali Yuga, okay, nobody has patience. Nobody has patience. So we just have patience in the morning when we are forwarding WhatsApp messages. Karma comes back, and would you like to behave with somebody the way you are behaving? But next moment we do the same thing, maybe at our homes or our workplaces also. So how through the counseling sessions within an organization can we revive those human qualities in a constructive way? And then he'll be talking about elements of human behavior. And is it something, see, this problem is there in all industry, aviation industry, automobile industry, various industries. So is it that only pharmaceutical industry is, much behind in handling human errors? How does the aviation industry handle this? It is more risky there. We are all flying on the, confidence of one single pilot, right? So that is the most risky thing. And do you think that errors or these kinds of things are not happening there? They happen there, everywhere it happens. So he'll be discussing that. Then there are some major gaps in understanding between what the regulation says you are supposed to do or the regulators accept and what the industry is actually able to do. So that portion he'll be touching, and then he'll be giving a few typical examples of sterile area for brainstorming, and of course then tips and suggestions for handling human errors. So talking about fault of people, if you have any questions you can please note down with you, and at the end of the sessions we can discuss it. So first we need to retrospect, as I said, how many 483s did we receive in the past 5 years? Now out of those questions which you can discuss with your quality team or whoever the persons are responsible for responding to these 483s, because what happens is when 483 is connected with analytical or QC, naturally the query will be forwarded by the regulatory team to your head of department, whoever. Now, okay, look here, you have to resolve this, you have to explain this, or you have to give me the data which I will be using to respond to this 483 or warning letter. So what percentage was due to human error as per company investigations? You would be having reasons for it now, why this failed or why this was non-conforming. And what percentage was due to human error as accepted by the regulator? See, you might say out of 10 deviations or 10 non-conformances, 7 were because of human errors, and you will show the report to the inspector. He will say, no, 5 reports are okay. I can accept that, okay, human error is the reason for this non-conformance. But the 3 of the other things which you are said, it's not because of humans. It's because probably something else is lacking somewhere. Maybe your SOPs were not good enough so that the person, the executor could translate it at the shop floor. Or even if it was there, probably there was some typo error in writing either, or maybe in explaining. And then you have to see what percentage of deviations investigated were attributed to human error by the company before the inspection. See, when the inspection, see, if you have an unannounced inspection, then you are caught, you don't have time to do anything. But many a times when they come by notifying you that, okay, we're going to come to inspect you in so and so month, maybe next month or something, the first thing which people start seeing, I mean the quality team starts seeing is, okay, how many deviations did I have with respect to that particular product for which the inspection is happening. How many market complaints, koi open to nahi hai, could I investigate it, could I close the report or something. And then when we are not, this is a human tendency again, if we are not able to attribute the root cause to some solid thing, we say, okay, it's because of human error. We attribute training nahi tha, ya that person did some this thing. So we have to see what percentage did we actually close the investigations talking of human error. And of course, did we develop CAPA effectively to reduce them? Now, how do you know that you developed a CAPA and it actually reduced? You'll have to see another data for another maybe 6 months or 1 year on that same product with respect to that issue. Then, the real cause of the problem, was it a training issue or it was a lack of systems, or the SOPs and systems were okay, but probably the persons who were executing it, there was a problem with the skills of those persons. And if all this was in place, was it because of some inadequate infrastructure, small or big, whatever it was? Was it a problem of culture, or was it an automation or digitalization issue? I am not sure whether we have those delegates here, or maybe they are online, I'm not sure. But you know, when we were in the past 2 months, we were talking to various companies and they were also raising their concerns, you know, with respect to this topic. They sort of wanted to know, okay, automation is a good solution to, you know, reduce human errors, but the products are quite costly. So not every company will be able to afford probably an entire system. So then what do we do in that case? Okay, so these are certain practical things which we can, you know, give a thought at least. So mindset, or is it because of mindset? Now I will give you one example here, live example. I joined a company and there I was shifted to the corporate quality assurance department. So I was trying to set up, you know, the systems there with respect to previous company's experience, which was very successful, you know, in all markets. And this company wanted to enter into the regulated and developed markets. So when I approached their analytical department head, you know, just explaining them that, you know, we need to do some upgradation in the way we are making these specifications and we are writing these specifications and STPs. Because, you know, this is, this I have observed as a lot of queries are received on this kind of thing. So why do we, let's avoid those at least which we know we can avoid. So he said, I am working in this company since 25 years. And I have been making specifications like this only for 25 years. And I will make them like this only. You have come just yesterday and you were teaching me how to, you know, make specifications. And he was pretty senior to me, so naturally, you know, I couldn't argue. And I said, okay, sir, then whatever you feel is fine. But then you might, you know, we might get a query. And when we say we might get a query, it's not you who's getting a query. It's the company who's getting the query. So one has to deal with those things. And then he did not relent till actually he got a query, the same query. And then what happened? Why didn't you do? Acha, you were not told. No, I was told I didn't do. So those kinds of things one has to tackle these whole things. So it's a mindset. हम नहीं करेंगे, हम नहीं सुधरेंगे. It's not that I am telling you to do something. It's basically a requirement of the authority probably, or it is something expected out of inspections and good manufacturing practices. Job security is a big deal. So sometimes we are stressed. The human beings are stressed. You know, there are undue stresses, lots of undue stresses. Everybody is fighting their own battles. And not everybody is satisfied. You know, it looks that that guy is enjoying life. It's not that. He's fighting he or she is fighting their own battles. So because of job security, the mind is rotating around that thing. So then probably you're not able to focus as a human being what you should be focusing with respect to errors, human errors, which are avoidable, of course. And then when we talk about integrity, there are two types of integrity. We talk a lot about data integrity. We have lots of workshops and guidelines and, you know, all things on data integrity. What is there? You know, ALCOA plus everything. but then there is one more important thing before that, and that is people integrity. So lots of soft skill aspects also need to be taken care of by the HR department when they are planning their training calendar, because this goes a long way. See, sometimes you must have experienced, normally we don't have time in private services, but if we are sitting in some satsang in the morning, at that time we are feeling, oh, this is nice, tomorrow onwards I will never do these kinds of things, I will never distract, but that feeling goes immediately when you get into your routine work next day, right? So if this counseling or this sort of sessions besides the technical sessions are a part of a company's culture, then it goes a long way in building a different sort of bonding between the employees also, and this is what is going to ultimately reduce the human errors, finally going forward. So people integrity is actually extremely important. Now what can be the contributors to human error incidents? The best contributor is blame game, usne kiya, uska problem hai, maine theek kiya tha, right? So what are the contributors to these incidents? First of all, we have to see what can be the reason. So due diligence with respect to new additional risks, particularly linked with COVID-19 aftermath, and control thereof has not been taken care of, probably, okay? That can be one contributor. Lack of SOPs or systems. As I said, since January 2020, and now we are, I think, into April 2022, so maybe say for more than 2 years, probably there would be at least 100 plus guidances and articles onto risks associated with COVID-19 from both US agencies, European agencies. I'm not saying, embrace all of them, but we can just pick out the relevant things which are applicable to our kind of product, our kind of organization, and then probably do that. So have we done that? So is it a lack of SOPs or systems? Or is it a lack of training? I think I'm giving a very good training, but if the persons who are participating in those sessions, like you have on-the-job training at your workplace, in the classroom training, everything, So if it is not being successful, training evaluation, some companies, I mean, we are also working with other companies with respect to, e-learning, e-training systems, electronic training systems, nowadays. So what happens is they don't have they are having a training calendar, but they have not defined in detail what all training will be given with respect to different aspects. For they say GMP training, now GMP is a huge subject. What GMP with respect to what? If you are dealing with sterile products, do you have a training session or training calendar with specific GMP issues connected with sterile products or parenteral products? No, they don't have. So you are not able to evaluate. You say, I will retrain, you retrained also, but then was it successful or not? Those processes are missing actually in the training. Then we have faced regulatory inspections and customer complaints, but we are not learning anything. We are thinking next time this will not come. So on an annual basis, do the cross-functional heads sit across each other? Look here on this product, we received so many complaints, and these on investigation, this was found. So what are we doing as a team to mitigate that? So that thing has to be there. If it is not there, it definitely is going to contribute to human error incidents. And not so good protocols and reports during development of a product, scaling up, and finally making it at the commercial scale. So I'll be discussing what all protocols and reports and documents need to be generated much before we go for the validated process by which we make our commercial scale products. Then skilled manpower. See, one is you have technical qualification required, basic, for the kind of job which you are into. Then there are certain additional add-on skills. There are certain soft skills which you need to have. Everybody starts from scratch only. The experience comes much later. But during that experience, are you able to learn additionally over and above what you learn in your basic education or your diplomas or your MBA degrees or whatever it is? So that is important. And in every company, there is a learning and development identification cell which needs to identify how competent my current manpower is and what are the areas where I need to develop them. So the company makes arrangement for those add-on sessions. They can be from external trainers, probably they can be 2-day, 3-day sessions, and there is again a calendar for that also. And then they have a mechanism of evaluating what did the employees learn from those sessions and where did they implement it, how they contributed in the quality management system to share the knowledge which they acquired that way. Then quality management system in itself. Maybe that is not up to mark, or maybe it is too redundant. And secondly, quality culture is extremely important. The document is made very nicely to show to the auditor, very impressive. Everything is there. Now I will tell you one inspection which I did. So the first thing which any inspector looks when he is going to a manufacturing facility is the site master file, which has the entire information regarding what is the company, what is the manpower, what is the organizational setup, what is the area, where all it is located, corporate office, etc., etc. And then it has the details of how many employees are there in each and every department. And then the site master file has data. Every department has employees, what are the basic qualifications, what is the experience. Now when I started reviewing that, the first, we actually reviewed with respect to priority. So the first thing we said, okay, let's see the quality, the structure, the organizational structure of the quality department. Now the quality head, he was a BCom and he is heading quality of a pharmaceutical company. He has got no idea of pharmacy, not even a graduate in pharmacy. So I asked the question, how is this? HR was silent, because what they did, he had some experience in previous pharma companies, so they saw him and then he was available at the least CTC. So they didn't even bother to see the basic qualification itself is not there, and which is never acceptable by the at least FDA. That is the first pointer which they give. And then you are too late. What answer you have? What will you give? I mean, it is ridiculous that somebody who's taking final decision on the quality claims of the company doesn't himself basically know what is going on. So this is a very crucial factor out there. Quality oversight. Okay, we talked about heads of departments, we talked about employees, cross-functional teams. So this quality oversight pertains to management, the owners, the management. Now there are, and again this concept is not new. 90%, 80% of the time the owners of the company or the higher management, they say, "Arey, we have hired you now. Regulatory head, quality head, ye head, wo head, I am paying you. So this is your botheration, boss, don't involve me into all this." So there is a guidance from FD. In fact, 3 years before, I think it was in Hyderabad only, not 3 years, 2018, I had held a session on quality oversight, specific. And that's not a new concept again, but only thing is it is not being practiced by companies, because of which the regulators said that this is why you are getting so many types of human errors, because management is not involved at all. Whereas the oversight or the central supervision, eagle's eye has to be there on what all the cross-functional team heads are doing. And particularly, please note that since the past 2-3 years more, outsourcing has become talk of the town. Earlier, we used to outsource few activities. Now, because of competition, because of all this, issues which have happened since the past 2 years, maximum activities, whether it is with respect to manufacturing, whether it is with respect to research or with respect to testing or some special studies, stability studies, etc., these are being outsourced everywhere. So now as long as I am not outsourcing anything, I am making everything in-house, I have a better control of my quality management system. I know how to and when to upgrade it. But can you command quality management system or GMP quality of the other vendor or partner? You cannot. But at the same time, you are dependent on them because you are taking the material from them. And all of you must be aware, how many of you are from regulatory here who is involved into dossiers or something? No one? Okay. So since the past 5 years particularly, it is mandatory that when you are submitting a dossier for registration purposes, whether it is for APIs, the drug master file, or the ANDA for the formulation and other applications in Europe also, you are supposed to mention each and every outsourced facility which you are using. whether it is for manufacturing a couple of steps, probably doing certain steps of manufacturing, certain analysis or certain research work. For example, spectroscopic analysis or something like that. So what happens there is that many people think that if I don't mention in the dossier, it's okay. Now what happens? They review the dossier, they come back to inspect your facility, and then they say, oh, you have used 4 outsourced these things, but you haven't mentioned it also. I would like to go and see, first of all, show me your vendor SOP. How do you approve vendors? How do you approve outsourced people for doing things for you? Because these are contributing to the quality of your product, right? Now what is going to happen? They will say, there's no SOP in place. Okay, no problem. FDA says, take me to that site, the outsourced site. Now I'll tell you a very strange example which happened in one of the companies which I was working with in Mumbai. Now there, when I joined, a particular product dossier had already been filed. So I was told by my CEO that since you are experienced, why don't you review what has been submitted, and there would be certain anticipated queries naturally which probably you would be able to make out. So then try to bridge the gap so that by the time the queries come, we are ready with the answers. I said, fine. So I started reviewing that particular dossier. It was submitted in Europe for CEP, for a particular API. Now, when I went through that, there were 2 key starting material or regulatory starting material. I think you understand where we do the stage where we do the filing of the product, right, in the dossier. So it is a requirement that the key starting material has to be made in a GMP facility, and it has to be almost, scrutinized the way API is scrutinized for quality, right, with respect to certain critical tests. So then when I saw, okay, so this is the key starting material supplier. When I saw the documents, there were hardly any documents in place. So I asked the persons who were there working before me that, do you have any documents? They said, no, this guy actually makes this thing in a shed, in a cow shed. We are giving the, those what is that? What do you call that? Those signed signatures sheets, and then we are doing the data for them. They are making in a cow shed. Now, what if the FDA says, I want to go and see, will you take him to the cow shed? Your company will be blacklisted and, forever. This was a practical thing. So then what we had to do, we had to do the entire validation, entire studies, stability studies, characterization at our expense, because our dossier was suffering because of that. This was one case. On a second case, what happened? All of you must be aware that whatever vendor we declare or supplier we declare for key starting material, at least, if that is changed for some reason, in between to make the product, then you have to not only do it through a proper change control, you have to inform the authorities that, look here, first I was manufacturing product A using this vendor, KSM, now I am doing it through this. And I have done the necessary equivalence studies, etc., and then there is a fees for upgrading that with the authorities. So what happened? These guys did not do that. Now when the inspection was announced, so naturally we started looking at those critical aspects, which can land us into trouble. If we don't have sometimes it happens, we have the answers, probably it's not documented, or probably, people are not aware, so we try to collate things at a place. So the quality heads, who was a BCom, he said, oh, we forgot to raise a change control. Fine. Now this I cannot tell to the auditor, otherwise we'll say, your company doesn't have any systems. What is this nonsense? Okay, no problem. Now how do we handle this? How do we take care of this? So I said, okay, do one thing, let's go for an audit of that, vendor, at least on our own. Once again, let's make notes and let's see what can be done. We reached there, can you believe that was bulldozed? That thing was not existing. Because the supplies would have been taken 3-4 years back, and the inspection comes, it doesn't come immediately. Now how to handle that? Now marketing was telling me, do something. I said, what can I do? If somebody did a blunder, it is not even an error, it's a blunder if you're not raising a change control for such a crucial thing. All of you must be aware, or else we'll have some time different whenever we have time and the facility to do some sessions on change controls, how to handle change controls with different authorities, different markets, okay? Changes are also of 3 types: minor, major, and severe. If it is a severe change, severe means something which will have an extreme impact on the quality, which is like KSM vendor supply. So these kinds of errors keep on happening. Now, if these things are not taken care of by the management, So when I told the management that this is a problem and now that is bulldozed, what do I do? I mean, if it was existing still, we could try to, do some agreement with them that, okay, we will do the studies at our end, but then, you provide your letterheads or something and we have a contract signed. Since you don't have the, see, every vendor will not have the same capabilities as you, right? So there is a provision for that, but the regulators say you have to have a quality agreement in place defining who is going to be responsible for this. We will be convinced. Our motto is just to see that the quality is not impacted for that aspect. Okay, so now investment issues. Why do I have to? The management, you will say, okay, I need this particular infrastructure, I need this particular instrument, or I need this particular software probably to enhance my process and to upgrade myself with the current expectations. Investment issues hote hain, there are investment issues. Then infrastructure issues. Probably the plant in which I am making the product is not good enough. Maybe I need to upgrade it to some extent because I am going to make lot many products in that plant for export purposes or for developed markets. Mental blocks and mindset issues, as we discussed. Integrity issues. Automation issues. Now what happens is, because of all these issues, everybody, as the company is impacted as a whole. It's not a department or a person. Now, so what are the key enablers? So right now we saw that these are the contributors to human errors, right? What are the key enablers to handle other than the technical managers or heads of the cross-functional teams? Now, HR role in recreation of a constructive culture. Believe me, this, this sounds as if it is something like a soft skill. No, it's a very integral part of our functioning in pharma. And in fact, I have worked in various companies, so those companies which had these kinds of culture and systems in place, that really had an impact in the overall development of the employees. So what happened? The attrition rate was also lesser because the employee said, okay, I'm working, I'm getting paid for my whatever role I have been assigned to, but at the same time, I am enriching myself and I'm expanding my horizons with respect to certain other aspects. For example, for senior leaders like us, they had a 3-day training, finance training for non-financial persons. So this is, I'm doing something additional over and above my core role. Then for us, they were the persons who were interacting regularly with customers or with regulators, worldwide. As you know, every country has its own culture, I mean, the way you interact. So the way I interact with people in India, the Indian regulators, and the way I interact with US regulator, or the way I interact with Australia or European or Japanese regulator, I have to have different skills. So we were taught that how do you handle that also. Otherwise, what happens? There is a communication problem. So if you are not able to communicate, how do you convince? Once you will communicate, they will ask you, okay, show the data, you have the documents in place, they get convinced. If they have some questions, they will ask you, please answer them and show them the backup data, it's fine. Else, even if you are good enough, they will say, okay, you have not done anything. So HR role has a big impact here. So it's both psychological and technical, and this goes a long way. See, what happens nowadays? I worked in my first company for 10 years. Okay, so now what happens is, when I was going to the other company, I was asked weird questions by HR. They asked me, Acha, you have not changed job in 10 years. Why? Is it because you are not able to find another job? Look at the question the HR guy is asking me, who wants to hire me? Or is it because, there are no jobs? They are least concerned. And I told him, no, I stuck in that company because, first of all, it was my first company. I grew up with that. Secondly, they gave me an opportunity of working in 3 departments. So I am expanding my horizons, hands-on experience, basically. And thirdly, they gave me a lot of outbound training over other aspects. In fact, that company was the one where I learned how to attach a Word document on email. They had called those Apple company hua karti thi, and they used to come to the company to take sessions to teach us how to do this because we were not conversant with that. Now, and I still remember, I failed. That was the only exam where I have failed in my life. So when they were testing us, they told us, okay, so now you have to attach this Word file to the email. Now, I am dead sure I attached that thing, but I don't know where have I attached it. So this guy is saying, कहाँ है ही नहीं. I said, मैंने attach किया. He said, कहाँ attach किया? I said, I don't know. Somewhere in the computer only. I don't know. So I couldn't get a certificate for that 1 month training. So I'm just telling that. So I told that HR guy, I said, this is the reason, and now I wanted to work in another field where they are not letting me do. So if you have, I saw your advertisement, you want a person in that, so I want to go there. So I think human resources, when we talk of human errors, shouldn't we be talking first about human resources, because they are the ones who are hiring us, for the company or something. Any HR person here? नहीं ना? Good. Appraisals हो गया ना? अभी 1 साल का शांति है ना? चल रहा है अभी? फिर बताना नहीं जाके उसको, हाँ स्लाइड पर दिखाना है HR वाला, वरना तुम्हारा वो रिड्यूस कर देगा रेटिंग. Anyway, okay, so there was one another example in a company where there was this guy in analytical department who used to do the testing for formulations. Okay, now he knew there was an issue with certain batches which were supposed to be used for ANDA filing. Now what he discovered in one of the CFTs was कि ये actually ये batches fail हो रहे हैं, but मेरे को बोला जा रहा है कि इसको पास करो. तो इधर मैं तो कर दूंगा क्योंकि मेरे को दूसरा जॉब है, मेरा 3 months का नोटिस पीरियड है, मैं तो निकल जाऊंगा, बाकी जो पीछे आता है वो करे अपना जो करना है जैसे. So this attitude was there. So can you imagine how unethical this thing is? It is unethical on the part of the person also, senior one who was telling him कि भाई ये आपको करना है करके. And I did one session of data integrity in Jordan 3 years back. It was totally on data integrity. Now there are several examples from the internet itself, wherein they told the auditor that when the auditor asked them, why did you release a non-conforming batch? You are a QC quality guy, yaar. How could you do this? So the answer was, my supervisor said, come what may, आज शाम को ये निकलना है batch lot. Non-conforming है, 10 बार ही test करो जब तक कि वो conform नहीं कर जाता. Literally, it's written on the public domain actually. So can you imagine the extent of, I would say unethical practices? See, if you are working in a, say, company which makes shirts, and if the collar of the shirt is not uniform, okay, it will look awkward, but at least it is not going to harm you, your health or your life. But we are into life-saving drugs. So we need to, remember at least. And I can also understand, I mean, otherwise the supervisor says, otherwise you look for another job. You don't have to do this for me. So there are issues, you have to fight it out. But then these are things which have been contributing. Now the issue is this, if you tell these things, you know it internally. If you tell these things to the auditor, he will shut down your company. You must have seen import alerts being issued. Ye sab isliye ho raha hai. It's because of that only. And it is happening not only in Indian companies, in reputed companies globally. Globally it's happening. So anger management, outbound training for senior executives so that, there are certain setbacks. Setbacks keep on happening, phases, ups and downs keep on happening. Then because of Corona, since 2 years, major setbacks happened with respect to probably every company, every department, the business was affected badly. So here one has to think of recuperating. And then work from home was another sort of a pressure on everybody, okay? Much efforts, but not the desired results. So the advantages have to be transmitted down the line to team members to create positivity, patience, and performance. Performance will happen only when there is positivity and patience. Else, we will end up blaming each other and spoiling things. Now, there are several examples of unintentional. Okay, some errors we do knowingly, like this case which we discussed, but some happen and we don't realize we are doing it till somebody probably points it out. Okay, this has happened. Now, several examples of unintentional or inadvertent human error witnessed by me, and that was my experience as a fresher in multiple departments. It was like when I shifted to regulatory department, I had submitted a drug master file to the US FDA, and on that drug master file, some comments were received from the FDA that, okay, something is lacking in this file, like, you have missed providing this document or this analytical report or something. And actually that analytical report was there in the GMF. Somehow it was probably missed by this one. So when my boss said, look here, just prepare a response, draft a response to these queries and show it to me. So I said, this thing has been attached. So, he said, okay, write it down. Just respond. Now, what I forgot, because I was having my ego that I am not wrong. It's not my problem. So I wrote to FDA. It's already attached. Back came FDA. This is not the way you talk to authorities. That was my first lesson. And incidentally, that response was sent without my boss okaying it. Then my boss said, तुमने ऐसा क्यों लिखा? I said, you saw that I had written it this way. Now when he is writing back, you should not behave like this is not the way you behave with authorities. भाई हम authority हैं, हम कुछ भी बोलेंगे. I am Putin. Ukraine keep on shouting. I will not listen. I am Putin. So if I am Ukraine, I have to listen to, I have to depend on NATO or whatever it is, right? So that was my first lesson. So the tone in which you are talking to the auditor or to the, your inspector goes a long way here. I was right. I was right. Then I wrote another response. We acknowledge your comments. However, we would like to reiterate for your ready reference that this document is attached in so-and-so section of the drug master file on so-and-so page numbers, and for your convenience, I am reattaching those page numbers in this response. And then it was okayed. So like at that time I was, okay, how can somebody say that I am wrong? I have done my job right. It's not that. So one has to learn how to live with that also. Okay, and then the second was that, okay, whenever somebody is asking you a technical question, you have to reply, of course, technically in terms of the scientific justification with respect to your quality claim, but it's just not the justification and the theory. They say you have to attach the required evidence for that provide the analytical reports, the quality testing reports of whatever claims you are making. So I have to attach my response along with actual analytical data generated. Just saying doesn't matter, okay. So this was second learning. Now, once, not incident as a stray incident, and you know the reason for that incident, because that becomes important. Many a times because of these things lacking, the issue arises, and that is how human errors, then you have those loopholes and cracks from where errors can occur actually. So difference between incident, accident, deviation, non-conformance, OOT, out of trend, and OOS. Generally people, I'll give you an example. For example, there is a stability going on for a product. Maybe 6 months is already over and it is still loaded on stability. Now what is happening was that the product, all the parameters of the product with respect to assay, impurity, the major tests, they are all within the specification. But if you are doing a study on 3 or 5 batches, 3 batches are behaving in the same way, 2 batches are behaving in a different way in terms of trend, like for example, some extent of the impurity. Now, as long as it is within the specification, nobody would bother about it. The moment one batch goes through, then they will start doing the post-mortem that why this happened. So if we had observed that, why the trend is different, did something happen in this batch? Sometimes what happens, certain batches are taken from, please note this carefully, certain batches are taken with recovered solvents, and they are also loaded on stability. So per se, on release, the quality is exactly same with respect to the batches which were taken using the fresh or the virgin solvent. But when it is loaded on stability, maybe some sort of degradation is occurring, because of which it's showing a different trend. But if this is not marked by the process owner, then it will go on. As long as it is within OOS, it is fine, it is not out of specification. But when inspection comes and when the data is reviewed, firstly they will ask, there are many companies still who don't have OOT, they only have OOS, out of specification. So then they ask, then that means you are not studying your product, you are claiming a false robust manufacturing process. And please mind it, whatever happens in APIs actually percolates down to the formulation. It will affect the stability of the formulation also that way. So you see how large an impact it has, and you cannot really go back when you have gone so much ahead in making a batch, which is for ANDA or filing purpose. So over the last several years, if you see the trend of 483s, last 5 years, last 10 years, and as I said on FDA side, they have categorized it according to the kind of deficiencies, which we'll be discussing later on. So basically the major observations and warning letters they were outlined, they were connected with incidents, deviations, and related investigation processes, whether investigation is adequate, whether the real root cause was identified, whether a corrective and preventive action was developed appropriately, whether it was evaluated appropriately, and subsequent to that, most important, was a change control raised to incorporate all this. Because if there is some corrective action and preventive action, that means something additional has been done which was not being done before. So that has to be incorporated in the system via an appropriate change control procedure. So that's the entire sequence. So there are certain fundamental steps where we identify the incident, we investigate it, and we implement the CAPA, the action plan. And of course, there are various regulatory and GMP guidance documents on investigation process. Then, some companies have now started having SOPs on do's and don'ts for the convenience of the executors. At least it's a handy this thing, okay, don't do this, because sometimes the person who's operating, he may not be able to understand, why do I have to do this? Why do I have to do this? Then do's and don'ts. And if he's not convinced, you can have sessions with them, you have to involve them actually. Suppose I tell you that, it's too cold outside, so please wear a sweater. Now, if I don't say it's too cold outside, I say wear a sweater, you will just say, why should I wear a sweater? Arey bhai, because it is cold. So if he knows why he has to wear, I'm just giving a very vague example. So that's how one has to really bring the entire people into the loop, involve them in the process, and tell them of the impact of not complying to those processes or protocols. I mean, they might think that we are being very strict or we are being too tight, but then that's the way it helps in the long run. So do we have an SOP? If we don't have, let's develop an SOP of, do we have an SOP of do's and don'ts? If we don't, by tomorrow evening, we should be able to develop it. Not a huge SOP, just 1 or 2 page SOP. Let's try to cover all aspects, different departments, different types of products, etc. Please make a note of this. Okay. And then, of course, what can be the consequences of inadequate investigation? If the investigation itself is inadequate, then what quality, sustained quality can you claim? And when that doesn't happen, your customer would say, what is the guarantee that I'm getting a quality product? Quality assurance is my responsibility, right? Because I'm going to give the product to the end user. So there is a very good article in the journal known as Pharmaceutical Online. You can Google it and you can just type what pharma should know and do it. It is on Pharmaceutical Online. There are a series of papers, in these articles, which talks, of course, it's written by a consultant, and they talk about human errors and how to handle them. So from there, I've picked up a few of the points, but then I have added certain things which practically happen on the shop floor. So they say that one has, according to all these things, one has to revisit the existing SOPs in the QMS, whether they are adequate or they need to be upgraded. And of course, it's crucial to determine the underlying cause of a breach in good manufacturing practices. Conveniently, as we just discussed, when we are not able to assign the problem or the root cause, we say, oh, it's because of some human error. We are not able to identify what happened. It's not a departmental problem. So the company then looks no further into the matter, except for they say, okay, we have retrained the employees. Now this will not happen. Normally, this is the solution which they give to the auditors when they ask. But this may not, and this will not even be the appropriate CAPA for the issue, may or may not be. It may be, it may not be also. You don't know. So if the CAPA is not right, then what are we thinking of improving? So let's see where the industry currently stands in identifying the root cause of a problem, as well as to the extent which industry turns to human errors as an explanation. So have there been changes in how industry is viewing, defining, or addressing the human error? So what have been your observations? I mean, what efforts does your company, you must be also, coming across these things. You must have come across actually, some or the other. So has the, mindset changed of the company? How does the company see it now with respect to current scenario and with respect to the major deviations and non-conformances? When we say that we have a policy in place for managing human error, or we have a policy in place how to handle deviations, and it talks of human errors, then has it really affected the number of cases of non-conformance? That is how you evaluate your SOP and process, and you self-evaluate it. You do it, and how is that done? See, in every company, external audits are something different. You have an internal audit team also. It's also a compulsion, to have an, you can, fix that the company has its SOP of maybe, the internal auditing by the QA department of all the rest of the departments, maybe on a 6-monthly basis or whatever is the company's policy. You generate a report on that, and whatever gaps have been found, internally only the company tries to bridge it so that, this is happening. So because of that is one way of evaluating. Now, After doing that, has the number of non-conformances or deviations reduced? Then only you can say it was because of human error. Otherwise, reason is something else actually, which we are not able to identify. So though there has been some headway into looking deeper into these situations, it's still a great challenge, more so because of the new additional risks in view of the COVID-19 pandemic. And additionally, burden is felt as regulators and inspectors now scrutinize all deviations even more deeply now, because they align it with the new guidelines, new expectations, and the COVID-19 aftermath requirements by authorities. How are you ensuring that there is no, danger of contamination because of any reason? Now, so whenever a deviation is managed, so are we really assessing and reworking on that, or we are doing something like a band-aid, put a band-aid, 2-3 days it is not visible, it will be okay. Now, many processes that had seen deviations were band-aided repeatedly instead of being actually assessed and reworked. See, you have to always rework. Consider yourself when you are doing anything at home. If something is not working fine, what do? You rework. Now, suppose the AC is not working fine, you try to get the technician and try to get it going better. You don't put a band-aid or temporary solutions, you don't give it, right? The patches hide the fact that there's still a problem, serving to complicate the process while allowing the issues to continue. So the issue actually remains, the problem remains. It might happen, you might not observe it continuously. So eventually situation worsens and the band-aid no longer works, or the process gets very complex, causing additional errors. I mean, wo to solve hua nahi, the one which was there that did not get resolved. On the contrary, something else also got into it, complicating the entire process. And then this causes additional errors and making it even more complex a problem to fix. Now, what are the reasons for this? Again, everybody looks at a short-term solution. निकल जाए तो ठीक है, okay, appraisal pass में है, right? I have to write my performance report. So they will say, okay, so many deviations or something like that. So go for a short-term solution, immediate problem is solved. Outsourcing issues would be there, as we discussed. Suppose you are dependent on something from an outsourced lab, you can probably rectify. See, when you are making food inside your house, you can control the spices and the amount of oil, etc. But can you control it when you are getting the food from outside? You have to stay put with whatever you are getting, right? Sometimes it's a business decision. Marketing says, I cannot delay, even for a day. I don't know, you do some short term, some band-aiding, and you just put out the product. Now, there would be so many open non-conformance reports, like these are not identified for the non-conformance, root cause still not identified, inadequate investigation of market complaints. Normally what people say, okay, this particular market complaint is from a customer which takes very little amount of material from us. Do we need to put so much of time and efforts in closing that market complaint? Chhod do. Let us focus on the bigger markets, on the products which are giving us bigger revenue. So inadequate investigation of market complaints. What we are missing here is, maybe if we had investigated, maybe we would have discovered the right root cause, and by that time we would have had the CAPA in place. Automation and of course remote working issues. So these are the things. And business decision, for instance, decide. Now what is an example of a business decision? Suppose we have so many instruments and which cost us enormous amount of money out there, HPLCs, GCs, etc. Now suppose for some reason, or you must have experienced, how many of you are from analytical department out here? Okay, so maybe the columns, normally we have specified columns which we use. For normally, if we don't get the exact column, we go for an equivalent column or something like that, And there are certain columns, particularly for chiral compounds or something, if we use them once or twice, they no longer are good enough. So naturally, if you want to keep on testing that particular product, you would have to either go for a new column or something, and naturally that's quite costly. So company will say, "Arey, keep on doing with this. Jo bhi ho raha hai, whatever is there." I still remember in my first company, there was a column, and I don't remember which column it was. It was an HPLC column, and it had to be given from the R&D to the plant because they had to do some analysis there. So the R&D procured it, and then my boss sent me to the plant that, okay, you can hand over this column to this guy, QC guy. I said, okay. And then my boss said कि इसको ध्यान से लेके जाना. I am not worried about you. This column is costing 70,000 rupees, and this is of 1992. So I don't care whether you reach safely or not, the column should reach safely in the QC analyst's hand actually. So what happens is, if that cannot be done, so keep on using those instruments till it actually gives you zero results with respect to analysis or something. Now, other times what happens is, we implement a short-term solution to continue a process intending, okay, let the current crisis be okay, then बाद में we'll sit आराम से देखेंगे क्या problem था, and then we'll come back to it. But too often something else takes its place. See, you move to the other product. Now companies you don't keep on sitting, one project is over, move to the second product. Why do you want to open up again that old product? So something else takes the place as priority, and that follow-up never occurs at why that non-conformance happened there. So the short of it is that the appropriate kappa itself isn't identified for that particular product. So that might be depriving us probably from arriving at a long-term solution. See, it may be time consuming. It may ask for some additional testing, some additional analysis, because by analysis only we'll be able to prove that, okay, that has been taken care of. The improvement is there. Worse, the situation often gets attributed to human error, claiming it that it must have simply been the operator who made the mistake because others were able to execute it properly. Ye problem to abhi aaya jab ye operator change kiya tha. So it's a human error. So what we do? Go for retraining. We have retrained the operator who did this. So this keeps us from having up to admit that other than the human error, maybe some other factors were responsible for this deviation. It prevents us from exploring that. So this is why regulatory agencies are now pushing the industry literally to do better with identifying and fixing the issues versus calling every issue that involves a person is a human error. Everywhere humans are involved. Now we are only writing SOPs. We are only executing. So humans are involved everywhere. Like today we talk about electronic documentation, electronic submissions, online some things. But do you still think, have we been able to go 100% paperless? No, na. Even today, there are certain places where it is mandatory to maintain a simultaneous manual record, like we used to do earlier. So, I mean, these kinds of things are there. Along with evaluating the effectiveness of our kappas, this mindset is intended to drive the reduction of human error situations. So I am not sure whether we have seen, can you measure, can you say, okay, last year I had 20 deviations because of human error and this year I have only 10. I don't think there is any such data or there is any such mechanism of giving it a number or percentage. Whatever this is just given on paper only. I don't think you can really, because the non-conformances may be of different types. How can you collectively say it is percentage wise only? I can say if the deviation was with respect to essay, then I go for analysis, okay, essay maybe this percentage was reduced. But nobody does that much of investigation and efforts. So a fact is actually we are still not where we need to be. So every company would have its own data and statistics with respect to errors and management thereof, so we cannot generalize. As a consultant, I can cite figures, but the ground reality would be that there is no quantitative measurement of reduction of human errors. It's a gradual process, it's not overnight, it has to seep in, it has to percolate down the line. So what's important is, revisit the human resource skill set, mindset, integrity, track record. If a person is coming from another company, it's very important for the human resource guy to check the track record. The integrity of the person, which I mentioned as people integrity. And then, even after all this is done, after the person is inducted into the system, he is conversant with all the SOPs and protocols of a new organization, there has to be a constant monitoring and supervision, which never happens. Does HR monitor us after some time, after we joining? No, just about a 1 week induction and everything, and that's it, khatam. They don't bother. And then, most important, we have to keep on doing the risk evaluation, and not only evaluation, how do we manage it, how do we control it, what is the risk? Suppose a person is joining my company today from another company who probably doesn't have good robust systems or SOPs. So he will come with that mindset. Now I have to, as an HR or as a head of the department, I have to make sure he adapts himself to the working style of this company. He knows that there is a strictness here, there is a discipline here, you cannot work out of SOPs. So I have to change the mindset. That takes time. And during that time, if probably that person is endowed with some responsibility resulting into this, how do you explain that? You say it's human error, he didn't do it. But was it actually human error only? Was it actually his responsibility only? No. So this is where actually we are lacking. So we have to control, we have to see the risk. If I am taking a person with a good track record, the risk is lesser, because that person is carrying the integrity along with here, unlike the first person. So talking about QBD approach in human behavior. Now QBD, when we say quality by design, we generally link it with processes, analysis, analytical department, this, that, manufacturing, development stage, scale up stage, technology transfer. But then human behavior, if we are saying the processes have to be designed in such a way that quality comes by design, not by end testing alone. So why can't we design humans or develop humans so that quality by design automatically comes out there? Again, it's not an overnight process, it has to be worked upon. So QBD is not applicable only to pharma processes and procedures, but also to humans. Please try to imbibe these things and understand these things. I'm not saying tomorrow you'll be able to go and implement it immediately, but I'm sure you can brainstorm it with your other cross-functional teams where you feel that, okay, where we are lacking, maybe. At least some things, places you can identify, right? Not all. So actually humans only execute all pharmaceutical processes. Now automation came much later, but that input for the automation, suppose I have to tell Sanjeev that, okay, I want a software to be developed for this process of mine. So first I have to explain him the process, that this is the process, this is my concern, this is what I want. Then he will say, okay, I will put these fields, so that I can control. So those fields I have to, sit with him and probably explain to his team that this is what I require. He will say, okay, I can do this. You can customize the fields, right, according to the requirements. So but that thing will come when? When I have a thorough understanding of my process, only then I will be able to tell him. He is not my process owner. He will provide me solutions, right, Ricardo? That's important. So again, whatever fields are a part of the automated system or the software and the controls and authenticity, this all is defined by humans only. And of course, this is digitalization and online monitoring is always there, which is an added advantage. But then there are, what do you say about the hacking of electronic media with respect to various? This is an added risk with respect to automation or digitalization. So this is, I'm sure there are ways of preventing it, but the security measures need to be in place, and who all has access to that software, etc. Those things you might be. So I think you'll be discussing about all those things in your session. Okay. So why do what's the time right now? I don't have a watch. Sorry? 11:20. So 10 minutes more we'll go on here, and then we'll have a tea break. Okay. So why do human error happen? When typically it falls 3 categories. We can put them into 3 categories, and then you try to visualize them and conceive with respect to what actually happens on the shop floor. Now, it can be skill-based, it can be rule-based, or it can be knowledge-based mistakes. Now, what are skill-based mistakes? They are human errors, and again, they fall into 2 categories, slips and lapses. Please mind one thing, the regulators are very specific about the terminology which you use when you are explaining them something. Like I said, you might be doing the right thing, but if you are using the wrong terminology, they will say, oh, you don't even know what is the difference between this and that. And US is one such regulator. I have had such stupid experiences with them that if I am writing SULFUR and SULPHUR, that is also an issue with them, because this is British English. Writing that is not impacting my product or my quality, But they raise objections there also. That's the problem. So you see how many different things we have to sort of keep in mind. And we, as I said, that I was told that okay, they are the authority, so I can tell them what are you talking. I can't tell them. I have to do it, whatever they're saying. Now, so skill-based mistakes are two types, slips or lapses. What is a slip? It is a simple, frequently performed physical action that goes wrong. Okay, slip of the tongue. Ho gaya. Something happened. Another is a lapse is what? Lapse, kuch kho gaya. Gajini. You lose your memory for certain things, but then for certain things the memory is pretty sharp, okay? So lapse refers to a short-term memory lapse in which a required step action is, I was thinking of, okay, I have to go to Goa, so I'm doing some experiment, and I forgot that this was a major critical step there, so wo lapse ho gaya. It happens like this only actually. Now, so a step might be missed or forgotten. Then in both cases, the person knew what they are supposed to do. They knew that, but their action did not occur as planned or expected. So both are typically caused by a lack of or a misplaced attention. Probably the attention was diverted for some time on something else. Probably somebody was disturbed, at that point of time, not in the best state of mind. So both are typically caused because of lack or misplaced attention, and the person fails to focus on the action being taken because probably he is multitasking. He is into too many things. Probably he is doing lot many tasks at the office also, make some volumetric solution, maybe some buffer solution, and then probably he is doing something else. So maybe something is happening, something is getting amiss. So what is happening is that multitasking or rushing or due to some other factor. So continuing with this, rule-based and knowledge-based mistakes. So what was that? That was skill-based. Those were skill-based, errors. Now, rule-based and knowledge-based mistakes are made when the person's action went exactly as planned, but they just did the wrong thing, believing it to be correct. Okay. So rule-based. Now let's see an example. Rule-based mistakes. A person makes a bad decision through the use or misuse of rule. Now, suppose the government has imposed a rule that I am supposed to wear a mask, despite the cases going down. Okay. So what will happen is, I am not comfortable. I mean, I feel suffocated if I wear a mask. So I said, okay, there are no cases. I am doubly vaccinated. Why do I need to do? I will not do it. Now, naturally, I will be challaned for it, whatever it is. So if the challan is 2,000, I'll say, "Arey bhai, 500 le lo, khatam karo, kya karna hai," and all those kinds of things. So I know I am doing a wrong thing because I am actually deviating from a protocol of wearing a mask, but I am doing it. I'm doing it because I think it's okay. It may not be okay. Tomorrow, if I, God forbid, catch the infection because of that, it's going to cost me my life actually sometimes, So it is misuse of a rule. Misuse of a rule. It can be a correct rule or a bad rule. Now, for example, might be rounding. Now, this is very interesting. Rounding error. Normally, companies have SOPs. How will you be reporting your analytical results? Will you be reporting to 1 decimal or will you be reporting it up to 2 decimals? Okay. I'm sure that SOP is mandatory to have because you should have a uniform reporting system. Now, what happens is, one example here was that, okay, the SOP was existing that you had to report till 2 decimal, two numerals after the decimal. Now, what happened? They were doing the COA was generated. The COMA, they did the right thing, like, they generated it. Now, when they were generating the analysis of stability samples, at different stations, then the analyst might have changed or whatever it was. So somewhere it was up to only 1 decimal place, somewhere it was up to 2 decimal place. Now, what happens? Rounding off SOP. Suppose, my limit is 0.15 for a particular impurity. Now, when I am reporting to only 1 decimal, I will say 0.1 even if it is 0.14. I will not round it off because I will round it off if it is 0.15 or above this thing. So it is complying. Now, when I start reporting according to the SOP, it is 0.14. So it is complying. But the moment the reviewer sees 0.1, he says, "Arey, ye to borderline ho gaya. The limit is 0.15, but you have, it's almost 0.15. It can, next time you do analytical analysis again, it might come 0.15 or maybe out of specification." So this guy will say, No, earlier it was there, that was not a problem. No, when we went to the earlier results, it was reported 0.1. No, you don't know whether it is 0.11, 0.12, 0.13, 0.14, you don't know. So this looks like a small thing. But many a times this has been, mentioned to us also when we had submitted our dossiers and also during analytical, inspections. So generating an OOS result would be there. Actually the product might be approaching failure, but you wouldn't know because your reporting is wrong. It's only up to 1 decimal place. So do we have an SOP of rounding off? Yes, very good. Then please apply it uniformly everywhere. For example, stability results, and this was a real life example which was witnessed and which was in fact pointed out, and then there was a smart supervisor who said that was a crucial product for the company. So out of the 3 batches, 2 batches were okay, like it was a process impurity, not a degradation impurity, so 0.11, 0.12 was okay. The batch in which it was consistently coming 0.14, he said you report it only till 1 decimal point, so that the person is not able to see that it is almost approaching borderline or it's going to fail. So then the team members said that this is not right as per the SOP. He said then in that case you are not right for the company, tomorrow you don't need to come back to work. So you have to undergo these things, but at the end of the day, I can also say out of 3 batches, maybe it's a stray case. It's not a stray case. There is some reason because of which consistently that particular impurity is coming up to 0.14. So that is an error if we are ignoring that, and it is because of that I would label as human error, because it's not analytical error, it is not process error, but that actually is a deliberate exercising. As we said, there are disadvantages of being a human at this only. We tend to exercise, we tend to impose. So stability studies reveal this thing. Now, knowledge-based mistake would be one that is made due to incomplete or inaccurate understanding, overconfidence. Akhilesh Yadav thought he would defeat Yogi Ji. Overconfidence, right? I mean, no political intentions here, but just an example. Some cricket team had an overconfidence they would win, but then they lost badly. It's something like that, so overconfidence. Or cognitive strain, some sort of a pressure is there from somewhere, external, internal, something. Now, for example, an individual approves a sterilization cycle which is later identified to be a failing cycle because the cycle ran out of the prescribed amount of time. An investigation revealed, what did it reveal? That approver did not understand that there were 2 factors which had to be taken care of, both the time and temperature conditions, right? They had to be met for the cycle to be approvable, just not the time factor. So that seems a small thing, but if you retrospect, sometimes we will find examples in our own company that somewhere this was missed by somebody. Again, I am repeating, it's not intentional. But if it was missed, first of all, it should be accepted, it should be logged, and the person doesn't have to be insulted or punished for that. Just mention, retrain, and make sure that it doesn't happen again. So we have to work as per that mindset. And why do these types of errors occur? Because of lack of attention, as we mentioned. Personal performing operations for which they are not appropriately prepared. During Corona, 2 things happened. Manpower reduction was also done, lots of time. So a person probably who was handling 1 task is probably now handling 3 tasks at the same time. He may not be completely conversant or completely competent to execute the other extra tasks which he has been given. This is a simple thing which needs to be understood. He is competent in what is his core task, right? So because of that, it happens. Then the training isn't provided, it is not accurate, or it is just a rush of the time. Lack of guidance or oversight. Now here is what we talk about management involvement. It is their responsibility to see that people work as per their designated job profiles. Okay, sometimes you might need to do something additional or external, but then you cannot be blamed if something goes wrong there. And of course, this is again without providing specific direction. Now, are there any specific tasks or procedures occurring more regularly in the industry that are contributing to an increase in this? If so, if the answer is yes, then how should we deal with them? And rushing and overconfidence seem to be two significant areas that definitely lead to these types of errors occurring. So, when we talk about, finished? 2 minutes. So, when we talk about rushing problems, when some problems arising because of rushing, so we have to look at appropriate resourcing. Every time we cannot get away, ki, okay, see, whenever we give our manpower requirement in any organization, it happens with me also. Why do you need so many people? I said, why do you need so much of work? I mean, who will do it? Somebody has to do it, right? So, sourcing, adequate resourcing. On the other hand, some companies, there are overfilling of people, over hiring. You don't even require those many people out there. So sometimes you have to, do work rotation. You can put those same people in the same organization at a place where probably there is a dearth of manpower or something. And then it is not that difficult to calculate how much time it takes to perform tasks, attend meetings and trainings, etc. And one has to be very clear, and I'm sure there are experts and consultants probably for that also, who guide you onto, okay, this much is your product grid, this much is your work with your company, and for this you may be requiring these many people. Little bit plus minus would do. Would you require 120 people in the quality department? I don't think so. 120 is a big number. How do you supervise and manage them? You don't know who's doing what. You don't even know the names of the persons. So one has also to look for the equipment speed and the throughput. Are we using all the equipments to their optimum capabilities or not? So some companies have 3 shifts, right? So that they are able to utilize these things and they are able to do work. But then not all companies have that. That's also an issue. So these are the various ways in which we can try to mitigate these kinds of problems. And then it's not just personal resources, but equipment, workplace, and of course the work culture. Overconfidence dealing is something which is more of a soft skill sort of thing, and it has to be an operational oversight management issue again. Keep in touch with people, feedback is important, monitoring operations is important, and then of course we have to directly observe the activity performance. Did something improve or not because of that? And of course appropriate training, operators' performance of task is assessed prior to allowing them to actually execute the job. And of course, human error happens. We know the reasons. We can see how to control them. We'll be taking up case studies in the upcoming sessions. So other than these, there are various indirect and crucial factors that contribute to these errors, which are often overlooked and ignored while writing an SOP to curtail this. See, SOP should be, if SOP is there, training would be there, people would be expected to follow it. Otherwise, you keep on preaching every day on WhatsApp, nobody listens, everybody forgets. So QBT approach and quality culture and tools, they play a significant role here. And let's see this maybe after the tea break now. We'll continue with this slide at 39, right? So any questions, or everything was so bad that nothing sank in, or everything was so good that probably you could relate somehow? Okay, you can think over it and give the feedback, not a problem. Please enjoy your tea. Thank you. So it's you who has to tell me stop. It's not getting it.
Hello, everyone. So I hope you are enjoying this session. And thank you, Rajni, for the insightful session that happened since morning. So in case, right now what we're going to do is we're going to start a small Q&A session. So in case anyone has any questions, you can ask right away so that we'll try to make sure that whatever has been taught, and in case you have any questions, any doubts, that can be answered right now. I would request Rajni to please come on the stage. Uh, so there is a lady there. She has a mic. So anyone who wants to ask question, please raise your hand and she'll come to you. Anyone, guys, any questions that you have? Because this is the time that you can voice out your issues, whatever problems that you have, or maybe in case you want to share something about your organization, you can do so. Yeah. Please tell your name and the company,
Yeah.
and you can ask your question.
Myself, Shekhar. I'm from BE.
Would you like to stand, please, so everyone can see you?
Yeah. So I have a clarification, confirmation, and regarding rule-based mistakes. So can you give some more examples of rule-based mistakes? So how to avoid that?
Yeah. One example which I can, I think I'm audible? It's okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm.
So one example which I can give, rule-based is something like there is already a rule protocol SOP in place. It's already there, okay? And knowingly somebody is deviating. That is the definition of a rule-based risk. Now, how can one example be, one example which we can practically we see, you are in which department actually?
Microbiology.
Microbiology, okay. So for example, you are in microbiology, so you are having certain requirements specifically for your this thing. I can give you an example, like for example, I am having a TLC. I'm running something on a TLC plate to check something, right? We still do a lot of TLC analysis, okay. Now, the coating of that TLC plate, I mean, the SOP says that there are certain norms, na? It has to comply, it has to be in perfect condition, the right condition, so that we don't get misleading results. Now, the analyst is able to see that, okay, it is deteriorating, but probably the supplies have not been, like the fresh supplies have not reached in, and the analysis probably cannot be stopped for some reason. So, he will stay put with that TLC plate. I'm just an example. That can apply to some pH meters. Sometimes, some pH meters are not calibrated, are not passing the calibration test. But still we are testing the pH of a particular sample with that same pH meter because that sample cannot wait, it's not stable. So actually you are doing the analysis from a non-calibrated pH meter because you didn't have the other one, the right one. So this is rule based. The rule is what? It has to be calibrated as per the whatever daily calibration or whatever it is there. So these are 2 or 3 types of examples which we refer to as rule based errors, risks resulting in errors. Now what happens? It's something like how it is interpreted is as long as you are not caught and if it gets away, it's okay. Now when, as I said, as I had mentioned, when some inspector is suppose a QC expert, he directly goes into the lab, he starts seeing small nitty-gritties, he starts questioning not the head of the team, but he says, no, I want to talk to the the analyst itself. So he will go in deeper and deeper and ask, okay, do you always do like that, or is this a stray case or something? And in that case, what happens is, if by chance the analyst, if he speaks the truth, then also it is sometimes detrimental. If he does not, then also it is detrimental. And if he finds it objectionable, he will simply say that testing the pH is a part of your specification because it's a part of a quality claim. But as long as you are not doing it through a calibrated instrument, it is meaningless. Same thing which applies, if I am testing my stability samples, I have to do it by stability indicating validated analytical methods. So these are the 2 or 3 examples. Many times what happens when a product is being taken up in the lab, it's in the validation stage, simultaneously the analytical test methods are being developed and they are being validated for that particular API. Okay. Now naturally validation takes time. So what happens is the lab batches are taken, they are analyzed and then they are loaded on stability. So the first 2 or 3 stations, they are analyzed by the method which is yet to be fully validated, it is still under validation. That's okay, when the verification is done, validation is complete, it may not have a big impact on probably the analysis, but still this objection is raised by the auditors. So these are few examples, where Rule is this, that you have to use stability indicating validated methods, but do you wait? Because sometimes problems can happen while you're doing the validation. It may be extended by say about a month or so for some hindrance or some reason. So you cannot uphold the analysis of the samples. So these are the few examples which we categorize in that category.
Okay, ma'am. Can it be wide? Can it be wide by using some controls, or what kind of controls?
Yes, I mean one has to define certain things, that what first of all, what is the impact? If it is only a pH meter, is the impact much big? So we have to see the risks with respect to a probable effect on quality and how big an impact it is. Like for example, I would say if it is connected with testing, for example, related substances or impurities, that would have a very big impact. So I would put it as a serious impact, so I would not do it by that method. So again, it is a company has to decide and develop that, okay, this much risk I accept, this is moderate risk, and if I put it as a severe risk, then I have to control it and I have to avoid it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone at the back? Yeah.
Myself, Simon, Cyparentals Limited. What is the mean by accident, and give some examples? You are given for incident and deviation, OS, in there you mentioned for accident.
Accident?
Yes.
Okay. So incident is something that suppose an analyst is carrying a huge bottle of say a 5-liter bottle, for example, of some solvent or something, and suddenly that bottle is the cap is loose or something happens and that is not tightly bound. So maybe the moisture has gone into that particular solvent. I'm just giving an example. That is sort of an incident which happened, and initially when that solvent was tested, it was having the right specifications. Now that person is carrying the bottle and he slips because of some slippery floor or something, and the bottle breaks. So that's an accident. Now accident is something which you don't anticipate. It happens. Then you have to see post-mortem, how do you deal with it? So you make a document it that this happened, so this particular lot was not used, and it is labeled as accident. And incident is something different, as I explained. I mean, this is how we interpret. Again, I'm again repeating, every company decides what they would put under incident and what they would put under deviation.
Thank you. Yeah, if you have one more question there, yeah, we'll come back to you.
I am Swapnil from Biologically. As you told that personal integrity affects the number of deviation or errors. So what are the ways, means how to check the integrity of the personnel before assigning a role?
Mm-hmm.
So,
frankly speaking, there would not be some sort of acid test for this. I don't know nowadays what the HR does, while hiring somebody. They sort of have, I don't know what do you call that, there's a software or something, lot of questions are there which you keep on, random, what do you say, MCQs sort of things, from where they statistically derive what is your, integrity quotient. That is one way. Else it is the conscience and all this. I mean, frankly speaking, nobody can measure it or nobody can label, something like that. But as you can realize and understand, it goes a long way, because it is your conscience actually, your own conscience. If you don't have a conscience, then no training or no, this thing will, I mean, you will have the tendency to sort of tame your conscience, and some people even kill it, of course.
Thank you. We'll take one last question.
Hello. Yeah, I am Srikanth from Laras Labs. I had a question. QBD concept has to apply for human errors also. But we had softwares for process development, QBD concept, MODI, some XYZ softwares are there. For this human errors, is there any software to evaluate?
I think Sanjeev would have an answer to that. Frankly speaking, I have not come across, maybe he will cover in his presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, guys, and we will continue with the presentation. So over to you, Rajni, and we'll start the presentation, please.
There's a phone here. Slide 39 tha shayad. Okay, so pretty good questions because one really needs to understand how to try to, sort of implement what we have understood. Again, depending on your company's call and this call, but more of it as an integrity call. So now just talking briefly, continuing this discussion with respect to conventional approach and the QBD approach. I have just put this slide, just sort of revisiting what are the major differences between conventional approach. Like quality is assured because at the end of the day, this entire thing is impacting the quality. The human errors are having an impact on the quality. So quality is assured by only testing and inspection in case of conventional approach, whereas QBD says quality built in by designing it using scientific approach, that is by taking into account the risk factors, by taking into account much more minute details, identifying the critical operating parameters, identifying the critical steps, and managing the risks which have been identified with respect to severity. Now this becomes a little bit more critical when we talk about active pharmaceutical ingredients. That's because simply active pharmaceutical ingredients are, as you all know, they are manufactured by multi-step processes. There is a huge array of reagents, solvents, various solvents and workup solvents, maybe some filtering aids, maybe some catalyst, etc. So at every stage there are a number of permutations and combinations of the raw materials, reagents and solvents used. So this results in controlling much more, many more factors and much more risks, because certain cross contamination may occur between those reagents or solvents itself during the reaction. So what happens is at every stage we have to identify which are the critical steps, which are the critical operating parameters, and what precaution has to be taken. So accordingly the in-process tests and the in-process specifications are defined. So risk assessment is done, the risk control strategies. How do I, suppose step X is critical or typical, then what extra precaution do I have to take, that is defined there. Whereas when we talk about conventional approach, as long as I am getting the product complying with specifications, I am not bothered what was the extent of that critical operating parameter. I will only go back to it when something goes wrong or when the batch fails. Secondly, conventional approach is aimed at just generating data for submission purposes, whereas QBT approach is actually submission with product knowledge and process understanding. Now what does this mean? Earlier in our dossiers, we used to just have 1 or 2 pages, which used to describe how did we develop the product, what was our rationale of the final route of synthesis which we chose, then how many batches we took, what were the results, and that's it. Whereas when we talk about QBT approach, then it is expected by the regulatory authorities that the dossier which you are submitting, whether it is for APIs, drug master file or the ANDA, they should elaborate in that particular section. It's just not a 1-page or 2-page thing. You have to tell the authority how did you arrive at the product knowledge, accordingly how did you design the process so that you get consistent results, so that you are able to take care of some certain scientific discoveries which happened in between. Example, there is a product X which is official in the pharmacopoeia. There is a monograph available for that. But what happens is that at that point of time in the monograph, it says 2 polymorphs only exist for this particular API. Now science keeps on progressing, you have better techniques, more sensitive techniques. So what actually happens is that this API is actually having say 10 polymorphs rather than 2. So now what happens is, don't you think this thing has to be incorporated into your process, your specification? The undesirable polymorphs have to be made sure that they are not interfering with the quality of the product. You have to set the limits, etc., etc. So all these things come as product knowledge and process understanding. So you may need to fine tune your process so that the undesirable polymorph which was not known earlier is taken care of. Then coming to specifications, again they would be just based on batch history in the conventional approach, whereas the specifications which are based on product performance requirements, stability, etc., the trend data, etc., they will be taken care of. Conventional approach says, okay, once I have validated the process, it is frozen, I will not do any changes. I have shown you that it is giving the right product, whereas there is flexibility in the QBT approach with design space which allows continuous improvement. Now, when we talk of flexibility, this is what we mean when we say that the quality by design has to be applied to human behavior also and human error management also. Flexibility and adaptability to change has to be there. If those two things are not there with us as humans, we will not be in a position to really execute the right thing. Now again, this only focuses on reproducibility, whereas QBG focuses on robustness. How are you proving your process is robust? Unless it consistently gives you the right product, you don't receive any market complaints on the quality of the product, the stability batches are not giving you any OOS or OOT results. So all that actually becomes much more important when we are talking the QBG approach. Then there are quality culture and tools. Now when we talk about quality culture and tools, I think in analytical, nowadays in analytical research and development also we are using the QBG approach, aren't we? Now, so how many of us, I mean how many of our organizations are ensuring that there is ample training, a renewed, refreshed training with respect to QBG elements incorporated while developing the process, whether it is a manufacturing process or whether it is an analytical method development process. For example, the key elements are, as we know, quality by design would be risk management, developing a design space within which we can operate, which means that actually if I am operating within a range of a design space, within that space if I am operating, my molecule or my product is coming of the right quality, and if for some reason I have to navigate between that range, it will not be considered as a change. So there is regulatory flexibility. I don't have to apply for a change to here. Then there is data integrity. Data integrity is nothing. I mean, all of us know what is data integrity. Again, it is ethics. You have to apply those ethics. You have to store and you have to record the data contemporaneously. It has to be in the electronic mode as well as manual mode. The audit trail has to be, many a times you must have heard so many 483s and so many objections have raised, wherein the audit trail was eliminated in totality so that the discrepancies are not caught. And they thought that they get away with it. Now there was one example, I will quote one example here. There was a company which was being audited by FDA. It had multiple sites. So of course, first they went to a particular site. So there they discovered that in the HPLC, they were reviewing some analytical results. They saw that whatever number of injections, etc., and the sequence of injections which was provided in the STP and the validation report, when they just scrutinized a particular batch which had been analyzed, they discovered that instead of 6, only 3 injections had been done, and since the chromatogram was not coming proper, so what they did, they tweaked it. They put the sample, the standard sample in place of the batch, so that it looks okay. And they thought they will not. So then they kept on going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. So it was that actually that batch was not conforming to the specifications. So they were instructed by their supervisors that keep on doing it till you get the right result and you have to release the batch. So this is something which comes under integrity. Now that is, you fudged with the data, you fabricated the data, and based on that fabricated and manipulated data, you are claiming the quality, which is actually a criminal offense, I would say, because it can have a detrimental effect on the medicine. And tomorrow, we might ourselves be the consumers of those medicines. I mean, this is something which is people integrity and data integrity, but then I don't know how many people remember. For example, there was one of my relatives was suffering from BP, so they were put on Telma AM, Telmisartan, and I have worked on Telmisartan in 3 companies. So I mean, I feel quite proud of it that this medicine is really effective. At least, I mean, one feels pride, one takes pride in that. I mean, it's not my effort. I mean, but I was a part of the dossier submission and the audit, which helped clear, and I understood the process. What all things have to be taken care of. Then deviations and changes, regularization. Now, as somebody had asked a very good question also, that how do you define an incident? So, I mean, last year in one of the companies, I took an online training wherein that topic itself was, the difference between incident, accident, OOT and OOS. So there what we did, we had an interactive session where we told the ground people, the shop floor people to ask that you quote the whatever happened, then we'll try to explain why is this an incident or why is this a deviation or something, or is it something a stray this thing. So that way it was there. Then regularization. Now, whenever we are doing any deviation or changes, as I mentioned briefly, and I will be discussing it in the further sessions, the change control things which have to be taken care of. It has to be documented, it has to be implemented, any deviation through a change control, incorporating the kappa, etc. So what happens here is, once it happens, again, change is also categorized into many categories, like, minor change, moderate change. So if it is according to the category of the changes, it is mandatory to regularize that change with the regulatory authorities also for dossiers which have been already submitted and approved. That requires a fee also, and that requires documents also, and there is a certain review period. Until the regulatory authorities approve that change, you really cannot implement it and put the product in the market using the changed procedure, whatever it is. So this training is lacking somewhere, and then we say, usko pata hi nahi tha ye karna hai. For example, in the change control, there's a column. What all departments would be impacted by that change? So there is a column there, any regulatory implication. So if that product has not been filed as on date, then it's okay, because you have not filed, so you still will file with the updated process now. But if it is filed, then you have to write this is filed in this market, so we will have to go by that market guidelines how to regularize this change. And then that information has to go to the regulatory department so that they put it in their workflow that okay, I have to do this, and I have to do this by this point of time. And also the change control should mention by what date do they want to implement this change. Okay, so that we will be discussing in a little bit of detail. So all this training is extremely important with respect to the quality culture. We have so many tools now, like for example, the quality by design tool. When we have it, why not put it into our system? And when we already have put it into our system, why can't we use this to reduce the human errors which might be occurring because probable ignorance, nothing big. It is not every time that the person is intentionally doing it or has bad intentions for that. So when we talk of safe and efficient drugs, talk about quality by design, risk management. Risk management is not a big deal. It's not rocket science. It's something that's today if I'm it's raining and if I'm wearing a slipper or a shoe which has tendency to slip, it is a risk. I may slip. So it is something as plain as that which one has to see with respect to their own processes. Like for example, only the process owner will know what is the risk associated with my way of working or my process. Again, one will not list, like even if you see the guidelines, most of the times the guidances which are available, the ICH or at the US regulatory end, majority 90% of the guidelines have been written by taking case studies and examples of formulations. There's hardly any guidance which would clear cut let you know, because API in itself is so complex chemistry wise, whereas formulation doesn't involve chemistry per se. So you may find clear cut guidelines or answers to formulations, but for APIs one has to really put science, logic, and then convince with supporting data both during release as well as during stability to convince first ourselves that the product is on the right path, and then the auditor and the regulator also get convinced. So risk management is important. Design space development is equally important, because we cannot, it is something like one of my steps of the reaction requires that the pH has to be maintained at say 8. Now it's very difficult to maintain pinpoint 8 pH. So what I'll do a lot of studies during my development work between say 5 to 10, 5 pH, 6 pH, 7 pH, 8, 9, 10. And I will say between 5 and 7, the results are okay, but if it is 4 or if it is higher than 7, then there's a problem. Higher than 10, then there's a problem. So I am safe to operate between this particular range. So that becomes my design space. So because whatever I'm doing at the laboratory scale, when I try to scale up till the plant stage, it becomes a little difficult, because what is doable at a small scale is not always 100% doable at a larger scale. Big reactors, big things to maintain, big jackets or big water jackets to be maintained. So that flexibility and design space element has to be there, which really aids in scale up and technology transfer. Data integrity, of course, deviations, root cause analysis, and the kappa. Out of trend studies have to be really done on a completely regular basis, which means stability samples have to be continuously monitored. What is going out of trend, which parameter, to what extent, is it in the same batch or is it for some specific batch of recovered solvents, that has to be there. Then of course market complaints have to be closed with proper investigation. Customer audits. Many a times when the customer comes to you for a vendor audit, as a part of vendor approval for procuring material from you, they will raise many questions, and my personal experience is that maximum gaining which we do is from the questions they ask, because they are concerned about the product, which, see, if you go to buy any appliance for yourself, you are comparing so much now, different brands, you are asking for specifications, right? You are trying to understand, and then you are saying, this is my need, this suits me, I am going to pay for this specification. So you expect that quality. The same thing applies for the formulator. If he is acquiring the API from you, it is his responsibility to be responsible for the quality of the formulation. So what's going to happen? He will ask you 20,000 questions just to make sure that the right quality is being given to him. Now those questions are an eye opener for us. Many a times it has happened that we find some comments and some concerns very genuine. So we immediately, don't wait for the revision period of the SOP. We revise the SOP and we give the reason for revision incorporated because of this customer audit and a valid, genuine factor. So this tendency has to be there. That's extremely important. Market complaints teach you a lot. Customer audits teach you a lot. And of course, the maximum here it's not most, I wouldn't say teaching. You are compelled to reply to what the regulatory deficiencies are raised. Sometimes they are not really valid also, but again, as I said, you have to convince them, whatever way. Regulatory and GMP audits, of course, they would be there, and change management and regularization. This is a very crucial factor, and most of the human errors, they happen because of lack of this particular aspect, which we will discuss in detail. And then, of course, the internal audits, our own company's internal audit policies, digitalization, nevertheless. So these things are all accounting for. So you can see there are so many factors which are going into making safe and efficient drugs. And then you can see at how many places there are chances of these errors happening. So when we design an SOP, we have to make sure that all these aspects, maximum which we have experienced, see whatever we experienced, whatever percentages of errors we had recorded and which had caused problems, have we done the right kappa for them? That is the most important thing, and this is what comes out of that. Now talking about marketing of pharmaceuticals, what essentially is marketing of pharmaceuticals? I have to have, okay, I do everything. I have all the SOPs in place. I am following quality by design. I have, adequate techniques of managing my human error problems there. I am doing everything. I am producing a right quality product consistently. I am not getting any major deviations or something or market complaints. But all this cannot be marketed till I translate it into a marketing application. I have to put all that technical data. So the essentials and requisites. So the marketing application has to be complete in all respects, incorporating all these things. And one example is, of course, A&D is one of the examples of a marketing application in the US market when we are talking. So Regulatory Affairs Department would translate research and development efforts of drug development into approvable market applications in line with the regulatory requirements. And that is not only with respect to formatting, but that is with respect to all these aspects also, and how we are having systems who are able to detect, who are able to control, and eventually mitigate these types of errors. Because as I said, you cannot blame the error, say, on HPLC or GC. A human is operating it actually, right? So this is a teamwork, again, which involves different departments, starting from IPR, based on which we decide our manufacturing route or the particular polymorph which we want to use, chemical research, analytical research, packaging, production, quality control, quality assurance, purchase and procurement, marketing and supply chain. Now, the most neglected aspect here is of packaging. Based on the intrinsic stability of the product, based on the stability studies, we arrive at a proper packaging. If a product is, for example, sensitive to moisture, hygroscopic, or if a product is sensitive to light, we might have to have special ways of packaging it, whatever it is, right? So, and in that same market simulating packaging, we load the samples for stability so that we are able to study the effect of temperature and other humidity conditions on that particular product. And suppose based on that, we define the specification of the packaging materials, the thickness, what sort of thickness has to be there, what sort of color has to be there, and by chance, suppose the vendor of that particular packaging is not able to supply the material, we suppose go for an alternate vendor which may not be approved necessarily, but still the procurement is done and the material is packed in that, then that's where the human error comes. This is something which is going against the rule, because probably they don't realize how does it matter. How does it matter? You know, we take it from an alternate vendor. So these things are sometimes neglected. So there's a need for total transparency between R&D, production, quality assurance, regulatory affairs, supply chain, and marketing. And of course, the successful API operations and product launch by self or customer demands complete synchronization between these functions and impact assessment of human errors in the entire system, where all human error, one can also have a sort of complete analysis, maybe on an annual basis or say 6-monthly basis, which department had maximum deviations or issues because of human errors. It's not to really, segregate out a department, but maybe there's a need to see what needs to be added as an SOP or probably training there, That's important, because whatever is going to happen in one department is going to have an effect on the entire chain. So why is there need to review with respect to quality the human errors? So as we said, there are 2-3 important things which have come up, added maybe in the past 3 years. Now, the first step is anyhow, irrespective of anything, we have to design an appropriate pharmaceutical quality system incorporating quality oversight aspects. Now, this is something which is a requirement of ICH since long. It's not a new concept. And then based on increasing number of 483s and warning letters, with respect to quality issues, FDA and other global regulatory agencies. See, we are just taking examples of 483s and warning letters from US because they are the biggest market, it's a big market. Otherwise, there are other regulatory authorities also who also raise questions and queries onto this. So what has happened now is that the global regulatory agencies have collated major areas of concern. I mean, they have listed, is it the quality, and you can find it on the net also. If not, I can give you the references of that. Like they will say, in the past 2 years, top 10 areas where the deficiencies were observed maximum in terms of the inspectional observations. So they will classify it was of sterile area or quality control, or whether it was connected with your packaging or this thing. So they segregate it under different heads. So all companies who have received 483s with respect to those aspects, you can see there what is there. And 483s is of course openly there on the FDA side, which you can read. In fact, nowadays though, we all are connected to so many professional WhatsApp groups of pharma, multiple companies and all. So many times we keep on posting any new guideline which has come, or if some plant has been inspected recently, then what 483 was issued. That also is out there and it is shared on various groups. So I'm sure you must all be a part somewhere or the other of some of that. So it really helps. And then there is LinkedIn and other also social media where we keep on putting these kinds of updates there. So they have collated the major areas of concern which unfortunately have been repetitive over the years and in fact over the past decade. And here is where the responsibilities of management and quality control units become critical, and this is particularly with respect to management of human errors. Not much heed they are paying to that. It is because of that now the industry, what happens, industry first will prefer that you do something, the industry. There's always a tussle between the industry and the regulators. The industry says you are asking too much, bhai, we cannot do it. If we do all this, when will we do our business and all these kinds of things? Whatever is bare minimum essential we are doing. But the regulator says no. I mean, that means you are not having an understanding of the process. There is one extremely interesting episode where once a regulatory authority told a company to do some additional work and validation on the test method used for testing genotoxic impurities, which are, all of you must be conversant with what are genotoxic impurities. They naturally require more sensitive methods because they have to be detected at much below levels as compared to the normal impurities. So they told they had given 3 CUAs of the material that see this is coming within the limits, prescribed limits, the genotoxic impurities. But then they said, but where is the validated method by which you have done this? So they said, we cannot afford to do the validation because we are a small company and we don't have funds. So the regulatory authority wrote them back, Authority has got nothing to do with your fund capability. You want the approval of this thing, you give this thing, else it's okay. That's your problem. So these are some of the tussles which are on between the industry and regulators. Now, what has complicated this even more is outsourcing and collaboration. Now, here what happens, other than the parent company, the contract manufacturing organization, CMO, the CRO, and other vendors which are involved in various other activities, maybe some testing or maybe doing some part, sometimes packaging is done, or sometimes stability study is also done at a separate vendor. And of course, digitalization and the corona debacle. Now, all these three additional things together within the past 2-3 years, they have made it even more essential to review the quality concept, the quality management system with respect to human errors. Because as I said, maybe you can control your children, but you cannot control the neighbor's children, right? There would be a limitation there. You cannot question the GMP things to the other vendor, because there are two things. One, you are dependent on that vendor to have those services, because you also have timelines to meet, you also have your targets to meet. At the same time, there is a pricing which you are paying to him, but the regulatory authority says, all said and done, you have to have a clear-cut quality agreement between yourself and the vendor. Define the responsibilities and accountabilities. What is your accountability and responsibility as a parent company, and what is the responsibility of the vendor? Now, I'll give an example. For example, suppose there is a manufacturing process which I have given the technology to another contract manufacturing this thing, that you make this product for me. This is the technology, this is the specification, these are the test methods. Okay. Now, I as a parent company have a policy that if there is some non-conformance, I will be reporting it this way, I will not taking it forward for the next step, etc., etc., and I will immediately log it and put it into investigation. Now, the other company, they said nothing doing, we'll charge the batch. Okay, we'll do it as per you have said. If there is some problem, it is your problem because you gave us the technology. It's not my technology. But this doesn't solve the problem, because if the agreement has defined that if something like this happens, you have to the least you can do is report it to the parent company that there is a failure here in this batch. Now, if it is not written in the quality agreement, please mind it, there is no binding on that person to tell that to you. And then you have to have a clause in the agreement that in case you do some change or some variation with respect to what I have given you the technology, you cannot do it without my permission, because you don't know the impact of that on the quality. So this becomes extremely important with respect to outsourcing. So many a times the 483 inspections which happened, they asked, so there was no quality agreement, a good quality agreement in place. I mean, probably it was not having this particular clause. So whom to blame? Ultimately, who's the loser? I as a parent company am the loser, because my product has got stuck up now. So these are things which are connected again with errors, and mostly human errors, because I can bind my employees by my SOPs and my error management system. I cannot bind the other person's employees. At the same time, I cannot compel him to comply 100%. But then there has to be at least some norm that you cannot go beyond this. I will not accept it. So that has to be written in the form of a signed technical document or quality agreement, whatever terminology. And this is clearly defined in both the European guidelines. There is a huge chapter, I will give the reference, where they keep on talking. I mean, there's I think 10 or 20 page this thing, what all elements have to be there in the agreement. Now, of course, 100% of that will never be practical always, but whatever is doable, at least try to do the maximum. Have a checklist, have a proper vendor approval. So how have the industries dealt with this is really remarkable, and that is what actually the challenge is. Now, talking about the quality by design fabric, there are different pharmaceutical, why I am stressing on this is because if this understanding is there with the employees as a general through trainings, nowadays QBD training internally happens, you don't have to necessarily have an outside trainer, you can do it within your organization with the experts. Now, so there are major guidances of ICH 8, 9, 10, 11 and some other also, which are actually interwoven into the QBD fabric. Now, this deals with knowledge management, quality by design, design space, real-time release testing, control strategies, pharmaceutical quality systems, new ICH and other quality guidelines which have impact on GMP inspection practices. Now, a little bit elaboration on the quality oversight program. Basically, one, there is a need to design or modify our pharmaceutical quality system. So this has to be in line with the latest guidance by global authorities. So it is QBT and beyond. I mean, like today, if I claim that I am upgrading my quality management system with respect to the latest expectation which may have come up from the regulatory authority, then it is much more beyond that. I have to see whether I have applied it appropriately through proper training and SOPs. Then I have to learn from regulatory dossier deficiencies with respect to QBT elements and data. I have to learn from audits, complaints, deficiencies from customers. Now this can be because of lack of QBT or because of lack of documentation. You might be doing it, but the documentation is not being done in totality. And of course, it can also be an integrity issue. Once you identify this, you will be in a position to ascertain whether your human error management policy is okay or not, or needs some add-on because of this. Then provision of detecting and rectifying the errors has to be there. You don't have to wait till the entire thing finishes and then you start doing a post-mortem. It has to be something of a pre-mortem. There have to be certain systems in place where the alarms can be, done much early so that you immediately stop there, don't go further unless you have rectified that particular problem. And then you have built in the system how to take care of that. Monitoring, controls, and total transparency with customers and regulatory authorities. Size and complexity of the company's activity play a big role here, because how much can be done, when it will be done, that call ultimately is taken by the company. Of course, risk management principles. Without risk management principles, you will never be able to mitigate human errors anyhow, right? Because according to that, you have to put the controls and the norms. So some of these controls can be company-wide, some of these can be only on sites because it depends on the kind of controls. But majorly what happens is when inspection happens, it is happening for the manufacturing facility, not for the corporate or the R&D or something. So one has to keep those things in mind. That's why human error management at the manufacturing becomes more relevant. Though, as I said, it's applicable at every stage and every cross-function. Deviation management, again, is a regulatory GMP and ethical requirement, and that is why QBD is a must. Because if you don't log the deviation, if you don't identify, if you don't categorize it, and if you don't investigate and develop a proper CAPA based on the root cause analysis, you will never be able to avoid future non-conformances. So updated guidance needs to be incorporated in the SOPs, and training has been imparted via the quality management system as per the training calendar of the company. Root cause analysis, investigation, CAPA, and most important, the change management and regularization. These would be critical steps of deviation management, because of which the industry and the regulators have to think of at least mitigating human errors which are responsible for these kinds of deviations. So talking about deviation management, which is again the precursor for risk management, how do we derive the risks based on the kind of deviations which we observe? We make a category, okay, 5, 6, 7 types of deviation, so these are the risks. So how do I control? Now, talking about the CFR 21, current good manufacturing practice. Now, as you all know, the CFR is a huge, code of federal regulations, various sections, various subsections. And so mostly what we are talking about here is a subpart F, which is talking about production and process controls. And there is a subsection to it, section 21100, and that is with respect to written procedures for deviation. Any deviation from the written procedures should be recorded and justified. Deviation is not disallowed, but then you have to document it and justify it. Why did you need to do it? Why did you deviate if you have a policy? Then out of trend, out of specification aspects, complaints and non-conformances, deviation reporting management, and all these are governed by the section 211.100 of the CFR 21. And then there would be several case studies for deriving risk mitigation in terms of specifications of the key starting material of the API and the API itself. Now ICH Q9, all of us are aware, it is with respect to having a risk management incorporated into the pharmaceutical quality system. So ICH Q9, I will not elaborate, this is just, you can always go through it. I have just put it here because this is one of the important guidances which talks about QRM, quality risk management, and this quality risk management is the key enabler to segregate between what is human error and what is error due to something else problem. And there has to be a knowledge management with a robust pharmaceutical quality system also. Now, okay, so we have the guidelines, so what? Unless we are able to translate it into a good, robust pharmaceutical quality system through a protocol or an SOP, what is the point of it? So now there are challenges. It is easy to say, okay, I am following the ICH Q9. You cannot follow each and every word and line of any guidance. You have to pick and choose what all is pertinent to your kind of activity, your zone of activity, and you have to put it. So basically, you have to first review. How would you go ahead? You would first review, okay, what is the existing internal documentation system? First thing I will see that. What are the gaps? I will try to identify. And then I have to see what is my company's mission or policy? What is my target? Where do I want to reach? Do you want to reach only to one market, or do I want exposure to global markets? Then what to do? Now when we say what to do, please read see there are 2-3 terminologies. Guidelines and guidances are just giving you the way forward how you should do. You have the flexibility of doing it your own way. So what has to be done? This is defined in the directives of all global regulatory authorities. How it should be done is what is the guidance. And then reading the guidance, understanding how we can do it, then you see what is the feasibility of doing it practically in your organization. There would be differences of resources, differences of requirements, and of course differences of infrastructure and funds for that. And then do you think it is everywhere we talk about return of investments, right? So naturally the company would see, okay, I will invest everything for this, but then do I have only one product or I have 10 products where this will be useful? Because this would be a one-time activity most of the time. But then it's not easy, it requires heavy investments, it requires a lot of time, patience, and then till that point of time your supplies or your commitments to the customers also suffer. So all those things have to be seen with respect to business angle also. And then, so what to do? Directives will tell you. How to do? Guidelines will tell you. And detailed instructions, how you will tell your employees to do is what standard operating procedures tell you. So this is the linkage and the interdependence. Internal regulations are those rules and procedures which we follow within the company as an internal policy. Then ICH Q9 talks about, as we said, risk-based approach, implement the risk-based thinking, and ICH Q9, if you read whenever you have time, you can see it has examples using specific tools for assessing risks with examples, and the list of residual risk and use of FEMA table, etc., and then how to generate the records and the reports. Now, a very practical example of risk management would be, this is a simple thing. The first step is the risk assessment. Now here there's a railway track, it's an open railway track, and there's a road also through which cars pass on. So what is the risk here? There's a probability that collision is going to happen, and there can be a degree of severity of the resulting damage. Okay, so I have assessed the risk. This is the risk. This is how I assess risks involved at each of my processes. So once I have assessed the risk that, okay, this is a dangerous thing to happen, so I would design a risk control strategy. So in this case, what can it be? Safe design, maybe build a bridge, okay. Protection measures like only trains run only at the night and the cars run only during the day so that the collision is averted. Then you have traffic lights, or you have warnings in the forms of signals or some noise so that there is an alert that you don't have to cross. So you developed the risk control measures, you thought about it, but then you have to monitor it. Safety measures are really working or not. That also has to be, that is also your own responsibility. No one else is going to do for you. You cannot say, okay, yes, I did the assessment, this is my report, and this is how I said it has to be done. But actually, was the risk averted using your controls or not? That has to be monitored and a report has to be made, right? So what is the relationship between risk analysis and other risk management activities? Risk analysis is talking about intended use, the purpose identification, the hazard identification, and the risk estimation, likelihood of the risk happening and the consequence multiplied. Evaluation is risk acceptability decisions. This is a minor risk, this is a moderate risk, I accept this, I can do with this, I cannot do with this. Then risk reduction or risk control. What is the option? Analysis, implementation. Even if I implement my risk reduction or control measures, there would still be some percentage of residual risk left. Okay. So I have to see overall, is this much risk acceptable to me as per my product, as per my process, or as per the market where I am operating? Impact analysis. And then I monitor it. What is the external environment that is affecting this? And then I review my risk management experience and I put it in the form of a report in the risk control report. That is a mandatory document as per QBT, and nowadays it is required to be filed along with the ANDA also to the regulatory authorities. So this is all about risk management. There is absolute necessity of all employees to be conversant with the risk management in their respective zones of operation, because this is what is going to help reduce human errors to a large extent. So to start with, how much time do I have left, Ashish? Okay. So now to start with, just to strengthen the pharmaceutical quality system on a global level. See, normally what happens, many a times the company says, today I have this business requirement of putting a product in a particular market only, not necessarily multiple markets. So I will focus on the guidances and the requirements of that particular market. Now many a times, any marketing guy is here by any chance? No. So the moment you complete a product for a particular market, the marketing guy tells the management, oh, this is a very lucrative thing for Europe market. Now the way of developing a product, the risks associated and the error chances are different for different markets because the requirements are different. So you have to do from scratch. So normally bigger companies who have the infrastructure, who have the manpower and who have the time to do it, what they do it, they start a development for global markets, assuming. So you have to do one time, you have to do a lot of work in the initial stage because lots of SOPs, lot of risk aversions and lot of trainings on errors and how to mitigate them and all those kinds of things. So what happens is that the process associated with both drug product quality reviews and facility inspections needs to be managed better. So it's just not the quality review of the dossier, it's the manufacturing site inspection also. So one needs to design, develop and review periodically and implement, most important, the internal overall process which supports your drug product quality assessment with respect to specifications, stability data, etc. Monitoring, reporting and of course corrective and preventive action. Competencies and skill sets of staff needs to be ascertained, maintained and continuously upgraded with respect to the pharmaceutical quality system. And quality oversight needs to be quantitative rather than qualitative, involvement of the higher management. So I think if the time is over, we can continue this in the next module.
Thank you, Rajni. Can I have the pointer? Yeah. Yeah, hello everyone. And for our next session, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Ronwalkar, Pharma Consultant, Tantrasoft Solutions Private Limited. And he'll be speaking on preventing human error in pharma GMP manufacturing by automation. So Sanjeev is a pharma professional, started his career as an operator and has grown to a senior management position in various pharmaceutical companies over past 28 years. Currently works as pharma consultant for pharma and allied companies and advisor to Tantrasoft Solutions Private Limited, and was previously heading the operational excellence function at Sandoz Private Limited, a Novartis company. Worked with GlaxoSmithKline Pharma, Cipla, Watson, and Emcure. Lean Sigma black belt holder, well versed with API as well as formulation manufacturing processes. A passionate OPEX leader, he has handled over various cross-functional teams and cross-functional projects in the last 12 years in formulations and API plants. Trained more than 150 green belt as well as yellow belt in the last 12 years. Successfully handled various OPEX projects in various functions like manufacturing, supply chain, engineering, quality, etc. 8 years of experience in the formulation production department and 8.5 years of experience in the API production department. Facilitated the approval of US FDA, WHO, MHRA, and other regulatory approvals for formulation plants while working in the production department. So over to you, Sanjeev.
So, one here. अच्छा. Done. और ये चालू किया ना? Yes. So good afternoon, all of you. Very good. So I first of all thanks Ashish and the organizing team for arranging this offline program. Because we were having these online sessions and we were very fed up of that. And now today, I think this must be the first of its kind after the pandemic. This is the offline conference that we are having right now. So thanks Ashish and his team for organizing this. So my topic is preventing human errors in pharma, GMP manufacturing, especially to batch manufacturing records by way of automation. So Ashish has actually helped me in my introduction, but I just quickly go through that. I'm working almost in pharmaceutical company almost for 28 years. I have experience of both API as well as formulation. I worked earlier with the GSK, then I worked in Cipla, Teva, then Emcure, and in Sandoz. And now I'm working currently as a consultant for the pharma and allied industries. When I was in production, I was also facilitating for the various USFDA approval for the plants as well as WHO and MHRA. Okay. So I'm just going for the next slide, which is actually, Rajni madam has spent a lot of time on the explaining to you. So I'm just going to quickly go through this slide so that whatever she has actually taught during our session, they just summarize here. So you all know these intended actions and unintended actions, which is actually based on the human errors. So there are errors in unintended actions, which is attention gap, which is basically the lapse of memory. Person just forgot to write down, or slip of actions. Like for example, there is a balance calibration we need to perform before going for any activity first in the day, and he has forgot to do the balance calibration. So that will just a slip of action, and he has not done intentionally. So then the action as a plan or the mistake, where it is somewhat basically for the understanding problem, the operator or the analyst or whomsoever may be executing the operation he's not understanding, he has not understand the process completely, and still he's performing the action. And then the second is basically because of the knowledge, a mistake he is doing just because of the lack of knowledge, and that is may lead to the unintended action, and that lead to the human error. Then next is a routine, situational and exceptional, where a person generally we want to finish the batch very fast so that we can cut down on the time part, and that's why we do some mistakes which generally comes in the routine, and some of the cases very situational based, and some of them which are exceptional, which may be something like a sabotage, and he may be having in the wrong state of mind, and he commits some mistake. But detail has already been shared by Rajni, and she's taking on this. So instead of that, I've decided to go fast on this, and let's come to some of the common problems in the labs. One is in lab you can see the mistakes like solution preparation. You will see some of the mistakes in the dilution, in the weighing, in the weighment of the sample or sample quantity or solutions. And then and again, the huge mistakes comes is in the documentation part. So that will be in the lab. In manufacturing, the common mistakes obviously in the documentation. You are writing the readings from the balances from your IPQC equipment or from the process equipments into the BMR or BPR, and then you are making mistakes. Then document maintenance, very common example I can give. हम लोग का एक BMR का एक page miss हो गया. I am not getting my BMR. We have manufactured a batch, but I am not getting the BMR actually. So we keep searching. We are searching in the production as well as in QA. So that is common mistakes we can see in the manufacturing area. Then labeling is major concern. Then line clearance, people give the line clearance without looking clearly. Say for example, we need to clean the equipment, but we are not cleaning properly because of we want to hurry, we want to start the new batch, and in that case, we give the line clearance. So these are common mistakes happens in the industry, in the pharma especially. In case of quality, the major focus is on the review part, and some of the places where they have review mistakes in the documentation. Then some of the mistakes where we can see the retention sample due date is missed. So these are common mistakes in quality assurance. In the engineering, we have seen the mistakes like PM, that is preventive maintenance, and some of the dates are being missed by the function. Calibration schedule is also common mistakes which has been seen as human error in the engineering. And of course, again, when it comes to documentation, it is a writing error. So for example, he is referring to another, by mistake, he is referring to another gauge and writing down the readings in the documents. So finally, where it ends? It ends to blaming, to pinpoint someone. And then we keep, try to corner him, try to force him why you have done mistake and why you have done these mistakes and how can you improve yourself in future. And then what we do, this is generally followed by the industry. We give the CAPA, we give training. Generally we give training on the ALCOA and ALCOA plus principles. Then even if you make mistake, again we give the retraining. So keep giving training, and mainly I feel the focus is on the GDP, that is a good documentation practice. Then we also try to do some display some notification, so that many people get aware of what mistake has been done by a particular person, and then we try educating our team. Then some of the places we are taking action on the employee after repeated mistakes from him. So these are all the things we are seeing in the industry. So someone has asked exactly how can we avoid these mistakes. So Rajni has told during her presentation that QBD approach. Here in the OPEX, we talked about the Pokayoke. Pokayoke is a German term. It's nothing but in English we can say it is a mistake proofing system. Here all of us now need to think how can we prevent, how can we develop a system where the person or operator or analyst or whomsoever may be executing the process will not make any error. So make your system foolproof. Make your system, develop your system, adopt the system, which will actually make the system, which is prevent anyone to make any mistake. So here you can see, you have to identify, you have to recognize the problem, that this is a problem we have, and then only you can able to find out the solution. So I just read for you because some of the things are not placed properly. Some maybe because of the change in the version. So first we have to identify the mistakes. Then you have to identify what is the reason, the root cause for the mistake. And here you can use the tool in the OPEX. What we are using in the operational excellence is you can have fishbone. Sorry. You can use the tools like fishbone or 5 eyes to get into the root cause why this particular mistake is happening. Then take the process, go through the process, again thoroughly study. Study between the team is a brainstorm. Now another thing I want to tell you about the brainstorming. What I have seen actually in the industry, the practice is we brainstorm within a small team, within that function. I recommend you, all of you, do a cross-functional brainstorming. Don't restrict yourself only to your department because the mistake has happened by a particular person in your department. Go for the all-out approach, go for the cross-functional team and cross-functional discussion on the brainstorming. Then you have a process to detect, how you have to find out how we can detect the human error is happening, what is the reason behind it. Then create a solution for it. Create a solution such a way that it can be applicable to all of us, and then create a mock run in the GMP environment by checking change control, everything, what is your norms is there. Do it in the GMP environment. Test it by all the 3 shift operators on the shop floor. Then make a solution as a permanent solution. Make the permanent change by making revising the batch documentation. Revise again through the GMP process. So that is the way I feel we should have the process. Make this is a Poka-Yoke system. Make a brainstorming cross-functional and come up with the solution such a way that mistake will not happen. Make a permanent solution on it. We are trying to make in a hurry suggestions, hurry the solutions. This is actually just for the sake of it. Just giving a kappa, we are giving it. But please don't do this. Make a very good kappa so that it will not get fail again. So generally, now I'm coming back to the batch manufacturing records, batch packaging records, and generally we have seen most of the companies having the manual system where we have BMR or BPR, and we are recording the date and time manually. We are recording the readings from the RMG, ABD, we have compression machines, we have coating machines manually. We are also writing the readings from the IPQC equipments manually on the BMR or BPR, right? Some of the companies having this stage where they have printers, and what they do, they attach to some of the equipments which they are capable, and they take the printout of it and attach to the BMR. And then very few companies are having the instrument interface or connectivity to the software. They may be having some software. You connect your equipment like IPQC equipment, balance, vernier caliber, or maybe DT apparatus, and you connect it to the software you have. So this is the very important part, instrument connectivity. And then we have the next level of automation is EBMR and MES. So this is very good to have, and this is actually a dream everyone wants to reach. And you can see here, as the automation goes up, as the level of automation increases, you will see all the human mistakes or DI issues will go down. So we should strive for this, going from this system to this. But what happened? I would like to ask you one question. Are your equipments and instruments interfaced for electronic data transfer? आपके कितने equipment है जो electronic data transfer करते हैं, where you can see and they can store on these anywhere you want to store? How many of your equipments are actually connected to electronic data transfer system? Very few, or you may not be having also. So another observation, is most of the companies I have seen, those who are on this level, they may be on the manual BMR or BPR, and they may have few printers to attach to a few equipments or instrument, but they are aiming for MES. And they want to directly jump from this position directly to the MES. And what happens then? What is the ideal way of having automation? Is all your equipment as well as instruments, they should have instruments and instrument or interface with your software, so that during the process, when you conduct a test or when you perform the manufacturing process, the data should be directly captured either to this or this. But what is I have seen the reality, we are actually instead of writing manually on the BMR, what we are doing here in these two stages, we are actually keying the record observations into the BMR, into the eBMR on the EMS. So again, I don't think we are limiting any possibility of human errors while entering into the BMR or BPR. Ideal situation will be, we should have the interface, and then while operating, these values will be directly captured by the eBMR or MES into the system. Then it will make our system foolproof. I hope all of you agree with me. So my recommendation is, don't jump directly to the MES. First have the instrument or equipment interface with your software, then go for eBMR and BPR, and then look for the MES. So that is my recommendation to all of you. So this is the typical way I have tried to do, is a comparison between the manual system to the printers and the instrument connectivity. So here see, there are many parameters which actually looked after by the 21 CFR compliance, by the FDAs. You should have data storage, you should have data accuracy, then you should have electronic signature, everything. It's all the our bucket list where we would like to have. This all will be not available in the manual system, but if you have more and more automation, you will get most of the things. So right from data storage to the MIS, APQR, all these things will you get it, even if you have instrument connectivity through your software system. Clear? So based on, I have also working for so many years in the pharma companies, and I have not seen any company, single company having connectivity of a current existing equipment, right from the balance calibration or balance weighing balance, then your DT apparatus, fabric apparatus, all these equipment plus your existing equipment which are using for manufacturing, where they cannot able to connect it. But these are the particular company which I have seen, they have ability to connect your equipments to your software if you have. So these are company, they are right now working for 15 years, more than 15 years they have in the industry, they are working with the pharma companies. They have implemented this solution to almost 27 plus across the India, almost 14 companies they have tied up and they are having this. And all these plants have been supported by 70 plus staff, which they are supporting from the Mumbai office. Okay, so what they do, they actually interface your equipment or instrument which have the electrical or electronic output. So whichever equipment you have of whichever make, but should have electrical and electronic output, then it can be connected to your software. So they have more than 1,000 equipments that till now must have connected in various companies. You can see they can connect your dispensing balance with even the line clearance. Right from the line clearance they have the system, right from dispensing area. Then balances of the dispensing booth. You can see the granulation, and in granulation we have ABD, RMG and weighing balance. They can be also connected to your software. Then all the in-process equipments, as I said, mentioned earlier, right from DT apparatus, balances, vernier caliber, your fiber test apparatus, they can be connected to your software. And then they also help you out to calculate the yield reconciliation automatically. Right? So this is what we are learned actually during whenever we make a mistake, we get a training of Alcoa, and then we have to go through this again and again. So the system I claim, I recommending you, is actually having all the features what we learn in the Alcoa. You can see the permanent data storage. It has authenticity of records and reports. It can be stored on your software, or better you have it on data storage. Then elimination of human errors by way of electronic data transfer, so that human entry or human intervention will not be there. Then report can be generated as per your requirement, as per your BMR format. And data is secured. They have multi-level password as per 21 CFR, and is actually complying to the 21 CFR compliance. You can actually have a timely actions. For example, generally we have the interval, we have the frequency, a particular in process check. For example, we have to weigh the group weight after 30 minutes, and sometimes you miss it. But if we have the system will tell you you have to take the reading after so and so time. So that will help you to prevent the mistakes. And then it supports extensive documentation. They are also providing you documentation help for the design specification as well as qualification. Okay. So here, I think this is probably the last slide. So dispensing right from solution, you can see here from the line clearance and then dispensing of the dispensing stage. You can hear the dispensing booth. You can have balances which can be also connected. Right, they can help. They can also go to help you out in the material verification. In granulation also, all the equipments like balance, RMG, ABD can be connected. And in process, as I mentioned earlier, all the equipments you have in the process, they can be connected to your software. And then also at the bulk weighing, we have they have the solution for the IPC containers. And last is actually reconciliation at the end of the batch. So all these benefit you are going to get if you have the equipment interface. So thanks, and if you have any questions, then you can ask. I also call Prakash, who is my colleague, who is also there with me. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. I may not be right now, maybe during break, or maybe we are here with you in 2 days. You can come back to me, to our team. Thanks.
Yeah, Sanjeev, please stay back. So, Sanjeev, please stay back on for 2 minutes. So, thank you, Sanjeev, for such a wonderful presentation, and I'm sure you have filled this with the valuable insights for all the participants attending the workshop today. Any questions, guys? Because I have not heard any one question for this. Maybe not now. Later on, we'll be. They have the stall outside at the registration desk as well as at the cafeteria. We can make sure that you can reach out to them and you can ask questions in case you have and get more information about the products and the services that they provide. I would just request Ms. Rajni Jha to present Mr. Sanjeev Donwalkar a small token of appreciation. Yeah, please come. Yeah. Yeah. Round of applause, sir. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, Rajni. And guys, we take a break for lunch. So it's 1:10. We'll have a 45 minutes break for lunch, and we come back around 1:50. Yeah. So please enjoy. Thank you. received his PhD from JNT University, Hyderabad in pharmaceutical chemistry and MBA in international business from Andhra University. Having spent about 27 years in various pharmaceutical industries such as Dr. Reddy's, Zydus, Sai Life Sciences, Granules India, and Biological E Limited. He has huge number of successful regulatory inspection to his account and has been recognized as a subject matter expert to the pharmaceutical quality and regulatory affairs, managing the multi-site pharmaceutical operations. His expertise include quality and manufacturing operations, regulatory and scientific affairs for INDS, ANDS, DMF for all kind of pharmaceuticals including API, drug product, solid orals, injectables, long-acting injectables, complex generics, and peptides. So over to you, Dr. Satya. Thank you very much for coming here.
It's not mine. Good afternoon, friends. No energy here. When Ashish asked you, everybody said, no, the lunch is good. Then the energy must be good, right? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Very good. So thanks, Ashish, for introducing me to the team here. Look very young, energetic, and very passionate team. One quick question before I start. What did you observe now? When I get into the dais, somebody is struggling with, open my presentation, and then he ran to get the pen drive and then put it in here. What did you observe here? Is there any link with the subject we are talking about? Yes. What is that? Everything you name it, preparedness, understanding, time maintenance, planning, execution, everything, right? So probably for next 30 minutes, I'll try to, take you through the few experiences and my perceptions. I will not be touching the theories of human errors, the concepts, there are a lot of stuff, you can Google it. I don't think this is the time really we need to spend on understanding and discussing those theories, because end of the day, theory is a theory. Of course, we all must know the theory, but end of the day, execution is more important, right? That's what I'm going to, try to spend my time for next 30 minutes. You can reserve your questions probably at the end of the session, or maybe at the end of the, all the sessions in the evening. I can clear you off if you have any questions. Nice. So these are the few things which I would like to dwell upon for the next few minutes. From morning onwards, Ms. Rajini has given a lot of insights into the human errors, explaining how it is related with the guidelines, guidances, the human behavior factor, GMPs, QBD, a lot of stuff, data integrity, a lot of stuff we are actually discussing from the morning. How it is different, it's not going to be different, but it is actually interfacing with few of those concepts when you talk about the complexity of human error within the pharma environment, and how the regulator's approach is kept on changing from last 3-5 years, I would say 5-6 years, and what is important for the industry as a whole, right? And how do we actually tackle this collectively and make our life better every day? And the major gaps in the industry's understanding about this subject, and also the few suggestions out of my experience in reading the people, of course. What is known to us? As I said, just give a keyword human error in pharma and Google it. You'll get tons and tons of information. You'll get many articles, presentations, case studies, research articles, whatnot, including some humor, cartoons, everything you get it. But end of the day, if that much amount of information is available within the public domain, why the industry still persists? I mean, struggling with it. Industry in this, we are all, right? Industry is the end of the day is the people. Why do we struggle this on a day-to-day basis? I know many of, a few people from here, many of you must have the same struggle when you go back home every day, that, this is what it is, still pinching you, that how do I manage if this get caught. So I'm not going to discuss on those theories. Anyway, you will, by default, go through all these theories, part of the course structure, what Rajani has for next 2 days. So you will go through anyway. And other thing is, when we know about all this information available, you might have attended few many things, or there are some audiobooks available, all end of the day, as I said in the beginning, execution, converting that information, converting that knowledge into action is more important than reading alone. If you sit quietly for half an hour or 1 hour, you can read a lot of stuff. But end of the day, what is that you need to acquire as a skill? How do I come out of this situation? Can I come out of the situation by reading the article? Can I come out of the situation by reading the, few the research papers on the human behavior? Probably that is required as a background information, because your knowledge, your skill will only be enlightened when you have this, the background information. That's the reason the reading and the programs like this are important. But end of the day, how do you convert that into, it's a separate skill altogether, which I'm trying to dwell upon. So what I'm going to discuss, the complexity of human as in quote unquote, human is always a complex element. Whether you agree or not, it is a complex. It is a complex factor in the life. We'll see how complex it is. And current problems or the flaws in the industry's approach, and the simple solutions we often miss. Not only in the industry, even in our day-to-day life, probably we will be ignoring the most simple things and only barged upon with the fancy kind of things in the life. That we will see how it works. So overall, if you see human errors in the pharma industry, it will be there as long as human exist. Yes or no? Right? Whether you automate it, whether you go to the moon, whether you go to the Mars, or you get another Elon Musk, the problem persists, but the depth of the problem, nature of the problem will vary. Yes or no? Right. Keeping that, if you go back to the history, even the industries like aviation, as Rajni said in the morning, right? The nuclear energy sector or the defense sector were much ahead in understanding this problem as a whole. What is the reason? Any guess? Your aviation is much ahead. Hope you all agree with me, right? Your defense system is much ahead, right? Warfare, electronic warfare, nuclear warfare, command control system, all these are much ahead, right? Nuclear power plants. Why? Because there is a consequences are known. The consequences are directly affecting your life. Whereas in pharma, the consequences were actually ignored. You are not aware of the consequences. Probably you may think, okay, let 483 come, let FDA warning letter will come. How that is going to affect your life is what it matters. I'll come back to that point anyway. And I'm pretty much convinced that as a human being, we're all inclined towards quick fix. We don't want to take a long-term solution to fix the problem permanently. Very few will think like that. Most of us, by nature, we are inclined to the quick fix. And how detrimental that is, we'll discuss in the subsequent slides. And I'm pretty sure we are mostly inclined or attracted towards the fancy theories. If I inspect, let us say, if I go and see, let us say 10 vendors of my API or my, any other critical consumables or thing, or something like that, all will have same kind of fancy root cause analysis structures, tables, checklists, whatnot. Everything you will get it. But end of the day, when you actually go back and ask a logical questions, no one will have it. Because we were very obese with the formats, documentation, and the reports. And how detrimental, I'll tell why that's actually an underlying fact, why this human element is actually ignored. We'll also give you some insight into that. If you go through that, morning also we have seen few slides. People are talking about 40% of deviations are because of human error. 80% of non-compliance issues are because of the human element. End of the day, is it important to us? Is it important to us to understand the statistics? That's only give you the information, not the solution, right? For me, if you ask me as a person, if I am dealing with a person, I mean human being to human being, I would see 100% problem. I think you are confused. When I am dealing with a human being, I can expect that there will be a problem. If I deal with 100 different people, there will be 100 different set of problems. It doesn't matter how well educated they are, how disciplined they are, how good they are. At one point of time, there is a potential that the person can behave bad. Let's take an example. How many of you remember the tragic plane crash incident in Nepal 2019? That guy, the pilot, was known to be a great and good pilot, has n number of hours in his credit, good flying hours in his credit. But one bad thing, he has a kind of argument with his fellow pilot that day, has ruined the lives of entire people traveling in that plane. So going back to the same example, is the person bad? No. What is the history of this or the credits of that person? Very good. Can I rely? I cannot, because the environment is more important. End of the day is a human being. The way you behave now, the way you behave later an hour, the way you behave tomorrow will be different. It will depend on many factors that will affect you. This is most important. Similarly, when you work in the industry, it matters how the culture is, whether the culture is open culture or a closed culture, whether the manager is open or closed, encouraging or demotivating, right? What kind of beliefs the manager has. It will all affect you. It doesn't matter whether you're a good person with a good track record of last 20 years. Yes or no? So that's the reason I said human element is always, there is a kind of, a potential for misbehavior. Now, for me, if you ask me, as I said, these statistics are good to know, but that's, for me, I must be prepared for the worst. If I am working with 100 people, all 100 people can go bad at any one point of time. May not be always. How do I get into that? How do I prevent that? Is more important thing. When you look at the gap, the industry, when I talk about the traditional quality systems versus evolving theories on the human errors, if you go back to 1990s, at least I am in the industry from 1995 when I started my career, until 2000, 2005, there is no quality assurance exist. It's only kind of an SOP department. Write SOPs, and then the investigator comes, sit in the room, explain him, show him the procedure. It's kind of a document audit. And slowly the quality assurance evolved, right? Then the regulatory affairs evolved, then the compliance evolved. Now there is a data integrity teams evolving. So it is a kind of evolution process we are going through. If you go back to the 20th century, where the major belief is to have, if I have to, let us say, execute an action, the first and foremost thing, I must know how to execute it, right? And I have to standardize this. If everyone has to do the same thing, I have to standardize this. So they said, write a procedure. When you write a procedure, train the person. When you train the person, you are expected him or her to execute the job, right? So put a second check. Okay, this person I have seen, this person execute this, it's okay. This is the basic understanding of the quality or the traditional approaches what we talk about in the 20th century. But now what has happened? We never ever used to talk about the human error probably 10, 15 years ago in the industry. When we started trending the deviations, started trending the incidents, started trending the OOS, OOT, then people started asking you, can you tell me what kind of categories of problems you get? So the requirement of categories came into picture. So then we started categorizing as human error, system error, process error, document error, whatnot. Now when then they see the second phase, then they see high level of human errors in the overall trending. They started questioning you why. It's all kind of, we are educating the regulators, right? The regulations also will evolve over a period of time. The FDA doesn't know about human error thing probably 15 years ago. They were merely looking at the compliance part. You have an SOP, you have a record, whether it is passed or not, that's all they used to look at it. But now they are looking at the integrity of your record, whether it is properly executed, rightly executed, is record is genuine, right? So when you look at in this, the evolving theories, understanding the human error. Human error is end of day, you can connect with either deviation or incident or a kind of data integrity, whatnot. Based on the nature, you can always understand and reconnect it. But right now, what you're talking about, the human nature is most vulnerable factor in the entire process. This is what we are trying to talk about. And what you see me as a person in the workplace, or in my personal life or a family life, similarly all of yours, is only the tip of iceberg. This theory was not actually widely discussed in the industry. Rather, we always talk about, right? You use this checklist, use the interview process, use 5 YY process, use Pokayoke or Gemba works, or you display some design boards or 1-point lessons or 1-point trainings. These are all tools what we are talking about. But the basic thing what we are actually ignoring is understanding the human as an element, as a key element, why a person behaves in a certain way. The next slide, I have a few more details about that. And there was also discussion in the morning, automation is the good solution for human error or mitigating the human errors. To some extent, yes, I agree, because automation gives you not a solution, it gives you a detectability. It will plug the gap where something cannot go wrong. But it doesn't mean that it can prevent the human error completely. If that is the case, go back to the history of FDA inspections or the citations from 1995 to till date. How many of the citations were on HPLCs or laboratory systems or a solid oral compression machines or coating machines versus now? Increased or decreased? Increased or decreased? Increased. The level of automation increased or decreased? Then why this gap? If the level of automation is increased, your citations has to come down, right? If that is true. Got my point? No, see, I think you are missing the basic element. The detectability has gone up because the inspector is now able to quickly get the data on the tips. Earlier, if I have to go and see whether the chromatogram is integrated manually or, whether it's properly integrated or is the base to bake or base to valley, whether the peak is lifted or not, all these things they has to go to the system and see, right? Now with a simple filter, you can filter the years of data together in 1 minute. And you can see what all manipulations or kind of malfunctions happen. So it increases, the automation will definitely help you to some extent, but it will be damaging if you are not properly controlling it. So don't think that automation will be a solution for reducing the human errors. To some extent, yes. If someone is supposed to record a temperature at every 30 minutes, or take an in-process sample and check for the weight on whatever it is for every 30 minutes for a particular period of time, it can be a good tool to remind you that now you are supposed to check this. It can be a good tool to give you automatically calculate using an algorithm and give you this is out of limit or this is within the limit. So these kind of detectability will increase with the automation. It has both the benefits. It will increase, detectability increase so that you can take the quick action. If you are ignorant, that becomes a great weapon for your auditors. So, and also morning there was a question, is there any software that can address human errors? Get robots. Why do we need? End of the day, every software, every operation, everything is actually invented by human, operated by human, destroyed by human. Yes or no? So please be aware of all these basic factors. Then you will understand the better the subject, rather than going into the theories. Right? And these things I can discuss in it as well. This is what I strongly believe. Every human on this earth will commit some kind of error, mistake in their lifetime. Yes or no? So can we eliminate human errors completely? Not possible. All we need is we must be vigilant enough that nothing can go wrong because of the variable human nature, the variability in the human nature and the behavior pattern. That's all we need to see, because the end result is the safety of the patient. As Rajni said in the morning, if something goes wrong with the product, right, it will be undetectable. If I am supplying an injection with a foreign contamination or with an impurity or some chemical contamination which could be detrimental or a threat to the patient's safety, patient life, I may not be knowing until that happens. Whereas the same example she has given, if there is a defect in my shirt, probably I would see that and rectify it, or if I can afford it, I can afford it. Since the impact is not seen quickly on the defects of your products, we must be very, very careful in delivering our responsibilities. So, in my opinion, not in my opinion, this is a majority of the people opinion is the human behavior explains human error. At end of the day, behavior. It's not just error. Error is see a result. The error what I see in my work area is a result. But the back end, what is that actually delivering it is the human behavior. And human errors are always random. Unlike some very kind of typical behavioral pattern of doing manipulations or so. That's a kind of different thing we need to discuss about. And people want to do the right thing always. Looking at this, what we see as even I also see my own area of operations, we only see the outer peripheral here, behavior. अरे ये पर्सन तो हमेशा लेट एंट्री मारता है, ये पर्सन हमेशा वो बैकडेटिंग में अब 2-3 बार हो चुका है, वो फिर भी कर रहा है, और दिस पर्सन इज नॉट विजिलेंट ऑन हिज ओन ड्यूटीज, he is lazy. What you see is that. But is it all you need to understand? That's a quick fix. Anyone looking at you can tell you, right? If I can ask him, he is wearing a white shirt, that's anything, anyone can, but why he is wearing a white shirt is how he is inclined to a white shirt, how many times. So this is all a different thing. It all boils down to various circles as I seen here. What you see here is directly relevant or proportional to the core character. This is what you need to understand as a human being. This is called cross section of a human being, right? Your behavior is strongly affected or directed by your feelings. The way you feel, the same thing will show up as an action. Take example of conscious and subconscious mind. Your conscious mind will act what subconscious mind is actually gathered over a period of time. If I believe something has to be done in a certain way, I'll behave in a certain way. So probably, I don't know how many of you have the interaction with recently with the FDA inspectors. If someone says, sir, first time it has happened, it is an isolated case, this guy has put a backdate. Do you think FDA will buy this argument? Why? Simple question. First of all, FDA has no data. He has to dig in, right? He has to dig in and get more data and more data to prove, see, these many times this guy ended up with a backdate, for example. But as the nature of human, the behavioral pattern, the behavioral science of human, if someone is doing a kind of data integrity issue in the lab or in the production area or in any other workplace, that will not be the first time. This is for sure. Probably that's the first time get caught. There may be many things which might be there under the carpet. So the behavior is predominantly guided by the feelings, and these feelings actually comes from the attitude. And attitude develops from their values and beliefs. End of the day, that becomes the core character. You cannot, this is the proven science, you cannot change the core character of a person. Probably you can only talk about this acquired behavior versus innate behavior. What is acquired behavior? Acquired behavior is a kind of getting things done in your own way by some kind of action, maybe threatening, maybe some kind of agreements, or maybe some kind of other arrangements. Since you are working for me, you are supposed to deliver this to me. Whatever it is, if your nature of life or your behavioral pattern is to jump the signal when no one is seeing at the traffic versus writing or making an on-time entry in my lab record, I need an on-time entry, whether I don't mind whether you jump the signal, when no one is looking at you. But when no one is looking at you, you are supposed to make an on-time entry or contemporaneous recording, whatever you talk about. This is what is mean. That's what I'm more interested in this. I'm more interested in this acquired behavior, because I cannot dictate this innate behavior of the people. I have no time. So please understand, when your people, your own people coming to you saying that this is the first time, sir, you never have done it, or this person has done it, there is underlying root causes which you need to understand before you start blame game. Then only your efforts will be fruitful. Otherwise, you will continue to end up with the human errors. The percentage will continue to grow. I'm 200% sure, right? The other fact, hope you all agree with me, no person in the world will come to the work with a bad intention. Yes or no? Will any one of us will go that today I'll screw up this, I'll ruin this operation? No one will go, right? This is the fundamental fact. Then why the person is behaving in a certain way? Why he has ended up with a human error? Understand that. When you look at the overall value chain or the hierarchy, your senior management, middle management, and the floor management, probably you'll see the great disconnect between the floor management and the senior management. Yes or no? I think you didn't get it. Okay. You have a floor people, which are the operators, a kind of floor supervisors, versus the line in charge, versus the production head or operation head, versus the COO or CEO, whoever it is. Now, will operation head will have any clue on the day-to-day issues at the shop floor? Predominantly no, mostly no. Mostly he will rely on the report that he gets from his supervisor. Today these many batches are planned, this line is in shut down, or this line is repairing is going on, or maintenance going on, this is what yield we got, this is the loss we got, yield loss, and total these are the statistics for the operations. That's where the people are more interested. But when you start talking to the people at operational level, at operator level, you will realize more and more things where things can go wrong or going wrong, which may not surface out. But that requires a lot of effort. That's not that easy. Because when you go and open up this Pandora box, you will be bombarded with many things. You should be prepared for it. So I firmly believe that no one will come to the work with a bad intention to mess up. Probably the circumstances will dictate their behavior. All right. As Sanjay said in the morning, what we immediately start when something you see that this guy messed up my analysis. Let us say there is a dilution error, or the weighing or transfer error, or the valve operation error, or a compounding error in parenterals, or a disinfection or a sanitization error in the parenterals, in-process check error in the parenterals, wherever it is. What do we immediately do? Why this person has not done? Correct? Has anyone will question themselves? I'm talking about the supervisors. Why this person is behaved? Because supervisor responsibility is what? To supervise certain set of people. Right? If I have 10 operators, probably I'll have one supervisor. This one supervisor responsibility is to assign the work, supervise them, provide all the on-time online guidance to them, execute that, the output is reviewed, and everything is okay. The operator might be busy whole day, whole 9 hours a day or 8.5 hours a day. But when supervise is missed, whom to blame? To start with, definitely you will blame the operator only. Whom should we blame? Most of the supervisors are looks like here. Anyway, so whom should we blame? The blame is that the control I put in place is not working. System must be blamed. The system of assigning the work, system of understanding the people's SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats, and the fundamental deployment strategies of the workforce has to be questioned. If you keep on putting a band-aid like this, at one point of time, there will be no space left to put a band-aid. You have to put a band-aid on band-aid, and then it gets rotten. So please avoid the blame game. If someone is ended up with an issue, please understand why so. I thought of putting some examples here, but since there are some of them are confidential in nature, which I cannot share, that's the reason I couldn't put it. But I can tell you a few things. Let us say, how many of them are here from the parent roles operations? Okay, I can take maybe around 20% or 30%. Let us say if there is a rule that in a clean room, you are not supposed to be there more than 5 hours. You are not supposed to be there for more than 5 hours because of the nature of operations, so that there will be a breach of environment, clean environment. If the person is staying for 7 hours or 6.5 hours, let us say, 6 hours versus 6.5 hours, so 30 minutes more, whose problem it is? Whose mistake it is? Whom do we punish normally? Operator. You're supposed to come within 6 hours. Why you have not done it? Have you not gone through this? Then what is the solution we offer? Retraining on the clean room working methodologies. What that guy will do? He will come, attend for that session happily for next 10-20 minutes. He'll sign off the record that I got retrained, and the record goes into the QA docket. Again, the same thing will happen. These are the typical live cases that have happened in my experience. If you go back and ask that person, the reason is something different. First, there is no control or a kind of alert or alarm that person get. Second, his supervisor failed to supervise him. There is a line supervisor, right? And third one, that guy actually spent a whole night with their relatives in a party, and next day morning he came in, he was actually sleeping. So all these kinds were actually put under the carpet, since the person, this is a human error, person has supposed to come out within 6 hours, he has not come out, so we retrain him. Do you think FDA will accept this? They will not. Remember, human error is not an human error resolution or fixing the human error or addressing the human error is not just an expectation, it is a requirement. Requirement means it is enforceable. Got my point? So please be aware of it. So please avoid the blame game, go into the details. Quick fix will not help you. Probably you think you have resolved the case, but actually you are putting it under the carpet. It will open up someday, and you will be in a big problem when FDA comes in. So few things we conveniently ignore because we are also under the pressure. If we don't close the deviation, the batch will not get released. Management will be after me. As a QA head, I have to quickly get onto this. So let me push it. But instead of that, if you can apprise the management that this is what we are going to do, this is the long-term plan, this is a short-term plan, tell me, do you think the management will not appreciate it? Many of us don't have that patience. Many of us don't want to take that risk and bet our career with these kind of things. This is the reason people end up with the quick fix, end of the day that's leading to a human error, persistent human error. So please don't ignore the culture point, the quality culture which Rajni was trying to explain in the morning. Communication is the more important. You can resolve and tell you everything under the sun with those single weapon of communication. If I am convinced, if I am committed to not to do any mistake to the extent of or my belief or understanding, I will not do it. Why should I do it? Right? If I say, if I don't know how to operate this, if I am clear enough, I'll ask the expert to come teach me, or if probably I'll take 1 or 2 trials and then only I'll do it. That's the commitment. Self-commitment has to come. It will only come through communication, empowering the people. Right? Also, please do not ignore the knowledge transfer, either from the R&D to plant or from the senior to juniors. Proficiency gap, behavioral gap, lack of supervision, work planning, everything. The most single important thing which will always ruins our life, which we don't realize actually, is we punish the people for making mistakes. Mistakes are very common. Everyone in this world has one, at least one mistake in their credit. So don't get after them. So probably this I can skip. I would, any industry, not only me, should be actually aiming this elimination of possibility of human error rather than quick fixes. So you are actually not solving, you are postponing the problem if you are going for a quick fix. So this I think we have discussed pretty much. If you look at the citations, there are n number of citations you get from the FDA website, also from the other websites, where there is a compilation of the citations on the human errors. Go through them, they are very, very basic. They say that there are OOS, let us say you have raised 77 OOS in a year, and all of them are human behavior, and there is no kappa. Kappa is only retraining or revising the STP or standard test procedure or a test method. That's not going to solve, right? Similarly, your kappas, foreign matter is identified as one of the product defect, for example. This is from the FDA website only. The reason attributed, see how funny it is. The reason attributed is your 100% visual inspection is failed. That means I am depending more on my supervision, which I actually am doing a post-mortem job. I am not trying to eliminate the error at the source. Rather, I am trying to eliminate or account the problem with the supervision or a second check. The few examples, I think probably, how much time we have, Ashish? Maybe another 5 minutes? Yeah. So I'll try to finish in the next 5 minutes. There are plenty of examples from the data acquisition problems in the operations, lack of operators' attentions, in settle plate management or aseptic area management in the sterile environments, warehouse operations, and the sterile operations as a whole, data reviews and memory-based actions. Please, end of the day, you must be convinced yourself before you close on an investigation, then you'll be in a good position. How do we handle? I don't know whether it is visible to there or not. Probably you must all operate here, where you work on the relational maintenance with the people rather than a blame game. Relational maintenance is you understand their problem, you resolve their problem, you train them, mentor them, provide a kind of a constant counseling to them so that they will understand the importance of the work. Concept, I don't say that you should not know it. All these are important. You must know the subject very well. But when you get into the application mode, use only the relevant ones, right? I see most of the investigations, 20-page investigations, 30-page investigations, loaded with a lot of tables, a lot of theories, root cause analysis, risk factors, FEMA, FMEA, whatnot, everything under the sun. But is it logical? Not logical. You should only focus on the, few things. I was one of the session, one of the foreigner was actually sharing his example. When he is working with an API company, formulation company, he got an API from the vendor, and they could see a kind of a foreign material like a bird shit in the API. And they wrote back to the vendor saying that this is what we see, it looks like a bird shit. So what the immediate reply they get? We have checked our reserve sample. There is no kind of bird shit in the reserve sample. What I'm trying to tell you, this is a very much standardized formats you guys use. That's where the problem is. Focus on it, where this could be. There could be 1 or 2 reasons for a problem. May not be hundreds. Yes, so be very focused and logical in putting up the investigation. Whether your investigation strategy, focus, or investigation output, it should be very focused. People have no patience to read thousands of pages, right? So my advice to you, all you guys, when there is a human error, try to console, not to blame. Try to console the human error. Coach at-risk behavior. If there's an at-risk behavior, please coach them. And if there is a reckless behavior, punish them. Plus, don't jump onto the third one directly. that will give you a lot of problems, let me tell you. End of the day, you have to deal with the same human being. If not this person, tomorrow the other person. That the other person is more vulnerable because he's coming from the different environment altogether. So the problem is actually doubled up. So please be aware of it. You all guys think human error is simple to fix it, but in my opinion, it is not simple. It's an everyday struggle. Right? Focus on improving communication. Training methodologies you must definitely revisit, because I could say there are 2,000 SOPs, all 1,000 SOPs classroom training. Do I really need? Somebody puts a slide there, a slide, a PowerPoint slide, they kept reading it, the people are sleeping here. Not important. So identify how many, out of 1,000 SOPs, how many are most important, critical to you, maybe 100. Focus more on 100. Rest 900 could be a read and understood. There are lot many ways, but at the end of the day, the effectiveness of training is more important. And those 100 SOPs, critical SOPs, you think, if they are good, critical, have a focused training, and then have a post-training evaluation, most rigorous post-training evaluation. That will help you out, right? And use tools, training tools, a lot of things, but at the end of the day, avoid the blame game. The most important thing is you need to understand the third one, where the human element is a little more, the conceptual versus technical. So my advice, pay attention to your communication, understand the culture and play accordingly, because you must know the pitch before you go for a play. So please understand the people, their behavioral pattern, and then structure your plan accordingly. Don't go behind the fancy approaches. We don't need all those. All those are information. All those are tools for us to drive. Use the most appropriate one. Not necessarily you'll go behind all those things. Human errors must be a last resort. If you have ensured everything, then you end up with the human error as a root cause. Otherwise, there will be some other reason, on the back of the human error what you're talking about. Focus on the middle level managers, where they are your ears and eyes. They will give you right input or output, whatever you talk about. So please focus on them. They are the people to understand their own people, execute. They are the people day in, day out with the operators, who are actually the doers. So spend more time with them, empower them, give them the proper tools and motivation. Probably you will be able to handle this effectively. May not be zero it out completely, but you will be able to handle effectively. Thank you so much for all of your time, for patience listening, and sorry for exceeding my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satya. Just before we move ahead, we'll just check one question, if any. Any questions, guys, from anyone?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Satya, you mentioned there is an acquired behavior.
Right.
And you explained very well, the human element completed process to understand. So, what I understood is, that is the one part that is true. But that is true. So, how can we, change the system? So, you said, coach, console, all these things. So, if that is true behavior, so how can we change the system?
Right. So, done with your question?
Yeah.
Good. So, see, one thing I actually did not mention this, there is no single solution for a human error. It will be always a bundle of solutions you need to bundle. Where when a person is consistently behaving in a certain way, right? So what option you have? Console, coach, and punish. That's the last resort. We don't want to punish anyone. But if that is consistently happening beyond all the reasonable doubts, you have ensured that the core character of himself is that, probably you need to find a different area for him rather than this. Changing the human element is the last resort, but doesn't mean that you should never change it. Right? There are incidences where people are fired, the supervisors are fired, the management leaders are fired. That's the last option people have. But before you proceed to that action, you must ensure that by all means that person core character itself is a problematic one. 99.9% cases it will not be the case. It will not be the case. You will find the way out where the gap is. The person will open up if you really tackle well with him. Right?
Yep. Thank you very much, and I will request Ms. Rajni Jha to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Satyamurthy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Satya, once again. And Rajni, maybe you can continue with the next session. Yeah. Okay, आप देख लीजिए. Session ends at
Okay, so first of all, thank you, Dr. Satya. It was a real, compliment to what we have been discussing. As we said that naturally we need to have a background, and this is also right that okay, it is something like okay, oh, so what we know this, but you talk about how do we like somebody called me up a couple of days before with respect to this and said. What are we going to take away? I mean, we have this problem, so can you tell us? I mean, it was like I question and you answer, how do we handle the situation? So then I told you first you have to understand the reason and psychology behind it, what is it, and then as I said, sometimes it happens we do understand and we probably also know that probably I can manipulate you in a way, but maybe I am not able to manipulate you in the same way. So I have to use different ways of, doing the same thing. Like for example, as you said, I mean, if 100 human beings, 100 issues, so probably 100 ways, find out 100 ways of, getting the solution. Idea is this actually. So, and even the FDA does not, as I said, they don't spell out this is the way you handle this. Okay, yeah, you do it. So you show me your, strategies of how you want to, how you think you can do it, and show me some live examples that you did it and it helped. And they also, believe me, check records, as he has also faced, and we have faced so many inspections that the first thing which they see is they will ask the HR, why so much of attrition? Was somebody chucked out or what happened and because of what, So then they get an idea of what is actually management system. Is it something like, I don't console you, I don't understand why this happened, I say, get out. I mean like, I mean most of the history in Indian pharma industries, 2 or 3 people, quality people surely lose their jobs once the inspection is over and some grave issue is this thing. So actually it's not a solution, it's basically, but this is the trend. So the point is as I said in the morning session, we ourselves as humans have to have a conscious conscience. If we tame it and we, sometimes we even kill it. So then though it is like, okay, as long as it happens, let it go. So even if I keep on telling you, you're supposed to be good, you're supposed to be good, if you don't intend to be good and you don't think it is going to help, it doesn't help really. So once you understand this and keep in the background, at least you will remember some part of it. I'm not saying you, means the team, the people who are involved. As I said, humans only manage everything. So then humans will manage their things. For example, if some department knows how to manage or manipulate, they will do it to their convenience. So anyhow, the basic thing is we were talking about digitalization also. So of course, Sanjeev has explained when that is this thing, and as we just discussed, this has become a little bit more difficult if you talk about electronic or digital modes, talk about digital payments. What has happened? Okay, it has facilitated lot many things. It has become convenient, but then there are equally bigger number of frauds and something which cannot be recovered. So that insecurity factor, which you call cyber security or systems, computer systems, who all has access? How can things be hacked if it is a foolproof system? It is being hacked. Okay, so there are pluses and minuses, but then there is no way out also, because that is what is expected. Like there are so many guidelines from the European and US agencies, everything regarding electronic things, how you are supposed to do it, guidelines, the way forward, how do you do it. But then if there is a breach somewhere because of that now, which probably could not have happened manually, generally speaking, then according to FDA, it is you who has to devise a way of controlling it, that you will never get written into any this thing or any guidance, So basically, one has to see that my personal this thing is what I saw in the last 5 years when I did the inspection of various facilities was this, that the main problem was of the agreements which have been done between the parent company and the outsourced company. There was no clarity there itself, what has to be done. So then whom to blame? Then it is blame game. Because of you this happened. So the vendor doesn't have any problem. He has sold you the material, he has got his money. Now you end up in soup because you have got slots aligned for you're registering your product, and then there are queries, and then they remain unanswered. And if the vendor approval SOP or the vendor development and approval SOP is not strong enough, I would say, then from wherever you are acquiring your raw material, whether it is API or KSM, and if the queries come onto the chemistry or some other part of that, and if the vendor is not able to attend that or commit that, then that is a pain in the neck for you, because your dossier is held. Just last month, I have done a review of a drug master file, which is being used for a company to file their first ever ANDA, right? So the TMF part is reviewed with respect to their formulation, what formulation and all those things. Now when the drug master file applicant part was reviewed, it was found that actually there are gross problems which you can see there. For example, the temperature range, the storage temperature which they have given on the label, the API supplier, when it went to the third part, the outsourced contract manufacturing formulation manufacturer, the condition had changed on their specification. There is no link between what was given by the vendor and what is being used by the formulator. Now, whose problem is it? So that means the company is not having systems even to, nobody knows what has to be reviewed. So then blame game is what? It was a QA's job. What QA? There is no QA there, right? So what happens is, what is extremely important is, first we need to know what we have to do, then training is one part only of it, then it has to be mentored, it has to be practiced, and the biggest thing which happens in humans is, we hardly accept that it is our mistake. We'll first have the escape route. It's not my problem, it's not my problem. So one day it will be nobody's problem, but the problem persists as such as it is. So what is important is that mindset changing, but at the same time, now when we talk about guidances, again, as I said, guidances are guidances. You read it 20 times, you will understand it in 20 different types of way, but you cannot use each and every line to do what is it. So you see what is pertinent to your zone, whatever it is, and then you should be able to convince if somebody asks you, hey, you didn't follow what is written in the guidance. So then how are you sure? Then you have to convince him, justifying scientifically, I used this logic, and this is how I'm sure, and these are the results of it. And so far, I have not witnessed any, non-compliances or failures. This is one way of explaining. So that is that confidence one has to have, and when, not overconfidence, confidence. But confidence, when will you have? When you have the background knowledge and awareness, right? And nowadays, the companies are quite smart. So whenever an FDA inspection is coming, nowadays in the WhatsApp groups, you also get, oh, the inspector name is this. So, okay, so this guy is a microbiologist or he's a QC expert or a operation expert. So accordingly, you plan what all loose ends you have to tie. This is the general tendency now. And if like when I was with the Glenmark, this was about I think 10, 12 years back. So we had a US inspection of 9 APIs, for our own ANDAs at that point of time. So at that point of time, once you get to know that the the auditor is a Pakistani, then you have had it, because a lot of illogical questions will be asked. And I don't want to take the name, but then that's what precisely was happening. But then since he was the auditor, we had to comply. So these factors also come into the play. And there's one also interesting episode once it happened, that there was a lady inspector who had gone to audit a site somewhere. So there were a couple of Pakistanis there, in that company. So they were just passing comments onto her, So they thought she's not understanding, she doesn't understand Hindi or whatever, but she understood. So no need to say what was the plight of the company there. So these tactics and practices are extremely, I should say, they are, so unethical. Like, when we are making medicines, we are accountable, we are answerable, we cannot get away, those kinds of things. So, guidances, there would be a sea of guidances, and these guidances have cross references and guidances. Nobody in the world can read all the guidances. So let's, we actually rationalize, I'm doing this. These are the pertinent guidances, I will stick to these unless there is a requirement that I need to do something. And as we just said, quality built into products. So quality has to be built in from human beings from inside themselves. Nobody can devise a strategy to do that. It has to come from within. So these are some of the key guidances which I'm sure all of you must have been using at some point or the other, during your activities connected with method. Like recently, some few guidances have been, recently revised, as you must be aware. So one has to take care that, if something pertinent has come up there, then that has to be incorporated into your quality management system or your SOP, so that you become aligned with the latest expectations of the regulatory authorities. Do the necessary training and explain the impact if we don't upgrade it. Those kinds of things become more important. So that has to be done. So it's mainly connected with, when you talk about errors, as we were talking, that is not a single department. So it can be at the development stage also. If I have developed, I'm doing a development, and if I'm not capturing it in a proper way through documents like development report or something, if I'm not listing the critical operating parameters, then how do I expect that on the technology transfer it's going to be successful? Okay, so like when we were talking about knowledge management, there was a question like, what is knowledge management? So as a research person or as a R&D person, I know the critical operating parameters or the critical operating steps. But if I am not capturing it properly in the development report and the technology transfer dossier, which on the basis of which the guy does the scaling up, then who is to blame, right? So when it happens, when some failure happens, and they come back here, and then there is a fighting that no, there's no problem here, you don't know how to do things properly, and then they say, then you come and give a demo here. Same thing happens when you're transferring an analytical test method, from the analytical research lab to the site wherever the QC testing will be done. These kinds of things are also very common, but then one has to see that whether is it because of ignorance or whether it is because of the habit of remaining in silos. I don't want to share my knowledge, what I know about this. I do a lot of observations, whenever you're doing, you must have observed something. Just simple example, suppose I shake it very hard, then something happens. If I shake it slow, then probably I can see some haziness or something. These things may seem unimportant, but please make notes, because sometimes these things click solutions to it, rather than blaming that, I don't know, it didn't happen at my lab scale, why is it happening? And most important is, please do keep on reading the general chapters of pharmacopoeia. This is something which is absolutely lacking. So that also increases, it expands your horizons with respect to some better understanding. And then you will be able to translate it and put it across in your workplace only if you do that, okay? Not necessarily when somebody gives a pointer, some customer or some authority, that this is wrong here or not this thing. So then you have the European Commission guidelines also, which is with respect to good manufacturing practices. And most of the standard operating procedures or most of the protocols are based on these basic guidances. And then it is claimed that, okay, we are following the necessary expectations from both US and Europe. So the sequence, as we have been discussing, is basically, first of all, the first most important thing is I will be able to do anything and everything if I myself am able to understand my own process as a process owner. The guy who is reviewing your dossier is not the process owner. He expects you to know that, and he expects you to convince him regarding any technical questions regarding that. So then evaluation has to be done when we do the optimization and validation, and again QBD elements start from the development stage itself. So risk assessment, control strategies, control points. Now this is a very, it seems a lot of things have to be done. Who has that much of time? Does the management give you so much of time? Earlier the product development used to take X months now because of this, but you have to do it. You cannot just get away, because if you don't build in that quality, then how will you know what happened when there is some problem? So do you like to rework and come back all the way, or you one time do a little bit of due diligence, spend some more time, put some more energy and thought process into research, and then put up a very good control strategy based on that risk assessment. And when I say that, it has to be for each, and talking of APIs, it has to be for multiple steps, because API manufacturing is a multi-step process. And then list out the critical operating parameters, demonstrate, and then put the checkpoints. If it is critical operating parameters, what do I have to do? How do I control it? And also you have to be a little bit more opened up with your person who's your technology transfer team, or the person who's going to make it at the production scale, that this can be the problem, or this can be the impact of it. So the better and the more transparent way the dossier is written, because please believe me, development report or these things are not a part of direct submissions, but when the auditor comes, the first thing which he traces from the A&D is all the way back to the development report of the API. At the site, they come and review that. So revisiting the QBD elements and then identifying the variability. I don't know why people are scared of accepting failures. When we used to do research, our supervisor advised us, you have to do 3 or 5 validation experiments. You please do 20, and you deliberately do negative experiments. You know that pH, for example, is a critical factor for one of the steps. Then deliberately deviate from what pH is required and show that the failed product is coming. And you have to document that. Negative experiments teach you maximum the failure, what the normal experiments will not be able to teach you. Same thing applies to, suppose there's a temperature range, and particularly if you are into APIs which are sensitive to temperature at a particular stage. Demonstrate that when I'm doing it at a lower temperature or at a higher temperature, with respect to what range I have actually fixed in my process, either the impurities are more or the API is failing with respect to something else, flowability, powder form or something. So these negative experiments are also to be put into the development report, and when that is seen by the audit, it's not about impressing the auditor. Actually the auditor is clear that yes, you have developed an understanding of the process based on actual what happens on ground. So when the scale up is done and this sort of, because see, maybe it is not possible to maintain that same small temperature range at a very big scale, it's difficult, it's not achievable, it's not doable. So then maybe they will ask you, please choose negative experiments and tell us till what extent we can do this. So that's how it succeeds, the technology transfer succeeds. And of course, once you know the variability, you devise a control strategy. What is control strategy? It is probably making a specification or some in-process test and ensuring that that is checked before we go for the further stage. So this change of manufacturing site, now one of the most common problems which is witnessed is, initially you do the development and validation for a particular site with its GMP systems, with its infrastructure, etc. Most of the time, mostly for commercial reasons, the Once the initial validation is finished, the company says, okay, now I'll manufacture this at another manufacturing site. Now that manufacturing site can be your own manufacturing site at some different location, or it can be given to some contract manufacturing organization. Now, you identified the variability which is possible within your manufacturing facility with the existing GMP systems. But the challenge is now to do additional variability assessment with respect to the other site also, which may not necessarily be the same. So that is where the challenge, and that is where the workload increases. But that has to be done one time if you want to change the manufacturing site. Otherwise, your application for amending the manufacturing site will not be approved by the agency. That's an important factor. And of course, continuous improvement is by mitigating. The efforts have to be towards, but nobody can eliminate it in totality. It can only be mitigated. That's acceptable. Because today you devise ways of, okay, I will not do this, I will not do that. I'll have, CCTV cameras or whatever, hidden cameras or biometric ways of catching people who are doing this. Then the people will find ways of avoiding that also. So it's better to have it inculcated. So basically the tips which normally we recommend, and at least we ensure, if we recommend something, it's the company's duty to at least try to make an effort to put it into their system. Something has to be done. So thorough understanding of the process so that quality of output can be predicted at every stage, and this will be throughout from development up to technology transfer from upstream activities and measurements. Like I was discussing during the lunch time, like we have been used to doing things at the lab scale, then at the kilo lab scale, then the pilot plant scale and the production plant. So we have an idea, if we go from a 100 gram say batch size to say about a 1 kilo batch size at the kilo lab scale, and then maybe up to 5 kg batch size at the pilot scale, and then further whatever is your production batch size, 50, 100, whatever it is. So we are totally making scale up reports at every stage. If I am increasing the batch size by say 10 times or 5 times, what all factors are getting affected? I have to make every observation at every stage very minutely in utmost detail. I have to capture it, I have to understand it, I have to have the scientific rationale behind it, I have to see whether the yield is increasing on scaling up or decreasing, whether the quality is being affected in some other way or not. So this is important, and then most important, which when we say error, it is something not error, I would say it is more of ignorance. Specifications and standard test procedures of all raw materials, especially the key starting material, the in-process monitoring tests, the intermediates which we isolate during the process and packaging, all these are established at the development stage only, not at the plant stage. And so at that point of time, quality risk management, the critical quality attributes, critical operating parameters, critical process parameters, which are all elements of quality by design, have to be captured in the technology transfer document. And of course, analytical procedures also need to have QBD elements. So ICH QA talks about understanding of the process robustness, which is useful in risk assessment and risk reduction. So this I have just skipping because these are just the guidelines. And one more important thing which I want to put across is that one thing is quality by design. Another thing is quality-based review, which is done by the regulators when they are reviewing your dossiers. So essentially what is this, that they want you to, they review based on the quality. They don't review it just as per the general review. So basically they want to have the defined target of the product, what attributes should the drug product possess, then the designing and development is done to meet that target quality profile. How was it designed to have these attributes? Did you explore any alternative formulations or mechanisms? This is what I was talking about, negative experiments which we do in APIs. And then how was the final formulation process optimized? Where all is human error likely to occur? This is what we have to see here now. So we have to be proactive and we have to do a pre-mortem rather than post-mortem. And how will we know that? If we make observations at each and every stage of the product development, the formulation development also, and capture it as a document with necessary support data. So basically It's a quality-based review via all precursor documents to the drug master file or ANDA, which we will discuss in the upcoming slides. So basically, they mostly concentrate on identifying and controlling critical raw material attributes, process parameters. Now, what is human error? What is the likelihood of errors because of humans? What happens is, normally when we are translating an API manufacturing process from lab to the batch manufacturing record at the plant scale, so we have a number of operations in APIs, number of steps. So there the trend, the rule or the norm followed is this, that all the steps or parameters which we have labeled as critical, they are highlighted in bold as compared to all the operations. There might be 100 operations on that. And it is mandatory that those critical operating parameters are double checked or double signed by the operator and his supervisors to make sure that whatever was critical to have an adverse effect on the quality of the API has indeed been ensured that it is checked and monitored properly. Sometimes in some companies this thing is not done or avoided. So, and sometimes the double check is not done, it is done later on. It is not done contempo. So that is again an integrity issue. That means you are not actually monitoring it properly the way you should be monitoring. And one example I will give you, like this is something again which was caught during an audit. What happened was, this when the audit came, what this guy started seeing, okay, the production guy, oh my God, I have missed signing out here, I did not do it here, so let me try to see the executed batch records, because they are under scrutiny, the one batch which you have cited in your dossier. So the inspector came and he said, okay, so you signed it that same day? He said, yes sir. Then he said, okay, how come the ink of the pen? They have got such a sharp eye that they can make out that different pens are used or the same pens are used. They are the auditors are trained to actually see that actually. So then he caught that person, and then he said, okay, so you signed it on this day, and then they went to the HR and checked the record, so that fellow was on leave that day. But his signature is there on that date. So these are the kinds of things which keep on happening and which keep on raising doubts, and actually it is not for the doubt of the reviewer or auditor, it is basically a question on ourselves. Okay, so that's more important. And okay, so this we have already discussed. This also I think we have covered. Now case studies with respect to human errors we are going to discuss. I think we take a break right now.
Yeah, thanks Rajni again. We'll quickly take a 15 minutes break, but before we go on a break, we'll be doing a small networking session. So I would request the last two tables, please go near the registration desk. My team is there, they'll help you understand how does that work. I make sure that you carry your business cards, if you have, along with you. So last two tables, can you please walk to the registration desk? You can keep your bags here, and it will be just a 15 minutes of session, and after that we'll take a break for another 15 minutes. And please carry your business cards if you have carried it along with you. That will be helpful. This will help to break the ice, know each other, because normally what happens when you come from a specific company, you will sit in the same table.
Right,
so
now
this
I
is
think they're sitting there too.
Yeah, so it's better that you reshuffle yourself, try to know what's happening in the other company.
Yeah, maybe you can do now. The persons from the same department from different companies can come to one.
Exactly, that will help you to share the knowledge,
Yeah,
network with each other, understand what is the pain area, what's the solution that they came up with. This will help to improve ourselves. I would request the other last two tables, please proceed to the registration desk. Yeah, right now maybe all others can please follow. We'll just quickly have a quick networking session, try to know each other. We're just going to introduce ourselves, our name, our company, and the years of experience to each other, and we take a break. Yeah? Rest of you can please follow. Let's come.
pennies there. And now this particular slide I have put, I mean, are you, all of you from formulation only, or somebody is from the API? Okay, API also, good, that's good. So basically, I want all of you to give one example each, with respect to anything connected to human error which you have probably witnessed or you are facing with respect to, one is the API manufacturing process, the process, manufacturing process, and secondly the formulation, one of the product, where you think you face something and probably, which will trigger some thought process or how to arrive at the solution. Analytical method development and packaging, anybody would not be specifically for packaging, but then yes, there could be errors in packaging also. So can you cite one single example? You can put it on your notebooks, and maybe during the question answer session, I think we can take it up at that point of time. Now, one important thing which I want to stress here, which probably this slide is there in all of my presentations, whatever topic they are. We talk about potential impurities, in the drug product. Basically, the important point is this, that even today I have seen so many formulators who outsource their APIs, from some other companies or something. They are really not assessing the impurity profile of the API in a detailed manner as it should be. The reason, and because of this, what happens is probably there are certain missouts, and then it becomes difficult to design the specification of the drug product with respect to chemical properties and physicochemical properties, and sometimes we end up having certain impurities during stability, because the product there might be some inherent degradation impurities there, which have not probably been seen carefully while developing the product actually. So what happens is, like, talking about potential impurities, as we are all aware, there are process impurities, and then there are degradation products, then there would be genotoxic impurities, and of late nitrosamine impurities, metal residues would be there, and then by chemistry there would be so many byproducts, side products also, solvents would be there, there can be some residual filter rates, chiral impurities if chiral centers are there, and of course polymorphic contaminants. Then there can be starting material and critical raw, certain impurities might be carried down from the critical raw materials or starting materials also in the process, and it's not possible to remove them in totality by workup. And then of course there can be certain impurities which one observes during the stability data, which probably were not observed during the batch analysis or the release. So what happens is, how are we relating these two errors, or this thing. So we need to understand that whenever we are designing a formulation or drug product specification, we need to be specific with respect to the impurity profile, which is a part anyway of the applicant's part of the drug master file, so that a complete assessment is there, the data is there, the characterization and structure is there, and of course the extent to which these impurities are actually being observed in the API should be there, and of course the analysis conducted by the validated stability indicating methods. So that's extremely important, and this is, sometimes it's not always paid heed to. That's the most important part. So during the day today, we have also seen, and there are certain challenges, of course, because migration from manual to automation mode, that is one challenge, and then identifying the variability factors at each stage, even when we are migrating from manual to automated mode, and of course variability control strategies, as we saw. First of all, we need to know and understand, as we saw in examples, and some examples we'll be seeing further during the next sessions, maybe tomorrow, that how do we have a modern scientific approach to drug development and design in the first place, because it is from there that we will be carrying ahead the whatever variability or maybe some unforeseen. See, sometimes what happens, a very common thing which is observed is, at the laboratory scale, when we have already validated a process and we are sure that it is a robust manufacturing process, giving us a consistent quality, the methods are all in place, the test methods, etc. And the stability studies for the batches have been loaded for the stability studies also. Sometimes what happens is, when you scale up And those batches, when they are put on stability, they sometimes start showing either the same impurities at relatively higher levels than what was observed with the lab scale batches, or some additional or new peaks start appearing when you are analyzing it. And not every time it is possible to, maybe they are not identified or characterized. So most of the time we tend to identify them by RRT till the point of time the process people are working to identify those impurities, because we need to know what are those impurities, whether they are process impurities or degradation impurities, or something is amiss when the the product is being taken up at the larger scale, somewhere in between, because of which they are appearing, or is it some contamination or something. So this becomes important, and what needs to be done is, normally what happens is that the data is also there, the stability sheets are generated, but sometimes probably it is also important to derive inferences from that data, study that data. It is not that only when something is out of specification that sometimes we start paying heed to it. So that becomes extremely important. And risk analysis, of course, because of COVID-19 parameters. So all of you are conversant. I'm just running through these couple of guidances. Process validation is the most important part, and which is a very old guidance, nothing new. The connected ICH guidances and the QBD elements, which we have already listed. Now I want to go from this point to risk assessment. Risk assessment is to be done for what all? So risk assessment needs to be done with respect to the quality target product profile, whatever quality we are targeting, which needs to be met at the product level, the drug product level. We need to know, to achieve that, what can be the risks which will hinder the quality at that point of time. Secondly, the process development, of course, for both drug substance and drug product. Analytical method development, preliminary CQAs, critical quality attributes, and the critical process parameters, CPP assessment. Then preliminary raw material or component assessment, control strategy, again CQA, CPP, components, E and L, you all know what is that, leaching and this thing. Technical transfer, then stage 2 validation, which is the pharmaceutical process qualification, protocol development, and the validation, that is important, and continuous process validation, continuous improvement onto that. Now, QBD elements at different stages, talking about the key aspects, prior product knowledge, and prior product knowledge is something which we also say as knowledge management. There is a lot of literature data firstly, and secondly lot of experience when we are doing the development work. So we tend to have a lot of data generated and certain conclusions drawn with respect to the intrinsic behavior of the particular raw material or the API. So that has to be collated as a document, and it has to be shared with the other team, the technology transfer team or the process engineers, because it really helps you how to avoid certain things which might have an impact on the quality. So that's important. Then of course all the elements of QBD, the process variables and the parameter controls, continual improvement, and actually this is all what the authorities mean by complete understanding of the process. If you have an understanding, if you have a listing and identification of these things, that means you have captured the crux of the manufacturing process. And in case of any deviation, you will be in a position to know why this deviation occurred at what stage, what could not be controlled. Of course, the control strategies have to be customized then as per the API and the different finished dosage forms, because the different finished dosage forms would require certain different physicochemical properties also of the API in terms of particle size, maybe some flowability, angle of repose, etc., depending on the formulation. And circumventing technical issues by constantly assessing the adequacy of test methods and acceptance criteria. Now this is important because acceptance criteria, okay, once the specification is established, it's established, but sometimes the monographs get revised with respect to certain tests or limits, and sometimes, as we were discussing, the classification of the solvents might change. So one has to upgrade the specification, and accordingly one has to see whether certain add-on activity has to be done in the analytical method validation report or not. So that's also important, and those reports come as add-on reports to the original report, and they are submitted to the authorities for regularization. And this also helps us interpreting the data generated during the stability studies, particularly with respect to the impurity profile. And risk management we have already seen, I mean how, with respect to what all steps we need to do, learnings from deficiencies. Again, just to repeat, the target of pharma industry or the expectation of regulatory authority is same, that is ensuring pharmaceutical quality. Now this is done, this is mainly a two-way process. We'll break it into, first is the GMP practices, the current good manufacturing practices, which ensure that the product is free of contamination, and of course quality by design manufacturing process, which reproducibly delivers the therapeutic benefit which is promised in the label. So where is the problem? As we were discussing, we know this has to be done. So what is happening? Why we are still tending to have certain problems, either at the GMP inspection times or at the consistency of the quality of the product delivered. So now regulatory expectations and industry thought processes gap. So there's an article, there's an ISPE presentation on QBT, and this is of November 2016. Why does this consistently happens is because now the regulatory authority has thousands of regulations, complex regulations. So they say that you need to follow all our regulations, and the industry says there are too many regulations, so I am going to only consider those regulations with respect to which I want to avert risk, which I think are risky with respect to my products, my product grid or my processes. Second is, authority says you are not investing enough in the product or process understanding, and that's where the design of experiments concept came in. That how do you, if you do limited experiments, how would you know what all are the factors which can impact in adverse way? Now the industry says drug development is already very expensive, okay. So infrastructure issues are there, automation and digitalization issues are there. Probably we cannot have 100% compliant infrastructure with respect to this. Then how can we think we are investing enough. So the authority says, do you have an understanding of the process? You prove it to me. Then either you should not have failures or you should not have some non-compliances. Then you need to share more data, different requirements, regulatory requirements as well as GMP requirements. Now the thing here is that many a times industry, they are deliberately not providing complete data in the first go, because they think the more data you provide, the more questions you will be inviting that way. So they say ki regulatory global agencies are not aligned. I don't have to give this data for the European dossier, why do I have to give it to you, or vice versa for that matter. Then regarding the change, authority says we need to know if you change anything. If you change anything, different categories which is not harmonized. The problem is regulatory authorities is, if you go to the European guidelines which talk about variations to the process or the dossier which is already filed, they have different ways of characterizing those changes. Small changes, moderate changes, major changes, and accordingly you have the data requirements for that, and of course you have a very high fees for that, for filing that variation, and most important, the review time period by the authorities is also longer. The same type of changes are categorized somewhat differently when you go to the US agency, like something maybe which is minor as per US, sometimes the Europe says this is moderate. So when you say moderate, you have to have some additional set of data for the same product and the same change. So these are actually challenges out here. So the industry says approval process already is taking so long of the initial dossier. So we cannot afford more delays, so we will only inform you or we will only regularize the major changes. Now what the industry thinks major, not necessarily the authorities are thinking. Now I will give you an example. we were doing decentralized, we had done a filing in Europe through the decentralized procedure in probably 15 countries, 15 nationalities there. And then we, in the middle of somewhere, we did some change. It was a major change because some monograph was revised in between or something. So naturally we filed, that, okay, this is an add-on data and all the, details with respect to this. Now, out of the 15, while 13 of those, member states, which were a part of this process, they agreed to classify it into variation type 1, which is a minor one. 2 countries stuck up saying it's not 1, it is 2. Now, when that happens, we have to generate lot of additional data also for the higher category of the variation, and also the fees is more and the review cycle is more, and the process sort of gets delayed because of that, and it puts a lot of burden. So that's what we discussed a lot with them. We even had con calls with them. That if one authority, and we were giving the logics, it's not that we are just saying like this. We were saying ki we think that we have enough data and this qualifies as a type 1 change, type 1 variation. They said no. So ultimately we had to do the entire exercise with respect to type 2 variation. On the other hand, when we talk about ANDAs, and suppose we have done the minor amendment, then we say, okay, it is either it is a CBE, changes being affected, or it is CBE 30, that means within 30 days if you don't get an answer from FDA, then that means that that is okay with them, whatever data you have provided, and they are under the category of minor changes to the process. And then if it is not accepted, it becomes a PAS, prior approval supplement. So first you have to get approval from the FDA authority that okay, this change is being done to the already filed ANDA. So, and the last is that they say you need to improve your process. No, that's a very generic term to say. Improve your process is okay. Every time you will say you need to improve your hairstyle, you need to improve your, so there is no end to it actually. And the industry says, until it is totally broken, we are not going to fix it. Whatever is there, as long as I get the consistent quality of my product, I will do that way only. So actually this tussle is there, of course, and now when this tussle is there with respect to the technicalities related to processes or analytical procedures. So you can imagine how much more variation you would have or different thought processes when it comes to dealing with human errors and their mitigation or whatever. Now most important part is here what is lacking, and most of the time when we say errors, good documentation practices, that is actually leading to a lot of, and that would be human error. I'll tell you how. In one of the companies, it was like there is a system now in the quality assurance that suppose you are revising a document, okay, you are upgrading the version for some reason, so you okay, raise the new version and you have a history why you are upgrading it, and this is effective from which date, right? It will come into this thing. Then the duty is this, that it has that whatever departments or functions it is impacting, there is a distribution list to whom all will this revised document be shared officially. And then at the same time what you have to do is you have to withdraw the redundant version which is there with them. Now in few companies that version is not being withdrawn, they don't have a policy or they don't withdraw the redundant version. So when analysis is done, sometimes one analyst is using the older version which is no longer valid because that was not withdrawn by the QA team. So these types of problems came in. Then it was told that how can you have 2 documents existing at the same time? And the problem is this, that in some cases the standard test procedure itself had changed. So you can imagine that analysis was a waste of entire time and efforts. So all these things keep on coming up. The documentation practices, definitely there is a standard operating procedure for document numbering also, document distribution also, and document retrieval also with respect to redundant documents which are no longer supposed to be used because the version has been revised. And with respect to outsourced activities, the quality and technical agreement additionally with the contract manufacturing organizations, contract research organizations, analytical testing labs and the like, with QBD elements incorporated also becomes an additional documentation which needs to be done mandatorily. Now there are 2 things. It is just not to impress the auditor that okay, we have everything in place. It is for the employee's benefit also. No? They can also read what is the agreement, what is my responsibility, what needs to be done if there is some non-compliance or something. And of course, implementation and distribution to relevant cross-functional teams. And now when we outsource, it becomes a duty for both companies, the receiving end and the parent company, to exchange the most updated documents which are there. Because you have given a standard test procedure and a technology transfer to that CMO. Now, if you change the STP for some reason, then you have to inform them. And accordingly, they also have to ensure that whatever testing they do, they will do it with respect to whatever date effective of implementation is there. And then on the revised documents, there always has to be a refresher training to be given to those persons who are actually going to execute that particular process. And of course, the precursors to, we all know that the marketing authorization applications, for example, ANDAs in USA, and different filing procedures like decentralized procedures, mutual recognition procedures, national procedures in Europe. The precursor documents, before we really go to the final dossier which is submitted to the marketing authority, this would be the product development reports for both drug substance and drug product, the analytical method development and validation report, all the method transfer documents officially reviewed and signed, and of course this is for both in-house and outsourced sites. So this would have process scale-up, technology transfer, and analytical method transfer reports, intra and inter sites. Before that, of course, you have the master SOPs, validation master plans, checklists, protocols, and templates. Then technical and quality agreements, purchase department, quality assurance, and the version controls thereof. And of course, reports, errata. Sometimes errata means sometimes or the other, sometimes there are certain errors, sometimes there is a typo error, or sometimes something is missed. So we have to issue an errata over the original document. And then other than errata, it can be addendum also, maybe something additional is done, or maybe some add-on testing has to be done with respect to some revision of the official monograph. Supplementary information on appendices, various accordingly. So these precursors to any marketing application, if these are not in place, it is not only connected with the the audit observation. It is first more connected. That is where the probably gap is there, where some error is happening, maybe at the production site or wherever, or the person is analyzing a product as per the older STP or redundant STP. So the primary QBD documents, risk assessment reports as we discussed, the quality target product profile, and which this defines the desired product characteristics and sets the development goals accordingly. Control strategy summary, what are the processes, what are the inputs and outputs, and how are we controlling, what are the in-process tests, what are the acceptance criteria, and sometimes we might take a call to do skip testing. Now sometimes what happens is, there is an SOP for skip testing, and then there are certain tests during stability also, where we say, okay, we will only do these tests at selected stations, not at all stations, just to make sure. Now, if that protocol, and there is a protocol which is signed beforehand, before we load the stability samples for the studies, necessary studies. Now, if that is not followed by the person who is doing the stability samples, many a times these types of errors also occur. The documents are in place, but probably, I don't know how, because the first thing which you are supposed to do is remove the redundant STP or the document from the system, so that nobody has access to it. So these kinds of things go a long way. Small things, but then again important. Again, we only start noticing this when something goes wrong somewhere. So these are the just process validation documents, control strategy documents. 3 stages: process design, where we define the knowledge space, critical process parameters, identification and control strategy. Process qualification, again, equipment, utility, facility qualification and process performance qualification. Process monitoring, critical process parameters as part of the annual product review of your DS and DP and other monitoring programs. So we develop a control strategy, and this applies to raw materials, components, their specifications. A control strategy is constituted of many parts, many of which are developed and written at different points of time throughout the process development. It's not a one-time thing, it evolves You realize something, so you think you need to control something in a better way. So you define a control strategy for that particular step or that particular discrepancy probably which you might have observed. And this would again be, the control strategy would again be just like risk assessment, a different and specific exercise for every company. So these are the same things, development risk assessment. Quality target profile I've just given for, for example, just an example to understand that it would have the necessary elements, what are the quality characteristics, sterility, purity, etc., pharmacokinetic characteristics, dissolution, etc., therapeutic effect, and of course the shelf life, the target patient population, desired elements, what would be the dosage form, and then route of administration, the clinical setting, and of course the primary and secondary packaging and other elements as appropriate. So this we have already gone through, and this is the sequence of, for drug substance and drug product, the target product profile, then the quality target product profile, the critical quality attributes which need to be taken care of, and ultimately the specification is designed. Now just I would like to take a couple of slides on change management, which is directly connected with deviations and changes, and this is where actually maximum errors, which we per se say it is because of humans, they occur. Now let's just understand this briefly. Basically, whatever changes are done, they have to be done via a change control system, via an SOP which is already in place. And of course, once this change is initiated and necessary data is collected, necessary evaluation has been done by the different heads of the cross-functional teams, then that has to be regularized with your authorities also, because something might have been submitted earlier prior to this change. So this depends on the types of deviations, characterization of the changes, what would be the elements of change management system, what would be the key templates and documents regarding this, and of course ensuring built-in risk assessment and mitigation aspects with respect to these changes also. You have to redo the risk assessment when you are changing something. For example, you might change the vendor of a key starting material or an API. So you have to, that would have separate and different risks as compared to what you did with respect to the previous vendor, because the route of synthesis or the manufacturing process may not be same for both vendors. Then you have to see the adequacy of test methods and the acceptance criteria. Use of what is preferred, of course, is use of most advanced techniques. Then computer system validations have to be in place throughout the organization. Data integrity, quality by design, and risk assessment and mitigation. Most important part is that when we talk about responses to any sort of deficiency, whether it is customer deficiency or whether it is authority deficiency on the dossiers, the responses have to be in a timely manner, adequate, and they have to be accurate. Now this is nothing but a combination of technical as well as soft skills within the cross-functional team and the higher management. Now what happens is, for the particular department which is responsible for responding to these deficiencies, they are not the source department generating the data, right? So they are dependent on different cross functions to provide them the necessary data and information and scientific logic, which has come as a query from the regulator. So what happens is, the first step which we do is, okay, a query received, so we make a plan of action. What is the query? This falls under which department's responsibility? Approximately how much time would be taken to address this, and then we have to link all the queries with each other, because certain queries might be having a link to another query. Unless that data is generated, that data might be used for addressing the other query. So all the plan of action is made, and then it is distributed to the respective functions. Okay, look here, we received this query, and we obviously want to reply and close this at the earliest. So please study and give your timelines and the responsibility sheet for that. So the first response which obviously you will get is, because they are into their own work schedules. So, oh, I am doing this, I cannot take this, something else is more important. So that is where the soft skills also come into picture, that you have to sit with them, spend time with them, address them, and ask them, how can we facilitate you to expedite this process? Otherwise these things become result into conflicts, and there is one person who will say, Joe, I will not give the data. I don't have time, you do whatever you want to do. So because of that one particular response, the entire response is held up because you cannot send the response in bits and pieces. So there is a legal basis for change management which is defined in the ECGMP guide part 1, and this is particularly for drug products, so you can refer to this. And the ECGMP guide part 2, this talks about the same change management aspects with respect to active ingredients. So I have just specified the sections and the subsections basically. And now reporting of changes, this is the last thing which I would like to stress upon, that reporting of changes to authorities, right? This is where the most commonly human error aspects are observed. Now, how are these? So these are related to two ways. One is that at the moment we have only considered the manufacturing changes which are for the documents which are not yet submitted to the authorities. Okay, they are still on at the manufacturing thing. And the second category is the marketing application has already been authorized and the changes are done subsequently to that. So what happens is, in that case, as we discussed, we have to go according to the variation regulation which came into effect on January 2010, and then there are various revisions to it. Now this is what is categorizes the type 1, type 2 or type 2A, type 1A, those kind. And then again, this is related to aspect of labeling or the package leaflet also, and if change is not covered by the specification of product characteristics SPC. And entire thing is again related to wholesale distribution authorization. Now what examples would require a formal change control procedure? Changes to starting materials, including specifications of starting materials or suppliers. Product components, now these include labeling and packaging materials, process equipment, and this again includes the computer, hardware and the software, process environment, which is nothing but the facilities, the support systems, the media, method of production, method of testing, any other change that may affect our product quality. These include cleaning procedures, transport conditions and the like. So what are the sorts of changes? Planned versus unplanned. Now unplanned changes normally we refer to as deviations, unplanned. And certain changes are planned, deliberately done, and there is a reason and justification behind it which has to be captured. So they can be major or minor, and these can affect official authorizations, or if they are not submitted yet, then only the internal procedures of the facility. Of course, it would be connected with different areas. It can be site specific, or some changes may be with respect to, say, administrative changes only. Maybe some officials at the corporate level have changed. So actually it's not having an impact directly onto manufacturing or quality, but yes, that still has to be updated because it is an administrative change to the applier. Then of course there would be processes, purchasing, flow of materials, quality control, etc., or any sort of systems or programs. Maybe there is some change or updation in the stability program for some reason. Maybe you have some problem with the stability chamber, so you might outsource certain studies. So that have to be captured here with respect to changes. So these will be the typical triggers of the change control procedures. And inspection of the change control systems is always done very thoroughly by the inspector. So all potentially product quality affecting change proposals are covered or not. They will just see, okay, you do thousands of changes or you do 2 changes. They will simply see that change, what impact it has on the product quality. If it is not, it is just an administrative change or change of name or something, then it's not having any impact on the product quality. So then it would check whether this is including purchasing, including distribution, or including the transport of the product, or including QA system itself, or is it connected to contracted out activities? What sort of change is it? Including introduction of some new products. Now, if you start making some new products at a facility, then one has to assess the risk of cross-contamination from those additional products as compared to the previous product grid. And of course, new risks due to the COVID-19 outbreak. Then, by chance, if the responsibility is defined, suppose we are lacking the names of all departments who are responsible for reviewing and approving a change control. In that case, what's going to happen? The project manager or the coordinator, effectively the task owner of that particular change, or if there is any categorization of that change, or is there any involvement of a qualified person who will be responsible for the quality of the product subsequent to that change. So technical expertise from all relevant disciplines is involved here. If it is not involved, then definitely one has to redefine the change control system. And of course, by all means, the quality assurance and regulatory affairs departments have to be involved. Why? Because regulatory affairs would give you a clean sheet, okay, this is right now not filed anywhere or not approved anywhere, so it's not a big deal, we will upgrade it during the process. And of course, quality assurance, because they are the ones who release and assure the quality. Now, there are certain categories of changes which require revalidation. Okay. Now, why is this required? This is extremely important because many a times these changes are implemented without doing the necessary support data generation like revalidation. Now, this is actually defined on the note for guidance on process validation, September 2001. The latest update can be seen here. Depends on the GMP principles. Validation requirements are basically same for new or changed processes, but prior knowledge could reduce scope of the validation effort. You might need to do a mini validation sort of thing, not each and every aspect of the validation, but then there has to be a specific sound justification why you are not required to do the complete validation. And of course, rationale for non-necessity or reduced scope should be based upon risk analysis, different for each case and again different for each aspect with respect to the product. So, types of changes likely to require revalidation would be physical properties of raw material, static material manufacture, substitution of a packaging material, manufacturing process parameters. Sometimes you have to fine tune or tweak the manufacturing process to assure certain additional acceptance criteria or certain tighter acceptance criteria for certain tests. And equipment, for example, sometimes you are, whenever you are adding automatic detection systems, you are actually, it's a change to the original, equipments which you were using. So that also has to be revalidated. The process has to be revalidated. Of course, any rearrangement of, equipment at the production area, support systems, for example, if water treatment method is changed, that is also a change which requires a revalidation of the process. And of course, transfer of process to another site. And this all information is given in the PICS recommendations, section 6.6. You can refer to this guidance and have the details of that. And most important, and the last thing is that once the change control is raised, once it has been reviewed by the respective relevant departments and the necessary data is generated and subsequently the change control is approved for implementation, then the exercise doesn't end there, because it is a requirement that post implementation also you have to keep a track of whatever change was done, so that there are no, first of all, the reason for which the change was done has been achieved, number one, and secondly, what sort of review measures might be required. So a constant review or monitoring or supervision has to be continued. It just doesn't end there. And of course, this is the kind of review measures, the responsibilities and timelines, they should be specified, and this is obligatory for active pharma ingredients as per the EC/GMP guide part 2, section 13.15. So what you need to basically do is evaluate the first batches produced after that change. Then evaluate the potential of the change to affect any established retest or expiry date. That is also important, because it is on the basis of retest dates only that the material is used for formulating, for making the drug product, and if there is any change or shift there, then that has to be taken into account. And of course, if necessary, depending on the kind of change, one has to place samples, additional samples on stability testing after implementing that particular change. And then there has to be a periodical review, whatever is defined in the system, maybe 3 months, 6 months, depends. So one has to keep on doing a complete follow-up post-implementation, and all these things, remember, have to be documented appropriately. So basically, what causes defects? Again, coming back to the entire reason for which we are, together here. According to MHRA Orange Kind 2002, the great majority of reported defective medicinal products has resulted from human error or carelessness. This is what they state, and it is not from failures in technology. That means what they are saying is probably the technology and the systems are okay, processes are okay. Now, can this really be true, as we were discussing? Is this really possible? Is this really true? So, if most defects are caused by non-compliance with GMPs and most non-compliances are caused by human error, then what causes those human errors and carelessness, as we were discussing? So, we come back to the same circle. Now, here's for the day-to-day, how many E's are there in this slide? Your time starts now. How many E's are there? Only 6? I don't think so. Anyhow, so this you can probably practice. So, example of human limitations. Human limitations examples are factors. Attention. So, this may be limited in duration or focus, especially if attention is spread or diverted towards something other. Memory. Working memory is limited, especially when active processing of information is required. So, whenever one is actually interpreting any results or analytical data, this is important to remember what had happened probably for an earlier product or something. Then situation awareness, this refers to a person's perception of what's happening around them, and automaticity, consistent overlearned responses may become automatic and completed without conscious thought. So, these are the things which need to be kept in mind. We need to first understand if there are human advantages, then what are the human limitations, and how do we correlate it with respect to the human errors which happen or which are assigned after investigations, and how the human error management strategy is worked out. So, this becomes important here. Okay. Then you have two more factors. One is of course the stress factor, which occurs when there is a mismatch between what we are expected to do or cope up with and the resources which are available. If you do not have, what should I say, is it something like a safety valve to let out your, problems or stresses, then you will not make way for doing any action in the right way. And then of course there is fatigue, which is caused by either too much to do or too little to do. Of course, sustained activity, physical or emotional exertion, amount and quality of sleep, etc., and the time of the day. So, can you, as professionals who are working on, different functions in your workplaces, can you relate to any of these limitations within yourself or within your teams? Because if so, then only you will be in a position to, sit across with your team of cross-functional team and discuss that let's try to sort out these things, because of which we are getting problematic, we are getting stressed, we are getting fatigued, or probably we are doing too much of multitasking. So, do your SOPs and training programs capture these kinds of limitations that one has to see and one has to brainstorm amongst the cross-functional team members. Again, source of errors, when we talk, the processes may be referred to as having sharp and blunt ends, two types mainly. The sharp end is the person who is actually doing the task, and blunt end, these are the influences on the process farther away from the actual action point, right, the external influencers or factors. So, and what can these be? Management, administration, process and equipment designers, because of which probably some additional issues have come up, internal regulators, influencers, outsourcing issues, and the pressure from the management that meeting deadlines at any cost has to be achieved. So these are the source of errors which sometimes are actually imposed with, and these are sharp and blunt ends in terms of terminology. And how do we respond to errors, as we have been discussing? So aviation and nuclear industries, as we discussed, are of course way ahead. Name, blame, and train strategy. Name, blame, and train. We fix the person. We try to fix a person, whereas probably we should be try fixing the system. And of course, find the root cause and focus on this. Implement a just and fair quality culture, not a biased approach, either from the management or from the cross-functional heads. So this is, I think this will go a long way probably in appreciating the reasons for human errors and trying to see how we can arrive at some sort of solution, to some extent at least, of trying to reduce it at your workplace. So I think with this we end today's session, and we'll open up the question answers.
Yeah, thank you, Rajni. And before we close the session for the day, I would request all our speakers to come on stage. So this will be a platform wherein an opportunity for all the participants to shoot questions one after the other, and we have all the people with experience who can answer your questions. Dr. Satya, Sanjeev, Prakash, would you like to join? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You can switch off the projector. So,
Mic check. Yeah.
yeah, Mike. So guys, yes, all the speakers are on the stage, and they're all yours. Shoot the questions.
Priyanka from Biological. So, as you said, we have human errors categorized as skill-based, rule and knowledge-based. Out of these three, for which of them we can opt for retraining as in kappa, retraining or awareness training?
Ideally speaking, if we think, which of these should be generally be the topic for, I think, for retraining or sometimes upgrading the training, I think it should be mostly based on knowledge base, with respect to certain upgradations or some reasons, because if you don't know the reasons for some change or some variation, then I think that needs to be the major one.
And if by chance the kappa which we proposed, by chance if we have a kappa effectiveness failure, so how can we handle those failures? Do we need to reinvestigate or?
Yes, because you have to arrive at some conclusion or inference.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does any other speaker wants to add? Maybe you can share the mic.
One final thing I have. Since you said automation of this tools can help in human error reduction, so there is equally a chance of data compromise by like frequent malwares and all. So how could we have a control on this?
Can you help me out for this answering this question?
Basically, so whenever we talk about data integration, now data integration, first of all, your data, whatever you are capturing and generating the reports, it shouldn't have a facility of edit and delete. Once that is there in the system, 99% of your problems are resolved in that.
He's not convinced.
Do you have any further questions?
I was talking about data security compromise like malware and things.
Malvan, that is for your
Malware.
Malvan you're talking about.
Malware.
I'll tell you, there are particular instruments like your gas chromatographies, HPLC systems and all that. They have their inbuilt software in the systems, right? So they don't share the protocols to any other vendor. Like we are also from the IT industry, software industry. They will not share the protocols to us. The same way, we cannot interfere into their systems. So you have to rely on that particular vendor.
Just to extend that, whatever the development you get in the life, it's always bundled with the complications, right? So you cannot simply say that if I'm automating something, you must know what can go wrong. Especially, as you rightly said, you might be having some controls at the operation level, but or at the processing level in the instrument. But you have to protect the data as a primary data for the entire shelf life of the product. There also you may experience few problems, right? Like when you will you be able to retrieve it, or what guarantee that you can give that will be retrievable over a period of time? What is the guarantee that there are no hackings happen to your server and gets lost? So there is a threat everywhere, but you must be prepared with a full risk assessment at what can go wrong, and am I really prepared for it before I go for a automation?
Yeah, good evening. This is Munir from Milan. So my question is like, we have discussed contributors to human errors. So there are a number of things we discussed about lack of SOPs, due diligence with respect to new or additional risk assessments, all that kind of things. I think we have missed about adequate manpower. Is it purposefully we are not capturing that?
No, I think that's an important part. It's not only adequate number of people to execute what is necessary. I think it's equally I should say trained or skilled people to execute that. It's just not the number. So I think that yes, that's a important point which has to be there. Contributors to those kinds of errors. Yes.
One more thing is at slide number 46. We have discussed about size and complexity of the company's activities. As we see now in today's scenario, there are a number of companies with a very small origin, and they are passing out with the FDA with a 0483 concept kind of thing, and a very huge representation kind of companies are facing troubling with the FDS. So how we view that? So is it like a smaller scale with a limited, as sir is telling, with a limited and a clear perspective, and going into more technology, more sophistication, and creating more problems? How we need to view that one?
Yes, of course, please.
I think that's a very good question.
Yeah.
Like small companies, I could see in the LinkedIn or some other digital platforms, people keep posting that we have completed FDA inspection 0483. Maybe even with 10 people, 20 people, small industries also they are clearing it off. But please don't be bombarded with these kind of things. There is no standard meaning of 0483, right? For example, it always depends on the investigator. Investigator is also again a human being, right? So the inspection process is highly dependent on the investigator's beliefs, knowledge, experience, and the way you treat them. I could see, an auditor, which I was faced way back about 6-7 years ago, known to be very, I don't want to name the people here, known to be very notorious person for the warning letters. We could end up with 0483 that day. With the very next inspection, went to a very much bigger size than ours, they ended up with a warning letter. Does it mean that we are so great than the other industry? No, probably we managed well. So it depends. So don't be bombarded, and there is no benchmark that you can actually compare with industry to industry. It depends on the product, nature, the technical or the assessment capabilities of the auditor. And I also seen my experience the very unreasonable auditors. We know that's a very petty thing, it doesn't make any sense, but they make a lot of noise out of it. So it all depends. So don't be judged that as a benchmark.
Can you take it as like a big company, bigger expectation, a small company, small expectations?
Not really. Say for example, a bigger company which has a record of 15 the consecutive inspections, no 483, and 16th inspection they have a warning letter.
That's what, like,
so
expectation, the auditor who was coming, the investigator who is coming, being a big size of a company, is expecting more kind of approach. A small company maybe is thinking, okay, this company is chota mota, okay, they are doing good up to their level kind of approach. Is it the scenario going in the current industry?
No, I think probably not. As far as my knowledge goes, they are very much concerned with the safety of the citizens when they get your product. If it's a small company, has a very good controls, maybe a manual control, But if they could prove that there is no compromise that can happen in their site, probably they will be happy. Whereas the bigger company with a greater automation, but it is not convincible that the potential things are not properly addressed, they may get a warning. So it doesn't really matter for them. It is important that how convincing your systems, process, and people are, and the product, final product are, than the size or the economics of the company.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hemant. I'm from Biologically. I have a doubt. Actually, we are discussing initially that handling of human errors or SOP for a human errors. So how to procedurize that? As we discussed, there are no limitations for human errors, right? So how do we design that? I mean, is there any limitation, or can we standardize, or can we procedurize that? Is it possible, really?
I think we have deliberately kept that for the end of the day tomorrow, because when we will be running through all these sessions, and as I think Doctor had already specified, and I also mentioned that actually there is no generic guideline, I mean, or any criteria by which we can say, yeah, this is a nice SOP or something. So I think you can add to it, and tomorrow we will be taking up with couple of case studies how to.
Certainly, and I can add, when you have a problem, obviously you need to have a procedure explaining your philosophy, how you're going to deal with it. It could be a generic nature. You cannot put a specific examples in your SOP. But if you end up with a human error, or it end up with a deviation or incident, you must have some systematic assessment procedure. How do you categorize or end up with? Certainly you need to have a philosophy, which is we call as an SOP, and also some people call it an umbrella SOP. You cover everything into one, and you explain your philosophy. You'll not be going beyond that. When you go beyond it is in the investigation process. But you should have a general guidelines how you are going to assess if some kind of investigation happens with the root cause.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just to add one line to it, the same thing. When the audit, if you are having even if the SOP is in a draft stage or in a thought process stage, and if you tell the inspector that, yeah, we realize that there is a problem here and we are working and we are drafting the SOP, probably will take about 15 days or a month to do. So they are happy that at least you are acknowledging the problem and you are working and trying to work out a procedure. How efficient or good enough it is not important. As he just said, it's important that you are trying to do something. So it's not that if you say we are still, we have drafted and we are seeing what sort of examples we have faced, and according to that we are trying to work out a procedure for assessing them or something.
I'm Shrikant from Biologically. We have slip and lapse errors. So how can we deal with frequent slip and lapse errors?
Slips and lapses?
Yes. We have frequent such type of slip errors and lapse errors during human error investigation. So how can we deal with those?
So were they from the same persons, the frequent slips or lapses? Or
same persons, same procedures in that case?
Yeah.
So generally what we do in this case, we should find out frequency. There may be 4 or 5 particular reasons out of 10 which may be contributing more for the particular errors. So identify those 2 or 5, what it may be, which is contributing more, and try to work out on that. How can you eliminate those? Because there should, then again, as I explained to you during my presentation also, have something like a brainstorming session within your function or cross-functional team. I find out what could be the perfect solution to overcome those errors.
But these slip and lapse errors won't come under this category, right? If we digitalize also, that slip and lapse errors will continue, I believe.
What is he saying?
No, he may say even if you go for a digitalization, the slips and lapses may continue. Yes. May not be exactly. So if you have an automatic control that unless you enter this data, it will not move on to the next step. So there is no point of no slip.
And there is another error.
The other, I think, I'm sorry to pitch in.
I was just mentioning to him that I have also tried this in my earlier assignment, where we have performance board, and we used to monitor the human errors in the QC lab on the performance board on daily basis. And our every at the end of the beginning of the shift, what are the human errors had happened in last previous day or maybe last 2-3 days, we used to discuss on the performance board what could be the reason and what could be the solution for that. And we have seen a drastic decrease in human errors in the QC particularly. So that also idea we can implement.
Just to be on the lighter side on slips and lapses, when he's saying that it's frequent, if it's a frequent problem, how do you understand this? Just assume an example. There are these kind of slips and lapses when the shift changes happens, or when the shift bus is at 6 o'clock, between 5:30 and 6 it happens, or during the lunchtime, or the bio breaks. There could be some reason. I'm just putting on a lighter side. There will be certainly some reason. People are in a hurry to catch a bus because they have to go all the way, they are at the outskirts, or the pressure, the work pressure, they have to complete and then they have to go, so they'll compromise the work and then catch the bus. We don't know. Then in that case, the problem is not just slip or lapse. You need to understand there's a bigger problem behind it. And many times we end up with blaming the guy, you and always do this, but you don't understand why that guy is doing that.
To add into this, we have like the same question. So for that, we had a solution kind of thing is where, as sir is telling, we are categorizing as an external influencing factor or an internal influencing factor. So that is like why it is happening frequently. Whether it is like due to an external influencing factor, the procedure does not state to do that one correctly. So that's an external influencing factor. The other internal influencing factor, like as we were saying, bus time ho gaya ya lunch ko jana hai, something like that. So based on that, the next action we can take that can be resolved. So we have seen some change into that.
But whenever you see these kind of things, if you are using like a dashboards or kind of performance boards, ensure that you don't mention the name.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will be detrimental. It will actually fire you back. Probably you can just mention the name, the issue that you're struggling with, not with the specific people mentioned there.
So when we have an error, so people one way writing one part of it, and second is people they go for implementation of checklist. So do you think that checklist is going to be helpful?
Sure, you want me to answer? So certainly you need to have some tool. So not necessarily that you have a very standard checklist that you'll start with what is your name, what is your employee ID, when did you join this company, right? Instead of that, focus on that, what happened on that day, at what time you came in. Is there any influence, the internal factors that are influencing this particular thing? So have a checklist, but not necessarily that you fill the entire portion of the checklist so that, the core part is missing most of the time. So when you actually focus on 100 checklist items, maybe 2 or 3 items which were more relevant to that particular area. Focus on those things, rest everything can be avoided. Not necessarily that you have to have a standard checklist every time.
Even though the irrelevant things are eliminated, they keep only relevant things. So the problem is the second person. When you say checklist has to be filled, the second person has to be verified. If that person has skipped that, so again the problem will be. So in that way, so how these checklists are going to be helpful?
Again, I think you are again coming back to the same point. We're all revolving in the same vicious circle. Second checks, third checks, fourth checks. I have seen, to the extent of 6 checks in the industry where people keep on putting it are not going to help. They are basically doing a post-mortem job, right? Post-mortem is what? You can only tell why or what would have happened. So number of additional checks is not a solution. Rather, you need to identify the activities that are actually happening in the floor. For example, if somebody has to take the weight, right, at so-and-so time. So he thinks every time it is, let us say, 30 kilos, so he memorizes it, I'll put it in later. the supervisor will not even supervise him until the shift ends. So where the problem is, right? For example, if you look at the defense, the infrastructures or defense operations, there is a copy back system. When you give a command, there you'll get a back command saying that copied. Means what? You're supposed to do this. There's an instruction passed, and instruction and the work confirmed or the execution confirmed. Similarly, if you follow those simple things at the shop floor between supervisor and the doer, it would have been very possible. Like, have you taken the check? Done. Then he confirmed, the operator confirms, yes, done. But most of the times, these two are ignorant. Even the in-process QA guy will also be ignorant. And there is a final check of the batch record at the end before you give it to the release. And there is a final QA release by the QA team. Everything is missed at the end of the day. Some other customer or some other guy, your QP identifies that there is a problem with the temperature of the mass, for example. So that's not, additional checks are not going to help. Don't go or bombarded with that kind of strategies. Rather, you find out why these two existing check is not working properly. And how can the operator avoid these kind of mistakes? Sometimes if I see the temperature, for example, on the screen, and I am supposed to write it down, instead of write it down, if I read 35.4, the chances of making error are much, much, much lesser if I read and write than just write 35.4. These are very simple things which proven to be very effective in the defense industry or the nuclear power plants. They confirm everything before they write, before they proceed for the next step.
This is Aresh from Dr. Reddy's. So whenever incidences are happening, probably 20 or 30 incidences are happening per month, and we are defining some kappa like that, and we are investigating it. So we are observing only 30. There may be underlying errors which can be 300, thousands, or more than that. Is there any methodology that we can proactively identify the errors and solve it before it is happening, without reacting to whatever errors are happening now?
First of all, how open is your culture, the working environment within that area? Is a person, operating person, has the freedom of expression? Has he easily approachable, or his boss is approachable to explain the actual problem? Or will he get scolded if he reports something? Then what you're talking about 30, maybe 300. We don't know. So number of issues doesn't matter. If they have an open access to express, then the opportunity is created to fix that problem. And it is up to the senior management or the line managers to fix and help him so that the number of problems are reduced. So there is no simple solution for this than this. I mean, simple solution for that problem than this.
No, that's right. But just to add on, if that upfront starts happening too many times, then at the end of the day, the supervisor will say, "Yeah, you go. You are not." No. This is practically what happens. Actually, you're right. I mean, freedom of expression has to be there, and freedom, not the fear factor, has to be removed. Okay, something happened. I report to my supervisor. Here I've gone wrong. I'll tell you my example. This was years back. So we were supposed to send a CEP dossier to the EDQM. So in that. We are supposed to put some, commitment letters originally signed. So what happened? Yeah. I collected and kept those in a folder that and those were not the electronic filing days. It was when we used to send it by a, courier paper or those kinds of things, paper filing. So, okay, so on my table, I neatly put that folder that 3 or 4 those commitment or those letters have to go. So I'll put it at the end when the entire dossier is, compiled and ready to go. And what happened, and that pressure tactic, it was, we got late doing certain things, and it was 10 o'clock in the night, and the DHL Express leaves, I mean, you have to deliver it at 11:30 latest, otherwise it won't go by that, cargo or whatever, that flight. So in the hurry, what happened, the entire dossier was neatly packed, nicely packed, and we went to the DHL office, we got it couriered also, and it was when I went home around 1 o'clock in the night, I remembered that folder, to table pe chut gaya, jo tha. Now what? So then the first thing I did, I called up my boss at 2 o'clock in the night. I said, this slip has happened from my end. I mean, it has happened now. So he said, so now what is the solution? I said, the solution is this, that tomorrow I'll write an email to EDQM saying this has happened. So I'm going to send another courier and tell them to append that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's how. But if I do it 2 or 3 times, my boss will seriously say, change your job, look for another job or something. Because, these things are actually a pain in the neck. But yes, again, it was not deliberate, it was not intentional. But if I had hidden that thing, and if that thing would have come from EDQM, look, your application is deficient, we cannot, and 3,000, 5,000 euros is the fees to sort of, we have to pay for applying for that application. So this is just an example, but then it happens. It can happen with anybody. It can happen with the supervisor also sometimes. He may forget to probably, convey or instruct certain things. So it has to be taken, I think, in the right stride. That's it.
No, in any case, on the lighter side, you cannot be like a recorded version of how you deal with the people, right? So when the person comes in, the first time your approach may be different. Second time your approach may be different.
Yeah.
Third time your approach will certainly change. So it is not like what comments you had for the first time, you will have a third time. For sure, it will change. It's not a recorded version. You're also a human being, right? So I think that's doable. The only thing is you have to exercise this very cautiously.
One second.
My question is related to, this is more of a practical question. So what happens generally is when most of the errors that are identified months later, like for example, as Satyaj said, some temperature issue was identified by the QP. So that happened like from 3-4 months back. So when we try to investigate, when we go to the operator and ask him the question, why it has happened, so probably he won't remember. And this happens more times actually in practical. So people say, that I don't remember. So in that cases, how do we go about? Like when they say, when the operator or the person says, I don't remember what happened exactly. So in that cases, how do we investigate and how do we document that? Because this is a practical issue that many people face.
Should I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So I think Rohit, you have given a very good example. Though for me it's not a question, it is an example. The reason I was keep on saying that don't go beyond the fancy theories and the checklist or the tools, what you're talking about. When the problem is discovered 6 months later or 3 months later, what is the point for me to adopt a tool of interviewing the person where I know that it can be out of his memory by that time? There is no value addition of using the tool at all. Probably select some other tool which can help you out. It's not necessary that you have to interview that person and then record that as a part of investigation. That has no value. For me, if you ask me 6 months ago when you're driving this car, what happened to this at this place, I may not be able to tell you. Probably I would say that that's nonsense. Get something else into the as an investigation tool. So for you, most importantly, need the thing to understand: do you have any control or a primary data? First of all, since the batch is already out in the market, you must prove that there is no issue with the batch, the quality, safety, and efficacy of that. No issues with that, so that it is safe to consume. That first you have to confirm immediately when you discover something like this. The second is why it was happened. What happened to all my controls? You must have control in terms of the primary data that is generated by the system, any data acquisition system. There must be a review by the production operator, cross-checking by production operator. There will be IPQA person checking the data, and there is a person who is releasing the batch might also be going through there. So find out why these people are not doing their job. That's the biggest question, rather than asking them what happened on that day. Certainly, I will not even adopt that tool at all. I don't even go for interview. I know that even if he claims something, I cannot prove it. Right? Adopt some other tool.
Sir, this is Teja Ganeswarao from Biological E. Actually, I am working in quality control. In quality control, different instruments and softwares is there. Everywhere we are transcribing batch number and AR number. So while doing batch number and year number entering, some typographical error happening. So in this case, typographical error is categorized as a human error. Okay. So in this case, I need to evaluate other factors also. That is directly I know that is a human error. But in this case, man, method, like those parameters required to evaluate directly, I can say this is human error. That can be concluded. So that human error is finalized at end of the investigation, like Sir told morning.
Right.
Is it required to evaluate?
More than a science, it's a kind of a psychology which we need to understand here. If the same person has to enter the bank account number while online transfer, will he make a mistake?
That's diverted attention during the work, probably. Yes.
Will
For
he make a
whatsoever
mistake?
reasons,
Yeah, will he make a mistake?
Yeah.
Even if you're disturbing them, he'll ask you to shut up, then let me complete my job, and then he'll talk to you. Right? And why can't that be in the workplace?
Yes.
Please encourage them, counsel them, educate them. This is what it's supposed to be. It'll take a fraction of a minute or probably 10-15 seconds just to concentrate on that, complete the job. Rather than method, material, and then all your gamba, this is all for me. This is where actually the people are actually ending up with the chaos and the confusion in the whole system. For me, it's very simple. It is a transcription error. Why this has happened? Probably the person is handling too many things, few many things going on at the same time, or he will be getting disturbed by his peers, with the co-analyst or boss, whoever it is. So let him focus. Please tell them this is most important thing. Once you enter into the system, and then it's very difficult to justify it later. You may have to create 10 more pages of document to justify it, why it is so.
Yes, sir.
That's the very easiest thing to address, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Sir, this is happening a different person, different times, sir. 1 month later, 2 months.
Because 100 people, 100 problems.
In
right?
this case, we have to give any kappa for us, permanent solution. But this is repeated, kappa.
What kappa you'll give? Ask the bank accounts.
Yes, sir.
And
There
see,
is
if they are not making an error there, that means here there is some diversion, or I mean, it's actually
because the people are taking it light, because there are no consequences. It's okay to make a mistake and then struggling with the deviations, investigations later on. Sensitize them. I think they will understand.
Yeah, it's more of a sensitization that
sensitize
because
them,
of
they
this
will
thing,
understand.
how much energy and things other people will be putting. So be careful next time, or pay attention to these things. And this is one example which you have given, which is while transcribing the IR number, with respect to that. There are examples where suppose when the essay calculation is being done, and the potency of the standard is being entered. I mean, based on which you calculate the actual essay, and sometimes there the person does a typo error, or like the wrong potency is entered. Now what happens is, now in one of the companies where I was working, the research guys were so strong that they couldn't believe that there is a little bit of trend, different trend in the essay. So they directly went to the analytical person who had analyzed this thing. Ki bhai, abhi 5 batches kiya, so this was this thing, and what happened here? So then I don't know what happened. You made it. I only analyzed it. Okay. So then probably they were not convinced, and so they went to the head of the departments and saying. So then it was finally found out that okay, by mistake, that wrong weight or wrong potency was entered, because of which the values were coming a little bit out of out of trend. So again, so what happened now in that company? It was that you issue a sort of a note to be careful to the. That is one way, a stricter way of controlling these things, because this has got a bigger impact, with respect to the quality of the the CUA which you will be generating. But then again, it depends. I mean, counseling and sort of taking it. Let's not make it very big. Let's try to sort of segregate. Like, of course, an error is an error, but then that way everything is an error. Some or the other thing goes wrong everywhere. Like sometimes if you have double zeros we have a document numbering system, right? We have an SOP on document numbering system, 4 digit, 3 digit. Sometimes somebody forgets to put 2 zeros. I mean, one forgets to put 1 0. Now, what do you say to that? There's no end to it.
Yes.
But I also seen some cases where the industries are much bothered about the silly issues. For example, the date format, right? DDMMYY with a dash or oblique or kind of space. If somebody puts an oblique instead of dash, that becomes a deviation for them. focus on most critical things rather than these petty issues.
Which have
For me, it
impact,
is
actual
okay. For me, it
impact
is
as well,
okay whether I put 2022 or 22, that's fine. Right? Whether I put a dash or oblique, that's fine. And some companies have to use a different kind of ink, pen, color for their documentation. Maybe good to discriminate or distinguish between the department, different entries, but you should not be bothered much about those, but focus on these things. Focus on the reviews, poor reviews, review failures, where your internal checks are not working out. And that's a purely negligence or kind of some other pressure that is forcing a person to commit a mistake.
Sir, this is Upinder from Biologically Limited. A person doing a step-by-step activity, but a person missed to perform one activity and jump to second activity. The equipment also allowed him to go for the next activity. Is this a human error or say a system error?
It is, since it is a step-by-step, obviously it is known. It is a process, right? This is a process-related, a knowledge gap.
System also allowed him to go for the next
It
step.
will, if it is not automated, it will. Even if it is automation not taking it, then your automation is not correct.
Then
As
how do we
simple as that.
categorize it? Is a human error or a system error? How do we categorize?
It is a human error, of course. The system is designed by human. Why should I blame my system?
That's a fact, actually. It's designed by human, it is run by humans.
It is run by human. This is the person who you have given the URS. This is the person who you actually qualified the design, completed the design qualification of your process. And you are the person completed the PQ of that system.
So we'll take one last question. We're almost done for the day.
Yeah.
Last question.
Yeah. Good evening, madam. I am Kiran Penmitsa from Biologically.
Biologically.
So you said that integrity
Lot of
is
participation
two
from
types,
the-
people integrity and data integrity, and the most of the data is generated by the people. So can you explain these two with the example differentiation?
People integrity is something like if I forgot to put the documents in totality, I owned it up, I accepted it, and I made sure that it doesn't happen the next time. And the damage control is done well before, I get some kickback from the authority or something. That's sort of a people integrity. Similarly, like if somebody has missed out something because of external influence or internal influence, they know that there has been a miss out, right? So they have to own it up and accept it. That is people integrity. And data integrity is all about, like what you talked about, this thing that again, the data integrity means many a times you must have seen that a lot of 403 and warning letters have been issued in the past so many years by FDA for fabricating data or manipulating data. Now, who does that? Who does that? Humans only do it. So in fact, there was a workshop I did in Jordan many years back that was on data integrity, and there were various case studies from all over the world, and that too from reputed institutions, and which had tremendous impact of human health. Actually, it resulted in deaths of so many babies because somebody had fabricated the data and a very reputed university. So it was all there in the public domain, with the name of the company, with the name of the scientist, and the heavy penalty and this thing which was provided by the federal court there, because because the American citizens died because of that. So
any data integrity which will have a roots from the human behavior only, whether if it is an intentional thing that he is doing, obviously it will lead to your data integrity.
Yes.
Just on the lighter side about the system integrity and the person integrity, as someone is asking the question, if somebody comes for 3 times saying that I have done a mistake, that's the person integrity, right? And if the supervisor is allowing that, then it is a system integrity because he is encouraged to do so. All right, sir, done. Thank you so much for all your patient listening and being with us. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. And we will meet tomorrow again at 9 a.m. So please do not be late. We'll sharply start at 9:30. So from 9 to 9:30 again a registration, and we have a breakfast and tea. Yeah, so please be at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.